his property had been erased from public domain imagery. After a commercial break during the interview, the audience of Art Bell traced the satellite image that indicated Bell's story might not be as imaginary as it was thought of initially. 7.
People
The
have it
black bean
with
puzzle.
everything. You see with cell
Moreover,
phones.
Art Bell also, after
You
the
see
previous
with
interview
Android
with
people
Mel,
versus
a
iPhone
TV
people.
media
It's
crew
just
visited the Ellensburg area to
human
observe what Mel had been talking about.
tribal
During their
characteristic
expedition,
that's
they found
embedded
some
in
sort
our
of
DNA.
evidence
If we
suggesting a
don't
possible
address and
military
recognize,
presence
we're
around
not
the
going to
area.
overcome the hurdle because we're going
Also,
to pretend as if it
Mel
doesn't
added yet
exist.
another
And as
puzzle
if
to the
your side
jigsaw
is right
game,
and the other side is
mentioning
wrong.
that a few people in a
not
nearby
just
truck
like,
shop
oh, we're
claimed to have
stuck
seen
in
a black
a
bean,
blue
which could
versus
also be
red,
best described
white
as an
versus
anti-light
black, one
that
versus
periodically
zero.
shoots up
It's
into the
just
sky
a
from the exact
tribal
location
thing
of the hole.
that exists in
At
the
some
way
point,
we operate.
with the audacious
And we
claim
have to
made
be
by Mel
aware of
Waters,
and
one
not
would
get
think
mad
that
at
the
people
hole
for
housed a
falling
secret
into it because
project,
it's normal
either by
for us.
terrorists
It's
or the
literally
government.
a pattern that's
Could this
embedded
be a
in the
cover for
code
the
that
government's
makes
top
you a human
secret
being.
or its group?
It's how we created cities.
Mel has some
That's why
fascinating
we're
things
here
to share
today.
about some of his
It's
experiences.
interesting because I've
One of
been
his
reading
friends, who happened to be
my
a truck
favorite
driver,
book,
told
Trickster
him about
Makes
a
This
truck
World, and
delivering a
how the
substantial amount
trickster,
of fiber optic equipment
Lewis
to a
Hyde,
warehouse in
it's all about
Ellensburg to a group of
it's so good,
Israelis.
but it's,
As well, another
it
trucker
saved me at
claimed
a
to have
point because I didn't
transported
really,
large instruments
I had a
from
hard
Lawrence
time, and I think
Livermore
this is
National Laboratory
where
in
like
San
Jordan
Francisco,
Peterson is so good
California,
talking about
to the same
archetypes, knowing
warehouse.
kind of the archetypes, and I didn't really
It's
know
worthy
my
of note
role,
that
and I
Lawrence
read this
Livermore
book and I was
National
like,
Laboratory works on projects for the U.S. military in San
Trickster Makes This
Francisco,
World.
which happened to be where
It's
Mel
so
claimed to
brilliant,
have
but
ended up
there,
after his reported abduction.
actually, one of
While
the
Mel
quotes
wasn't
that I
sure
put in
if
your
the
card
events
is
of his
from
wife
that book, and
disappearing,
it's my
his
favorite,
location
one of my
missing,
favorite quotes
the
ever. It's
black
all
beam
about
emitting from the dark
he who
hole,
dupes
and the
others and who
deliveries
is
of large
also duped
equipment to the
himself. He's
warehouse were
creator
connected.
nor
He
destroyer.
felt it
It's
was
like,
worth reporting
this
just in
is
case.
the people I've noticed who've
9.
stayed the
Mel's
most,
hole
I mean,
might not be the
sane
only
is
hole
a
mystery
term
to
I'm
solve.
using loosely.
What are the
The
odds
people
of a
I've
single
noticed,
person
it's like
finding two
comedians,
bottomless pits in a
people who are
lifetime?
kind of like
Rather too slim,
tricksters.
but
They've
Mel seemed to
managed
have
to kind
defied
of
the odds
ride
when he
the
claimed to have
waves of
found
the
another
past
hole
8
without an
years
end.
because I think
The
they're
late
not
night radio talk
too
show,
attached.
Coast
And
to
in
Coast
this book, he
AM,
talks about
hosted
how
by Art
it
Bell,
was
gained a lot of
there was
traction
all
and
this
attention,
trickster
particularly
mythology,
from
like
audiences in the
Coyote and
western United
Hermes, and
States.
then it got
A
kind
state
of
that is
turned
very
into
popular
the
for
devil,
its vast
and it
stretches
became
of unused
evil
public land
versus
and Native
good. And
American
when that
reservations.
happened, when the loss of
Considering
that
the main topic
mythology
of
in the
discourse in the show,
culture
many
happened, it
people who had a
became
deep
much
connection
more
with
black
the
and
show
white and like
were
this
those
kind of,
interested in strange
dualistic,
phenomena and
like you said,
paranormal
tribal
events,
thinking
just like
without
Mel.
all of this
Now,
gray
a
area
group
that
of Native
I do
Americans
feel
in
like I look
Nevada
around
heard
like
Mel on the
Malice
show
and
and
all
reached
the
out to him via email,
most of the
asking
people
him to
who
join them to
I've
discuss
been
his
hanging
knowledge of
out with and
arts,
know
crafts, and
have
wild
been
plants.
kind of having a
Then,
blast
in
for like
September
8 years.
2001, Mel took a trip down to Nevada to meet those
First I
individuals
watched
who were
everyone
very
on the left
knowledgeable
lose their
in
mind,
plant-based
then
and
people
natural
on the
medicine,
right left.
and
It
were
was
blown
like I was
away
having
by
the
his
same
research on the
conversations for
hole
4
on his
years
property.
with the left,
In the
then
course
it
of
was
their
like all the
discussion,
people
he
on the
said,
right, it's gonna be
Mel's
fine,
law
it's
was
the end of
sufficient.
the world,
He
and then
discussed the
here we are
peculiarities and
again.
special features of these plants
Here we are
with the
again.
Native
The only
Americans who
people that
had
make any
invited him
sense are the
over
ones
after
who
that.
on
The Native Americans took him to their hole.
the people that say
10.
things like,
The second hole was
as a
more spiritual than
conservative,
natural, at least for the residents of the location where Mel Waters claimed to have found the second bottomless pit.
you're a fucking
They
human
believed the
being.
hole was
Don't
more of a
say
spiritual
it that
symbol
way.
than
Don't
scientific.
think it that way.
As
There's
stated by
a
Mel
bunch of
Waters,
things that you
the second
believe,
hole
but don't
was
put
located
yourself
in
in
the
a
middle
fucking
of the
group.
village on
Because there's
public land,
probably a bunch
where
of
the Basque
stuff
family had
that the
settled.
left agrees with.
The Basque
that you
people
probably
are
agree with too.
southwestern
And
European
you
ethnic
can't
group,
be
characterized by the
be
unique
resistant to
Basque
those
language,
ideas
which was
simply
also
because
accompanied
they're
by
attached to
Spanish,
people
French,
who
and
decided
Gascon
that
languages, a
they might
common
be
culture,
right.
and
They
shared
might be right
genetic
about welfare.
ancestry
Right?
with the
They might
ancient
be right about, hey,
Vasconians and
maybe kids shouldn't
Aquitanians.
ever be
The
fucking
Basques
starving.
lived on the
You
coast
know,
of the Bay of Biscay,
as a group of
parts
humans
of
that
north
live
central
together on this
Spain
one
and
little
southwestern
patch of
France.
dirt called North America,
The Basques
maybe we
are
should
a
agree
relatively
that since we have
small
this
and
gigantic
isolated
amount of
ethnic
money,
group
that
that
no
has
kid
majored
should
in
be
raising
hungry.
sheep
Yeah.
since the
How about that?
Renaissance era.
And then,
The
since we got that
1800s.
done, hey, how about
For
regular
the Basque,
people? How
the
about
pit
no
was used
people
as
should
a spiritual
fucking starve?
Yeah.
They
Regardless of whether or
described saying not to think people lazy or this and that. How much would we starve if no one could possibly starve?
Yeah.
We set up free restaurants or free kitchens. We have really good ones and massive ones.
The mask went ahead describing how their homes seemed unique in contrast to that
For
of
a lot of
Meltwater's.
people.
Yeah, I think
According to
we're
them,
this rich
the
as a
Middle Rim
country?
emitted a
We're
unique
pretty
field
rich.
of warmth
So let's have
different from
nobody's
ordinary heat
starved,
similar
nobody's
to
be
Mel's.
malnourished, nobody's starved.
And it also produced a different
And
field of
health
sound
too,
cancellation
healthcare would
properties.
be.
The whole absorbed every sound made directly above it,
Yeah.
and striking the metal rim as well made no difference when trying to produce a
right,
sound.
this.
However,
Who's making money
a
off of
similar
this? How did
property
this
with that
happen?
of
How many
Mel's
ads
hole
did you guys run?
was that
Yeah,
animals
I'd
were
say.
also
You know,
scared of
like,
visible.
what are
Sightings
the
of a black
studies?
being
What are
like that
all
of
the
Mel's hole
studies?
in
Not just the ones you
Washington were
submitted.
observed as well.
What's the actual data
11.
instead of the data that's reviewed
burning
by the
ice.
pharmaceutical company and then given
After
to
several
the
observations about
scientists
the
in their
features of the
report
hole of
when
the
they do their
Basque
peer
people,
review?
it was
And that
time
was
yet
explained
again
to me. I
to
was like,
experiment for depth
hey,
and the possibility
you
of
guys
an
making
end
too
of the
much
hole.
money. You're getting crazy.
To do
This
this,
is what it is.
Mel and the villagers
you went
decided to
above and
conduct an
beyond the
experiment
rules because
using
you have too
ice.
much power and influence.
In their
But
first
also,
attempt,
to do great
they
stuff.
lowered a bucket
Yeah,
of
they
ice
also,
into the
They
pit
make
as deep as they could,
life-saving
Yeah.
drugs.
which fell to
Also,
about
they stop a
1,500
lot of
feet,
diseases.
approximately
Like, there's a lot of good there.
457
Yeah.
You can't say
meters.
pharmaceutical
At the
drugs,
same
companies are
time,
all evil.
they kept another
keep
bucket
us
of ice
alive
holding the
in a
same
lot of
weight as the
respects.
one
Yeah,
that was
they do.
lowered on the
They
They
keep
surface
do.
people
to act as
healthy.
a
They
control.
save people from
After
depression.
waiting for the
There's like
ice
a
to
lot
melt
of
halfway,
good
they raised the
pharmaceutical
lowered
drugs and
ice
the
back
drugs
to the
have
surface to
done. They
compare
save
the
people
two.
who have diabetes. There's a
Surprisingly,
lot of
the
good.
ice that was
A
lowered
lot
into
of
the
good.
pit
So to say
did
that
not
they're
melt,
all evil,
but instead
that's
remained
fucking money,
lukewarm.
people.
It's
Most
easier to
surprising
do
was that the
that
ice
too,
remained
because
solid
you
when
don't
it was
have
held
to
in
really
Mel's
come up with a
hands.
solution
In
if
an attempt
everyone's
to
just
melt
at
the
each
pit
other's
ice,
throats.
they
Well,
made
there's
a
not
move to
enough
heat the
oversight.
ice,
If
but
there
what
was
happened
real
was rather
oversight,
shocking.
objective
Instead of
oversight by
melting,
people who actually
the
know
ice
what they're
caught
doing,
fire.
they never let them get
It
away
gave
with
off
just
an exothermic
prescribing a
flame,
bunch of stuff
although
that
not the
knew
typical
was gonna
yellow
have a
flame,
negative effect.
but it was more of a glint.
Like the Vioxx.
Mel mentioned that the
That's
bucket of
part
ice
of the whole
continued to
scandal
burn
that
for
they
months
knew that
unending,
people were going to
and he
have
had
these
a firm
effects,
grief
side
that it might
effects that
still
were
be
very
burning
bad.
at the time he shared the
They
story
talked
on
about
the
it in
radio talk
emails,
show.
knuckleheads.
According to Meltwater, one individual
They
even
said
took some of
we're
the
going to have
burning
some
ice
problems,
home
but we also
and
think
used
we're
it
going
to
to do
heat
well.
his cabin during the
They're
winter
explaining
season.
all the
However, they
cardiopulmonary,
continued to experiment using the ice bucket,
blood
but only
clotting
1 out of
problems.
10
I
gave
have a
the
friend
same
who had a
result as
fucking
the
stroke
initial.
who took that
All
stuff.
they got
No.
were mixed
Oh
outcomes,
wow.
not
Yeah,
enough to
it's
decipher
30s,
certain
martial arts
truths
chick.
about the pit.
Yeah, I'm glad
A sheep
I'm
was lowered
kind of
down the hole.
stupid and I just
A
am like
rather
a
more
clown.
disturbing experiment that Mel
I'm
and
not
the
like
Basque people
smart
carried
enough
out
to
was
fix
lowering
these
a
problems.
sheep
I
into
can
the pit.
observe them and
Way
experience
before
them
lowering the
on
sheep
my
into the
own
pit,
and see
Mel
that it
expressed a
does
desire to be
behoove these
lowered
people
into
to
the
just
hole.
have everybody
However,
fighting
the
so that
people
they
who
don't
invited
actually
him strongly
have to
resisted
come up
the
with, like
idea,
politicians in
dissuading him
particular, they don't
because
have
of
to
what
come
they
up
had
with
seen
real
from the
solutions.
unusual
They can just
results
be
of
like,
the ice
it's the
experiment.
other guy
So they
forever.
decided to
Have you ever
lower a
lived in a
sheep
house that's
instead.
black mold?
They found a
No,
sheep,
thank
and as soon
God,
as they brought it
because
close
that
to the
shit
hole,
will
the sheep resisted
destroy you.
strongly,
It was destroyed.
kicking,
Yeah.
screaming, and panicking,
I've had a
just as
couple
it had been
friends who
reported
have
that
had
animals
problems
never
with
wanted
black
to be
mold.
around
It's
them.
really interesting.
The
And
strong
usually what
resistance
happens
of
is
the
they
sheep
get
caused
sick,
a
and
ruckus
they're
to
sick
their
all the
plan,
time. You can't
as it
figure out why
valiantly
they're sick.
fought
And
against
tired.
their
Really
efforts to
tired
lower it
and
into
just
the hole.
worn out all the time.
But the
And then
Basque and
finally they get
Meltwater
their house
were more
examined,
determined than the sheep
and somebody
thought.
probably
So they
suggested
sought
to
to
them,
lower it
oh
another
Jesus
way.
Christ, your
The
walls are filled
Basques
with black
stunned
mold.
the sheep,
And a lot of
placed
times
it
it's
in a
like a
crate,
leaky
and
pipe
attached
or
a cable to
something,
the
a
crate for
leaky
lowering,
pipe,
which
and
they
there's
brought
water
over
in
the
the
hole.
walls and all the
Right.
moisture, and
Unexpectedly,
in
the
Texas
stunned
it
sheep
gets
regained
crazy.
consciousness and
They
began
get
to
it bad
experience
out here.
hysteria inside
But
the crate,
when
actively
you
aware
have
of what
that,
awaited it.
you have to
While it
burn
was
the
lowered
fucking
into the
house
pit,
down.
the sheep
You have
produced
to
very
like cut out
disturbing
all the
sounds and
walls. Like it's a
screams
very
that would make
invasive
anyone very
process.
emotional run a
Remember that guy
shiver down
Tom
your spine.
Likas? Remember Tom
However, as
Likas?
soon as
He's
the
a
crate
radio
that housed the
DJ
lamb was
in
positioned over the
LA.
pit,
Yeah.
all of its
Oh, yeah.
noise ceased.
Yeah.
Yep,
The
yep,
lamb
yep.
And he
continued
had
to
like
shake the
Flash
box
Fridays where
vigorously.
girls would
Yeah.
pull their tits out.
Yeah.
As
And
it
he
was
would tell
lowered,
people to
no
use this on
sound
the
was
phone.
heard from the sheep,
Remember that
but
guy?
utter
Yeah.
silence
He had
and
that. That
struggles
happened
for
to him.
life, as
And
could be
he was
noticed from
explaining
the
it to me. He
cable
said it was
used
horrific.
to lower the
Like,
sheep.
he's just sick all the time. Couldn't
After
figure
Yeah.
out
a
what was
while,
up.
And
about
it's hard to
halfway
get out
into
of
the hole,
your
the sheep
system.
stopped
Yep,
fighting.
hard to get out of
As
your system.
further
It
movement
wrecks your
became
health, and it
unnoticeable
takes a
at the
long
end
time
of
to
the
recover just from the effects of it.
1,500
It's
feet
essentially
calibration
drinking
of the
poison.
suspended
Who
cable.
knows what it actually does
Meanwhile,
overall? That you're
Mel
not gonna
and the
recover
villagers
from.
felt a vibration that was
you might
quite
actually
strange
take like
around the
years off
middle
your
rim.
life. Like,
I know.
and left the
But the
sheet
point
below
was,
for about
it's
half an
really
hour
hard to get rid of
before
it.
bringing it out
It's
to
so
the Earth's
invasive,
surface.
and I think that's
When
where
the box
money
housing the
is
sheet was
today.
brought out,
Money
no
is
signs
with
of
pharmaceutical
movement were
drugs.
noticed.
Money is with
Everything looked good
politics.
from
It's
the
like, we
outside,
could
but
all
there was a
agree.
tragedy on
I
the
think we could all
inside.
agree that
Sadly, the
the
sheep
way
had died
that
from what looked like it
pharmaceutical
was
drug
cooked.
companies should work
The elders
is
of the
they
village
should be very
alongside Bill
careful
Waters
about
then
what they
decided to
prescribe,
dissect
and
the
they should be
animal
very careful
to check
about
if
side
there would be
effects,
anything.
and they should be very careful
Upon
about what is
dissection,
addictive and
Mel
not
and the
addictive,
villagers
and what should be
noticed
prescribed
something very
openly and regularly,
unfamiliar,
and what should
looking
not
like a
be
tumor
for the
covered
greater
with a
good of
fleshy
humanity.
sac.
And even if they
Upon
did
cutting it
that,
open,
even if
a
they did
creature with
that,
strange
they would
physical
still make
conditions was observed.
ungodly amounts of money.
This creature
That's
took
what's
the
so
form of
crazy
an
about all
18-inch
this. But
hybrid
it wouldn't
caught
be the
in between a
maximum
fetal
amount of
seal
money.
complete
And when
with
you have a
flippers,
publicly
but
shared
with
company,
eyes
it's
like
your
that of a human.
responsibility to the shareholders to make
This
the
creature
most
was
money.
well and
And you make
alive
more money
and
every quarter.
connected
You
to the
want to keep
tumor by
going.
an
Let's go.
umbilical
Let's
cord.
fucking go.
The creature
Let's
created
go.
eye
And
planes are
contact with the
falling
human
out of the sky.
observers.
That's also
Your
why you get a
spellbound
private
in
jet.
a way that sent
Yeah,
a
let's
message of
fucking
empathy
go.
and exuded an
And
attitude
the
I
of
can't
care
drive
to
with that.
explain
that's
as
been
detaching
attached,
itself from the
unfortunately, to our
umbilical
health.
cord.
And then you get people
After
that,
this creature
you know,
came
they
around,
fucking
an
advocate
elder
for
among
public
the
health,
Basque
and they look
villagers
super
opted to
unhealthy.
kill the creature,
And they're telling you
but
that
the
the only
others
solution is
refused.
bang, bang, bang.
According to
The
Mel,
only solution is
they
generally
recreated
tied to
Table
something
and
they
looked
have
at me in a
invested
way
in.
that
Yeah.
seemed to
It's
establish a
fucking
connection.
crazy, but it's
And
black
so,
mold.
Mel
It's black
felt the
mold.
It
urge
is.
to
That's what
place
it
the
is.
creature
And
on
like
the ground, after
the
which
like
the creature
the
took a look at
resistance
Mel,
to getting
and then
stock
slowly
trading
turned
out
and
of politics,
voluntarily
you know,
returned to the hole that
like
gave
you
every
shouldn't
animal
be
a
able
nightmare.
to affect
Those who
the
witnessed the
stock
whole
and trade
scenario,
on it,
according to
the
Mel,
policy
were
about
deeply
a
moved
company,
and
and then
emotionally
be
drained
able to make
after
it's
what
like
they had all
Millions
lost.
and
crazy.
millions of money.
In the end,
Have you
the
seen the Nancy
villagers
Pelosi
jointly
one, the big
decided to
questioner?
dispose
No.
of the remains of
You
the
know
No,
what?
I feel
Oh,
like
yeah,
maybe
yeah.
I have seen it.
Find it. It's fucking amazing. And she's all
from
stammering.
cancer.
She looks like she's a little drunk already. And then
After
they
the
hit her
whole
with it. She's like,
experience that
oh,
led to the
crap.
death of the
What?
sheep and its
I think we should
incarnation,
be able
as
to
one may put
participate.
it.
But it's just,
Mel
Oh, I
Water
think
made a
she
very
might have
audacious
something.
claim that after
it's
his encounter with
amazing
the
how
creature with
badly she
human eyes,
handles it.
he was healed of a terminal
They're
form of
so rich.
esophageal
It's
cancer.
crazy.
Crazy, man.
Before Mel went on
How
the
are
trip to
you
Nevada,
100
he climbed
millionaires? You
in
get
and
paid like
diagnosed with a terminal
$170,000
form of
a year.
esophageal
And you were
cancer in
hundreds
late
of millions of
August,
dollars. That
with
is so
doctors giving him an
wild.
ultimatum of
it
only
is
6
very
months to live.
Romanesque, you know.
It's
However,
amazing. It's
before returning
amazing
home from
to
his
right in
Nevada
front
trip,
of you. Like,
the
I'm not
doctors
just
confirmed
gonna
that his cancer had somehow
They
miraculously
come right in your
vanished.
face and they're like,
Mel had a
"Suck it."
strong belief that his encounter with the
So
creature
It's
was
so
a way
crazy
connected to
because
his
there's
healing
so
from
many of
cancer,
them, and then
which in a
nobody
way
talks
partly
about it. The other ones
solidified
don't
his
talk about it.
claims
It's
on
not
what
even
the
the rest
Basque
of it's
people
like
said
black
about the
bipartisan.
hole in their land,
Yeah, it's both. Here
a
it goes.
spiritual
It's blue,
significance.
it's red.
Yeah,
After
Some
sharing his
Republicans
healing
make the
experience
most.
with the
Oh, yeah.
Basque elder, the elder didn't appear surprised. Before going to bed that night, Mel noted that the Basque elder gave him an object, instructing him to keep it. Without bothering to check it at the time he was given it, he decided to take a look later, only to discover that the object the elder had placed on his hand was the exact coin from 1943 that had Roosevelt engraved on it.
This is a free market.
In December 2002, Mel Waters returned to the late-night radio talk
That's
show with
such
Art Bell, the host of Coast AM, to share his latest updates and intriguing insights, keeping his ever-curious audience's
You're
minds
gonna pass
boggling
laws,
again.
and those laws are gonna affect the company. It's gonna make the
This was
stock go
going to
up.
be the last time you hear
That's
from Mel
crazy.
ever again.
Okay, yeah, that is
What
a
happened
free
to him
market, I
after the
guess,
call
for
runs on the
you.
street as we speak.
Like, that's crazy. You could fucking go to jail for insider trading. Like, what is that?
Now,
What?
the
Come on, what is
astonishing
that?
You
things
know,
that can be
Martha
found in
Stewart's
this story
watching
of
us, like,
Mel's
these
hole, the
motherfuckers.
second he
Well, we
found
figured that out the other
the
day.
most
Martha Stewart
unusual
did
and
not go to
probably
jail for
hard to
insider
believe
trading. She
story
went to
is
jail
that of
for
the
lying
sinking
to
stove.
an investigator.
After the
lying
incident
to
of the
her.
burning ice, Mel
She's
noted
a
that
lie.
the doctors began to hover
She's
over
just
the
lying when
village.
questioned.
According to Mel, he observed the metallic collar
Something like
surrounding
that.
the hole in
Yeah,
the
something
land
like
of the
that. So
Basque
that's why she
became
went to jail.
invisible beyond
But
a
that's
certain
like the little
distance
trick
at
they
about
do.
15 feet
You know,
away
you
from
just
it.
start talking.
It would not
And,
appear on
you
photographic
don't tell the
film
truth
or
about something.
digital
Have you ever talked to
scanners.
Doug? Do you know
Aside from
Doug?
this,
Who's Doug?
Mel
Who's
also
Doug?
shared the experience of an enigmatic bachman
Right
who
away,
used to
you're
carry
lying.
the ever-burning
Right
ice
away,
as
you're
a heat
lying.
source in
And
his
I
industry.
think for her, I don't even think
This
it was a lot
Basque
of money.
man
It's
began
just
to
really
notice
crazy. She would have
unusual
only
effects
lost
when he
a
began to
certain amount
use
of
the
money.
burning ice
She's
as a
super
source of
duper rich.
fuel.
Yeah,
Such
yeah.
effects included persistent thirst, dry air, and skin dryness in his home.
We see you texting
Whenever he
Doug
tried
right
to
here.
humidify
Oh,
and dry
no.
air in his home
And
with a
then
kettle
you
of
think,
water on
like,
the
Samuel
stove,
is
thought
really
it
he
was
observed
Douglas.
steam usually linger
They're
around
showing
the
you the
stove,
fucking
and being
phone
absorbed
signal.
by it one day.
Why were you doing it on
The
an
man
encrypted
returned
app?
home to discover that his stove had
How
crashed
did you
through the
read it?
hearth
Wait a
and
minute.
floorboard, sinking about a
That's
feet deep into the
ridiculous.
Do you
ground.
believe any of these apps
Despite
are
facing
really
No,
frigid conditions on its
none
way
of them
down.
are encrypted. They're all
When
just
disturbed,
CIA
the man
honeypots.
repaired the
They're all
stovepipe and
I think they
continued
are
to use the
encrypted,
stove
but
now
I don't think that matters to the fucking CIA or the
Shortly,
NSA or
was able
whoever
to
reads
retrieve
that
the
shit.
Shooter, I was like,
He
give me
found out
your
his
phone.
cabin
Now
had
you
become
can
used
have
into
Yeah,
piles
you
of
need to
dry
do phone. Like,
dust.
what the fuck are you talking
Again,
about, bitch? You're getting
unbothered
Elon
by the
Musk's phone.
incident,
They're gonna
the man moved
They didn't
away
get
from his
into it on the
brothers.
Rothschild, but they went back to Quantico.
Upon
They
returning,
A software update.
he
and they
found
got
out the
into it.
stove
Oh, the
had sunk
software
over
update.
5 feet
The
deeper
old
into the
software
ground,
update.
leaving
That's what they're
behind
called
a
these days.
smooth, glassy surface in the hole created.
The software.
The software
That's
update.
why they crashed all the
Shared his
planes the other
experience
day
with
or
him.
whatever.
Oh my God.
Like they were
Mel
like,
then
oh, the
decided to
software
contact
update.
one mysterious official
It took
whom
us
he had
one
been in
software.
contact with when he
It
was
was
in
like
Australia.
stop all
This
global
mysterious
flights.
official
I read, like,
instantly
the
developed an
ultimate
interest in the
conspiracy.
case.
Oh, I want to
And
hear
urgently
it.
requested
Give it
that
to
Mel
me.
share his address
Let
and cabin's
America know
location.
I've done
So we
zero
can have a
research
look.
into this, and I
The
just saw
cabin
a
owner was in
tweet
sync with Mel.
And the tweet was essentially saying that it was that this company was owned by Ukrainian billionaires.
Oh, here we go. Zelensky.
That this company that, what's it called, CrowdStrike?
CrowdStrike.
That crashed the entire internet for all the fucking airlines was owned by some rich Ukrainian guy. This was like this grand conspiracy. There's so many good conspiracies going on. If you're into conspiracies, it's like murder mystery podcast.
No, it's like that meme with the guy from where it's like.
There's so many.
And by the way, so many of them have become. So I had.
How about the phone call?
Which phone call?
The phone call with Kamala Harris. And he's on speakerphone.
But they found him now. Allegedly,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Aside from this, Mel also
I'm not saying that he's not really. That's not really Joe Biden. That's a guy in a CIA makeup suit walking up the stairs. I'm not saying that, but they can do that.
Wait, so what's
You know
the
they can do
conspiracy
that
about
now.
Such effects
CrowdStrike?
included
But
persistent
I don't understand.
dry hair and skin dryness at his home.
I know, I
That is
never
owned
did.
by
Whenever he
some
tried to
Ukrainian
humidify the
billionaire.
dry air in his home with
Yeah,
chemical
this is
water,
the size to Joe
he
Biden.
observed Steve using
I
Ukraine
love
and
the telephone.
Hunter Biden.
The man returned home to discover that his stove
And
had
it's
crashed into
Ghislaine
the hard
Maxwell in the
sinking
plains.
about a feet deep into the ground.
Right. I
Despite
can't
facing
keep up with
frigid
the season.
conditions on
I
its way
can't.
down,
The season every
It's
night.
jumping
The
shark.
the man
episode
repaired
ends
the
like I sit
stovepipe
on the
and
couch.
continued to use the stove now positioned below the floor.
You're like, I'm afraid to turn it off. I was talking to my sister on the way, and I was like, and she was going off
He
about
found out his
something,
cabin had
and
decomposed into
she
piles
was like,
of dry wood
I was
dust.
like, oh, did you see that
Unbothered by the
this
incident,
kid
the man
might have had
moved to
ties
live
to the
with his
FBI? She's like, he did. I'm like, I don't know. I saw a tweet,
Upon
but
returning
I'm
home,
just
he
gonna
found
tell
out
you
the
that
stove
he
had
did.
sunk
Let's
over
send it
5
to Jamie
feet
for
deeper into
further
the ground,
investigation.
leaving
So the
behind a
allegation
smooth,
is that
glassy
this
surface
kid
and a hole
had been
created.
visited
But
multiple
The
times.
man
See, they've
contacted Mel
got
and
cell
shared
phone
his
data,
experience
so
with
they've
him.
got
Mel
geo-tracking
then
data,
decided to contact
and
one
some
mysterious
phone
official
call
who he
had
had been in
some
contact with
phone
when he
had
was in
been
Australia.
visiting him
This
and
mysterious
going
official
back
instantly
to
developed an
Washington,
interest in the
D.C.
case
on
and urgently
multiple
requested
times.
that Mel share
And
his
that
address
this
and cabin's
I
location.
got him.
thing
So
had
he
been
could have a look.
happening near
The
the
cabin owner was in sync with
FBI
Mel
location.
and agreed for the official to come and
I
take a
know
look
I
at the
have it
event.
here somewhere. I know I have it
The
saved.
mysterious official from
Goddamn, so
Australia
many people are
arrived at the
sending me this
location
shit today.
and then
I'm
took a look
sure,
at Mel
I'm
while the
sure.
owner of the cabin stayed far off to study whatever
Me
happened
and Tim Dillon are
and
going back and
also
forth
to
all
stay
day.
clear
Yeah.
of whatever casualty might occur
That's
from
like
there.
Landau and I. Dave
The team
Landau
was
all day
dispatched to
long.
address
We're
the
just like,
He's a fun dude.
And it
oh
wasn't
my
clear
god,
whether
my
they were the
favorite
military
human,
or
one of my favorite
scientists,
humans. He's just a
but they
good,
brought in a
like,
substantial amount of
when
heavy
I got back into
construction
comedy,
equipment
he
to the
started
site,
letting me
including
open
heavy
for him,
tower
and his
cranes.
crowds are amazing,
However,
first of all. The
even
guy's
with the
been on the
number
road
of
for like
cranes and
20
machinery
years.
deployed at the
But
location,
watching
they
him,
never made
it's like
headway
he's
with
good at
lifting the
everything.
stove
I don't
from the ground.
understand.
At
He's
long
good at
last,
act outs.
they tried
He's good
another
at crowd
method to
work.
remove the
He's
stove
good at
from
like
the ground.
coming up
They
with
inserted
shit
chains into the
that
ground
day from the
and
news
poured
cycle.
water
Like the
over
guy
them
is like,
using the
it's
multiple
actually,
cranes they
he's
had
one of the most
earlier
underrated
brought to the
comics.
site.
Well, I think there's
This
a lot of
method
comics
allowed
that, for
them to hoist
whatever
the stove
reason,
out of
they
the ground,
never caught
load it onto a
it.
heavy
They never
duty
caught a
truck,
thing
and then move
that
it
got
away.
them out there, that people got to see
Mel
them, but they're really
connected this
good.
unusual ice to
Yeah.
current
He's
buds
doing
made of
other shit,
ideal
though.
I
I'm
ice
think I
excited.
did the weekend a friend of mine was gone. She
I'm
was
opening
telling
one.
me that's in October.
which made him
It's the
reluctant to
end
go
of
back
the-
into the
of
hole
August.
for fear that someone would discover it through him.
Yeah,
Right.
last
Ice
weekend in
was
August.
a hypothetical substance that could freeze
Yeah.
all of
It's
Earth's
gonna be
water
fun.
and possibly turn
He's
people
just
into
like a joy to
statues.
watch, and his humor's so dark.
And he's a good dude to
A
hang out with.
supernatural
He's
creature.
so good.
Oh, here
He's
he
a good person.
So, oh my God, this needs to be shared everywhere immediately. The Heritage Foundation. First of all, red flags all over the place. First of all, who the fuck is it? What's the Heritage Foundation?
They're like the, Project 2025 people.
Oh, I love it.
The sheep has
They
reincarnated.
got Jesus on speed dial. The
However,
Heritage Foundation just
when they
released cell
attempted to
phone
capture
data
the
of a
dialogue,
mysterious figure who
just
made
random
frequent trips
pulsating
between
tones
Trump shooter
appeared on the
Thomas
cassette.
Matthew
Mel
Cook's home in a
theorized
building
that the
in
monster could be
D.C.
a
near
rock
an
fly,
FBI
a
office.
fabled creature in
Well, you
Native
know what?
American
My house
folklore
is
that lives
very
below
close to a
and
Taco
travel
Bell,
between
but
numerous Earths.
there's
This
really
creature
no
warned
connection.
Rebecca about the
What does
dangers
that
of the
mean?
burning ice,
You know what I'm saying?
stating
I
that it
love
could
it.
9
rapidly
devices
destroy
were
Earth
identified
if
in the
misused.
analysis linking to
They
both his
anticipated
home
that
and work.
greed and
Oh.
recklessness in its use might predominate in this
Well,
world.
no,
Let's
so,
find out,
creature
Jamie.
mentioned
here's
that
the thing.
intelligent
When
beings from other
I had this guy
expected
on my
humanity to
podcast,
destroy itself
Watkins
through nuclear
Welcome, back
conflict,
during the
and that they
BLM
plan
stuff.
to utilize
And
the
he
ice on
said
this planet
all
once
of
humans are
it-
gone.
Jim, get back to it. Open the
According to
door.
Mel, The discovery of
There's no
burning
like-
ice in the
that's
cosmos
over
frequently led to its illegal use.
Do they have the Heritage Foundation has
And there
a
have been
post
no
about it on
further
their website?
updates from meltwaters since Mel's
Can
disappearance.
you go there without
from public
catching
view,
bases?
leaving
Oh, you know
countless
the guy I
unresolved
had, Coach
questions
T.
and
Oh, okay.
interesting
So I had him on my
mysteries.
podcast,
His adventures with
and
bottomless
he said
pits,
all the guys
odd
who were
creatures,
marching in
and the
BLM
intriguing
were
burning
either
ice had captivated the attention of
or
many listeners,
homosexual
spurring
or
debates and
actors.
discussions in internet
He's like,
forums and groups.
there are no black men who are marching in this. I know
Distinguishing
he's like
science
not
from
like
fiction.
Skeptics
and debunkers quickly dismissed Mel's whole as a
heterosexual
fabrication
black men.
or a
He
seduction
said
of
that I lost a
misinterpretation,
sponsor for it.
citing the lack of
Whoa.
concrete
Coach T
evidence
said that
and
you lost a
questioning the
sponsor?
Yeah, 'cause
authenticity
they
of
were
Just
like,
want to
his
check
work.
that out.
I don't
However,
know.
some
Well,
aspects
he's
of
a
Mel's
black man.
work
You
cannot
can't
be
say what he
easily
is.
Also, he's
dismissed.
funny. Saying
He's
something
also
funny.
One piece of
hilarious,
evidence
and
Probably
proving
laughed when he
Mel's
said it,
whole
right?
Then the
existence
cell phone
is
data
an
came
audio
out
recording
because
of a
they
coast-to-coast
can track all of
AM
us all the
radio show
time,
starring
and it
Mel
turned
Waters.
out it was like
During
he was
this
deadly
interview,
accurate.
Waters explained his experiences in
Misinformation.
exquisite detail,
What the
Then
hell?
when people confused about their identity, that's
While
what
the
he said.
validity of the recording has been questioned,
People,
several
people in
experts have examined
entertainment,
it and found no
homosexuals,
evidence
or
of
people
tampering or modification.
confused
This
about their
raises
identity.
intriguing issues about the reliability
What is
of
this,
Waters'
German?
assertions.
Heritage Foundation tweeted.
Another fascinating
This
feature is
oversight
anecdotal
project
evidence from locals
assassination
who have observed unusual events in
So
their
it's
Mel's
4 hours of congressional
Some
testimony
claim to have
later, and
seen
we still have
peculiar animal
more
behavior,
information about the
such as
assassination
birds
attempt
avoiding the
on
area
former
or domestic
President Trump
animals showing
from X
distress
and
when placed
oversight
near the
PR
suspected
than the
site.
Secret Service, DHS,
These
or the FBI.
eyewitness
We
experiences,
found the
while
assassin's
subjective,
connections to our
provide an
in-depth
intriguing
analysis of
peek
mobile
into the
ad
inexplicable
data
phenomenon.
tracker to track the movements of
16.
Crooks and his associates.
Feasibility studies from
To
scientists
do
and
this,
geologists. To understand the probable scientific
track
explanations
devices that
for
regularly
Mel's
visited both
we
Crooks'
must
home
first
and
examine the
places
geology and theoretical physics.
work and followed them.
According to one
So
theory,
you're
the
think
hole
about
could be
what
the
they're
entrance
saying
of a
here.
large underground cave system that
Analysis
is
of
linked to
mobile
massive
ad data,
subterranean
Yeah.
so
water
the ads
supplies.
are tracking
These
you
underground
every
caves
step
may
of the
explain
way,
Mel
wherever
Waters'
you
supposed
are.
When my
And it's just
husband-
open about it.
When my husband was
The bizarre happenings
the
at Mel's
ads
home are
like
thought to be
outed my
caused by
husband
the
looking
production
for
of
a ring for me.
low-frequency sound
I started
waves,
getting ads
also known as
for a ring.
infrasound. Infrasound is
Oh,
known
man.
to have a
It's creepy
significant
shit.
impact
Well,
on
we were
human
talking
and
about the
animal
other day,
behavior, creating feelings of discomfort,
What was
panic,
person?
and even
So
hallucinations.
someone was explaining to me,
Could the
my
pit produce
wife
such
was
waves,
explaining to me
causing
like what
these
purses and why
unexplained
people like
phenomena?
certain purses and
Oh,
Many
yeah.
people have tried to
Like
search
all
for
the
Mel's
brands.
home over the
exclusive, like
decades.
you have to develop
Most
a
experts
relationship.
have the same
investment.
Yeah,
voice
you
when
have to
asked
develop
about
a
the
relationship
magical
with the person selling the
experience.
purse in order to get one of those purses.
Experts have
You can't
described
even the ones that are on the shelf. I can't go buy
claims
that.
as not only
Like it's like
unproven,
Rolex. It's
but
like
also
Yeah,
you want to do a
intangible
Rolex store. You
and
can't
physically
buy a Rolex.
impossible.
Doing the name, sir.
No.
Geologically and physically,
But you're a
it's
giant
not
store.
possible for a hole to
So
be that
I was
deep.
talking about it with her, and then all of a sudden I started
A
getting these
geologist
first
with the
tabs
Washington State
on my
Department of Natural Resources told the Daily Record News
But
after
just
local
listen.
filmmakers inquired
Yeah.
about
and
the
you know, we
crater.
just accept
But
that.
it
It would
also knows
collapse
who's
into
in the
itself
same
under the
room
tremendous
together. So I
pressure and
knew
heat from
my
the surrounding
husband was
strata.
looking for rings
Powell
for
first
me,
heard
and then
about the
I
hole
started
on
getting
Mel's
ads
show
for
was
the
very
ring.
intriguing.
Dirty rats.
It's a fucking rat.
It got my
The thing
interest
is, like,
slightly.
how do they
I
get
knew
that?
Art Bell
That's- I
stuff
think
is
that's
Sasquatch
like
and UFOs
Is
and
it
the like,
available?
Yeah,
but it
a
was sort
lot
of
of it I
entertaining.
think, or you pay.
However,
I think you
when
pay.
Powell
So you
heard
can
Waters
pay
claim
and
that the
plug
hole
in
was
a
about
phone
8,000
number?
I
feet
thought
deep,
about asking if we can do an
he instantly
investigation like
debunked the
this just for
information
fun
and
to
knew it
see
was a
like
hoax.
what data can we
To
get.
Powell,
Yeah, let's do
And
that. Let's try
Waters
Jamie.
thought
Let's
was like the race to
see
inspiration
which
was
massage
likely to
parlor
be
Jamie's
the
going to get that.
We can pick someone
Powell.
and
And even
I'm
then,
willing
the
participant.
shaft only ran about 90 feet
They,
deep.
for real, like, but that's
300
creepy
feet
because
deep
then they just have to find your phone number,
I suppose
Jamie,
that
and they'll know
Waters used
what
the
your
real
route
kind of
is based
inspiration
on
for
ad
making up
tracking
his
data, which is
mysterious
crazy. That seems like a
Powell said in
huge
an
security
interview.
I
liability.
brought
The
up
shaft,
I
by the
was
way,
talking
is
to
on
someone
private
in the lobby,
property that is fenced
the new
with barbed
journal app
wire,
on the
and
iPhone,
Powell
which
said
is
it's
like
close to
our iOS
safety
17
in
or
our
18.
lands.
It keeps giving me
Powell
prompts.
believes the
Oh,
legend
fuck
was
that
inspired
shit.
by
Right, you know, write in your journal.
Yeah.
I was looking through it
entrance in a
yesterday.
nearby
It's
field
broken down by
and a
like
shaft of
where I
around
go,
27 meters.
what I was doing there, and then it knows it's like
Which,
you want to write
while
about the
deep,
golf day.
Oh,
is not
This place on Monday.
Additionally, the
About
Earth's
lunch
crust
here,
on
like how
land
about
is
the day I work
variable
with Marshall
with
and
an
the
average
dogs?
of about 30
Dirty
How
little
did you-
which averages
I-
19
Dirty little
miles.
spy.
I wrote a whole piece about those menstrual tracking apps because I had one back when I was dating my husband, and I was like, hey, can I sign you up just to see how weird this is? And he's like, this is fucking creepy. I don't want to know that you're like in your luteal phase or whatever, and I have to be nice to you. And it like gives him tips like, shoot, like.
Oh no, not tips. You know what'd be great though? If you had like a real female heavy government And, they would all have coinciding menstrual cycles. They all work together all the time. And then you could, get all their data and figure out exactly when the shit is about to hit the fan. And you could, go in the stock market that way. You can make bets, because when the shit's gonna hit the fan, they're gonna be fucking angry, things are gonna go sideways, you can have a dip in productivity, you can have people resigning, something's gonna go wrong.
This is all this stuff the left is very worried about with JD Vance, because allegedly he's big, and I don't know if it's true. America, I don't know if it's true. He's allegedly into the menstrural tracking, and these billionaires are getting behind these apps so that they can and there's a lot of fear. There's a lot of fear with the states that don't allow abortion, because now they want to pull up your records and see if you might. I don't fucking know. I read these things and I'm I don't know what's true or not, or what's just being just hyperbolic so that people freak out about this stuff. But there's there's a whole industry in this now, a whole menstrual tracking.
Unfortunately, the group was unable to find it.
I was listening to a podcast the other day, and I never knew why women's cycles synced up.
So here's my question: what do they want? What do they want from that?
34 at the time of the hunt.
What are these guys tracking?
Well, it's generally presented as something that's good for the women, because then you can eat and work out with your cycle. Because if you are in perimenopause or pre-menopause, or you're in the prime of your life, you want to do different things at different times. Your cycle and different foods are better. And hormones for women are not. Dudes just have what? You got one. Women have 3 that are constantly interacting, and all it's so. Depending on what, they just haven't done as many studies, so now they're trying to say it's good to know where you are so that you can support yourself. Allegedly, all these guys want this for Handmaid's Tale. I don't know.
That's what I'm asking. What are the guys
never had an
It's a
exact
conspiracy.
The article I'm reading says that there is a new
Of course, this would be
regulation.
true because all
just
of the
found a new
tales about
regulation
Mel's
that to limit law enforcement access to medical records tied to reproductive health. So
Or could it
they
be
go all the way
that
down
those
to
who saw the
saying,
holes were scared of the
police
government?
agencies might simply
Was
take
it
it upon
truly a
themselves to
top
pull the
secret?
records to see about unexplained
Well,
disruptions
that
in the
decision
menstrual
is left
cycle,
for you to
to
make.
find out if someone crossed
Waters
their
went
borders.
on
To
to
go
claim
get
that the
the
government had
records,
forced him to lease them. The property where the hole was found
Yeah.
with funding of $250,000 to relocate to
Oh my
Australia,
God.
where he would eventually
Imagine
meet the
you-
mysterious official
your own
together with
menstrual
whom he
cycle as
excavated the
private
sunken cabin.
information.
Nothing's
Further
private.
investigations and
But imagine
probing
that.
from the media and
Imagine
security
someone
departments of the
can
country
sneak in and say,
revealed that there were no
and you
records
have
of a
to
person
explain
known
that
as Mel
fucking
Waters in
miscarriage to
the
some
area,
asshole
nor his
who's
wife
accusing
working
you
at the
of driving
university
to
where she
Ohio or wherever the
supposedly
fuck you're
procured
going.
the fishing line he used to
I mean,
conduct
Just
his
imagine those
experiments.
conversations if you're a
Several
person who
other
had
people
a
aside
miscarriage.
from
Oh,
those who
yeah.
claimed
Like,
to have
imagine
been
if you're
These are
witnesses of
happening.
the hole,
Imagine you're
tried to
married, you're
search for
happy,
the
you're trying to
land,
have a kid,
but
and you have
all
a
of their
miscarriage,
efforts
and
landed
some
in
fucking
total
asshole is
futility.
at your front door
There was no evidence to
accusing
be
you of
presented of
getting an
its
abortion.
existence.
Yeah.
To deal with this
Eventually,
Christian
the hole
fucking
was
cult
concluded to
member
likely be a hoax
with a
or the passing
clipboard,
on of an
you
urban
know?
legend. There were
aggressively
only 5
accusing you of
calls
Yeah.
killing
from
the
Mel
baby.
Waters.
Yeah.
It stems from
On the 21st of February, 1997, a strange man who ran by the name of Mel Waters
So
filmed
Dobbs'
a
decision
popular
tore away
late-night
the
radio
constitutional
talk
right
show
to
that
privacy and
featured
bodily autonomy
paranormal,
by giving
weirdest
states
stories you
increased
could ever
rights to
think
limit
of.
and even
This show
outlaw
was
abortions.
called Coast to
Fortunately, the
Coast
decision
AM with
did
Art
not
Bell.
ban abortions
At the time,
nationwide.
this was the
They were
most
saying that
popular
somebody
place to
drew
retrieve
regulations
information
that allowed
about
them to go even
paranormal,
further and check.
weird
Like,
stories,
whoever
and
that
unexplained theories.
Mm.
It had the perfect audience for
Isn't it
Waters to
crazy
tell
that
his story,
one of our
which makes
biggest
it look like Waters' tales were
arguments
carefully
as
constructed
a country
and technically
is whether or
planned.
not you should be allowed to kill?
Mel Waters captivated his
babies.
audience and got them hooked with his tales of a
Isn't that
seemingly
crazy?
bottomless hole
Yeah,
on his
I
That
property.
really is what it
First
is.
listeners and early
You know,
adopters
and
of
I'm
the
not
show
a
dubbed Mel's
pro-life
claims
person.
as the Devil's Hole.
I don't think it's
For so
my
long,
decision.
and even
I don't
after
think
his
I have
last
the right.
call in
It's too
December
weird.
2002,
Especially if
Waters
I'm not
refused to
involved,
give the
like I'm a
exact
politician
location of
and
the
looking at
mysterious
like
hole,
a person and
just
deciding whether or
reiterating
not
that
they
he
should have
lived
to
in
have that baby.
Guinness
I know,
County,
it's like, it
Washington,
seems
in a
crazy
region
because it
adjacent
seems
to
like
Manastash Ridge.
it's one of those
However, no
weird
one
human
imagined that the
things
first call
where
and
are you
subsequent
saying
calls
the
from
moment
Mel
of
Waters
conception
would
is a
become an
baby?
urban
Like, if
legend
it's
and a
3
topic
cells
of
and you
global
know for a
interest
fact
in a
that
matter
means
of
that
a
you
few
can't shut
years
that
after
down.
only 5 calls.
Like
The
but
first
then
2 calls were
did
made
you
in
ever go to the Isaac
1997,
that's
followed
fucking
by a
Yeah.
call in
excerpt they talk
2000,
about?
Yeah.
and another
they
2
have
in
the babies. They
2002.
have babies at every
However,
stage.
while he was seen
like
as
6
credible
babies.
in the beginning due
I
to
mean,
his
first of all,
eloquence and cautious nature, his
how do you
stories
get
became
those?
increasingly
Right?
outlandish.
Yeah. Second of all, it
The consequences of Meltwater's
changes like
However,
this idea,
the
just
existence of
putting in a
Mel's
box,
hole,
a woman's
or
right
the
to
other
choose.
mysterious
Right,
hole,
yeah,
as
definitely.
described
Not
by
that
Meltwaters,
person, but
has not been
look
proven
at that.
today.
Look what we're
For
saying.
some
Look what we're
strange
saying.
and
The
weird
choices.
reasons,
Look
it has
what
caused
we're
more
like
headaches than
advocating
curiosity.
for.
I think most
Milton
American,
Wacky,
like
a
when you
historian with
poll
the Ellensburg
Americans,
Public
it's very
Library,
much,
told
I
Kepler
think,
in
where I
2012
end
that
up
after
landing, they're
Meltwater's first
squishy
call
on
to
it,
Art
and
Bell's
it's
show,
like
the
pro-life
library's phone was
in the
ringing off
sheets,
the hook
like
with
pro-choice in
stories
the
and
streets,
theories about
pro-life
the
in the
hole.
sheets.
Just
Like a lot
after
of
that,
women are like,
the
I
library's
wouldn't get
file
an
on Mel's
abortion,
hole went missing.
but
Wacky said,
I
it
don't
just
want to
disappeared,
stop
which
someone
lends
else from
itself to
doing
the
it.
But then there's
mysteriousness
a
of Mel's
slippery
hole.
slope of allowing
Did it
people
just
to
kind of
tell you you
rise out of
can't
the
get an
locked
abortion,
file cabinet?
right? Especially
never know.
allowing men
There
to
might be
tell
a
women
hole
that they're
out
remotely
On the other hand,
that they
Red
can't have
Elk
an
is still
abortion.
stiff-necked
Yeah.
on the
It's a
fact
weird
that the
body
hole
autonomy
exists.
thing.
But he
And
has
it's
stopped
like-
granting
That's
interviews
what I
on the
mean.
And
subject
a lot of them want
and
to
warned that we're
exclude
better off not
craziness,
knowing
like
where
a
it
child
is.
that is
In
like
his words,
never going to live,
don't look for the hole.
unbiased,
Stay away.
or it could be a
I
threat
have
to
to
the
say,
woman.
I've been
There's some
burned
sort
by
of a
you
medical
guys, the
issue.
media
It could be
and
a
all.
threat to woman's
Many
life
times
unless
with
they
this
abort
Mel's
the
hole.
baby.
They
And
make me
even
out to be a
then,
liar.
no.
They
Let
say
God
one
sort
thing
it
and
out.
do
Like,
something
hey,
else. Red Elk said in
They'll make
2012.
exceptions
The
for
hole
this.
isn't
But
important.
Allegedly,
Just
but
stay
the
away
doctors
from
are
trying to
worried
find it.
often about
The
losing their
government hasn't.
license in
It's
states where it's
totally
highly
off limits.
regulated,
Yeah.
so you end
However,
up
sketchy.
Mel's
yeah,
Waters
it's sketchy.
himself has not
And
heard
I
from
don't-
her since
I
his
don't
last
think,
phone
like,
call to Art Bell
you
in
know, it's a
2002.
slippery slope to like
Could
get
it be
the
that the
jab
government
too.
got to
You know,
him, or he simply
I
never
don't think
existed at all?
you have to have some
The
kind of
believers with a faint
bodily autonomy,
understanding.
but I understand the
After
argument
listening
too
to the
from the
radio
moral
show and
perspective.
hearing
I
Mel
had
Waters speak,
this woman,
Powell
Ines
didn't
Bettman,
give
on
too
my
much
podcast,
thought to
and
Mel's
she's
words
brilliant.
until
And she was like,
2001 when
it's
he
a
was
hard
contacted by a
conversation
member of
because
a
it is
Seattle
a
area
moral.
discussion group that was
Like if you're
exploring
not
details
conflicted
about
about
Mel's
it, you're not thinking deeply
The
about
person
it
who
because it is
contacted Powell
a
was a part
life,
of an
and as
online
someone
chat
like Ben
group.
Shapiro would say,
According to Powell,
left
they were hoping
untouched,
for geologic
that would
information
be
about
a
our
baby.
area as part of their coming
And
here to search for Mel's
I
hole.
think was it Burr who had that
Powell
like
agreed to
brilliant
talk to
bit.
them in the interest of giving them accurate
Yeah, really
information
explain
about
that.
the local geology.
It's
The group then
complicated.
visited Powell on a
Yeah,
Saturday.
There's no
I
way
He gave
understand
them
the
a
fight
standard
for it.
lecture,
You know,
scientific
if
literature
that
of
is
Mel's
where
hole.
you lie.
But
Yeah,
in
but
layman's
this
terms
thing
of the
of
geology of
having
Guinness
people
County and some specifics
trapped
about
the fucking
Manistash
cycle.
Yeah,
Ridge,
no,
and
it's like
seeing a
He
rig
helped the
and
group
having
to
like
understand the history
crazy
of
like
the
bow
old
tie
mine
wearing
shaft
Christian
and
guys
told
do
them
it.
it was the
it
inspiration
is
for the
one thing in your
mythical
mind, and
Mel's
like
hole
you like,
that
hello.
Mel Waters spent a lifetime
Hey,
There's,
studying.
you know, there's
According
you
to
know,
Powell,
they can
he guided them in knowledge to understand that the Manistash
a
Ridge doesn't
blanket
exist.
of virtue through religion,
They
the
thanked
same
me
way
and
a lot of
served me
woke
up some
people
pie
do
they
by
had,
being mean
said
cunts
Powell,
and think they're
describing the
doing it to
dessert
be
the group
like
ordered from the
progressive.
Copper
Well,
Kettle
they have their
restaurant.
own version of Pray the Gay
But they
Away.
It's the
wouldn't
same.
let go of the
Yeah, they do.
possibility of
But
Mel's hole.
they're doing what they're doing by
They were
wrapping
sold out
themselves
with
up
the
in
tale
these
that
ideas
somewhere,
of
some way,
Christianity.
somehow,
It's just
there
allowing
existed
like
a
people's
mysterious bottomless
worst
pit in
instincts to
Washington.
be able to
This
be
group,
justified.
already sold out on the idea of the
Instincts to
bottomless
control
pit,
people and
later
dominate and
formed the
destroy
Seattle
people.
Paranormal
People have
Society.
weird instincts
Powell,
to just
however, made it
destroy
known
people.
that
Yeah.
Mel's hole
And
has become a
people
surprisingly
do have
long-lived
weird
legend
things
based on
about
no
women.
evidence
Like
at
there
all.
is just a
In
very,
Powell's words,
it is
it
very
looks like it's indelible
strange to
now.
think.
You can't disprove
I
a
don't know.
negative.
Are
It's
there
probably
other
with
than
us
like
forever.
the jab when people were like,
In
you gotta
simple
get the
words,
jab?
there's
I
probably
can't
nothing
think
that
of
can be done to change the idea
I
that
don't know.
lived in the
Maybe I'm
minds of
wrong.
people
Is there
sold
like
out
a
on the
comparable
idea of the
scenario where
mysterious Mel's hole.
men's bodies are kind of like this
Transmuted into an
battlefield?
urban legend.
Yeah.
Nothing remote.
Over time,
Yeah.
the
Nothing
urban
remote.
legend of
And
Mel's hole
again,
took on a
No
life
one
of
has
its
any
own.
control over men's
And the
lives.
extraordinary experiences of
the only
Mel
thing
Waters
they
only
don't
allowed
fix
the
those,
late
which
night
they
radio
do.
talk show Coast to
so-
Coast AM
but
with
I'm
Art
going to
Bell
go for
to
that.
gain more traction.
Yeah.
And also,
The radio
it's
talk
not
show
so
was where Mel
that
Waters
people
shared
get.
firsthand his initial
It's
experience
not
with the hole on
steroids,
his
but
property.
no one stopped.
The Coast to Coast AM
That's
show
not
continued to receive
awesome.
inquiries
Great,
and messages
great
from the curious
It
cats
helps
in the
people.
audience
It
who were so
helps your
invested
body
in seeking
maintain its
updates
vitality.
or any
You don't want
information
to
about
broken
the
down
home
old
and
fucking
Mel's
shitty body.
whereabouts.
It's really that simple.
However,
Yeah.
despite their attempts to
Attaches
find contact
testosterone
with
to
Mel, their
douchebaggishness,
efforts
and I
proved
totally
abortive
get
as it seemed Mel
totally
had disappeared.
douchebaggery,
Leaving no trace.
shitty
Days
behavior,
passed and turned into
unnecessary
months.
aggression.
Months
Yes,
moved like a
100%.
breeze
But
and quickly
now,
turned into years
Yeah.
with no evidence
it's like,
or
yeah,
anything
the
close to
cars,
describing the
people
unusual
drive
phenomena of
recklessly and
Mel's
they drive
home.
drunk and they cause
Despite how
accidents.
different
Right.
people
Not
shared
always.
different
Yeah.
stories about their idea of what
Let's
Mel's
not
home
like
is,
automatically
speculations
assume
about its
that all
existence.
things masculine
While
are
some
bad.
people claimed to have
This is a
encountered
stupid
similar
thing.
situations
It's
around the
so
world as
unhealthy
the one
too.
shared
It's
by
just
Mel during his
Also,
I
interviews with Art
ladies,
Bell.
that's what you
These
like.
That is
anomalies
what
in
you
different parts of the world range
Ladies.
from
I know
remote
you don't want to
locations
admit
in
it,
the
that's like,
United
just
States
like when it's
to the
nice.
far-fetched ends of
That's
the
all it
world,
is.
adding to the
Yeah.
mystery
Yeah, you just don't
surrounding
want
the
it neat,
existence of
and you don't want it
bottomless pits
ruining
around the world.
civilization. And
The
that's what it
existence
does.
of bottomless
It
pits in
ruins
this
civilization.
location
Like if
has
wars
fueled
were all
interest
women,
and deep concern
there'd be no
among scientists,
it'd be very
researchers,
few.
and
There'd be a few
scientific
brawls and
communities.
like Wendy's.
Particularly the
fucking war.
concept of the burning ice that
There would
cropped
be
up
no
from the
real
acclaimed
war. It's
experiments
not the same
conducted
thing.
by
You know what
Mel
I'm saying?
that
But
seemed
I'm
to
saying if there was
challenge
wars,
conventional
the entire
understanding and defy
population
the odds
were
of
all
science.
women. I mean,
When
no
Mel
men
Waters
don't
started
exist. So women
creating a
exist only in the
nerve-wracking
form they
impulse
exist today,
of
right?
science,
Let's pretend they
the
don't need
media,
men.
and
They just
health.
exist like this. There'd be
Many
fucking
have
zero
posed a little
war.
What
bit
do
of
you
a
think
threat
about
to
this
national
argument, though,
security
that the
with
other
potential
thing that's
implications
destroying
extending
civilization
beyond what
right
Mel
now
Waters could have
is
thought
not
or
having
imagined,
enough men
particularly
dying
if
in
his
wars?
stories were not true.
Well,
Like, you have all these men
Waters
who
and his
generally
encounters
would be
with the
kind of
bottomless pits
sacrificing these
has not
wars
faded into
historically,
obscurity,
who are,
but has become a
and now
fixture
they're
in
all just
discussions
like
of very
keyboard
unusual
warriors
events and
who hate,
phenomena
you
that
know, they're
lack
incels.
explanation.
Basically,
Mel's whole
there's
story
an
has
argument
continued to
that
inspire
people
rookie
make about like
investigators,
we need
writers,
to
and
put them
filmmakers
back
who
in
are
the
drawn
coal
to
mines.
sci-fi
They need to like
and
get
enigmatic
back to
events such as
I've got
that
a
of
much
Mel
easier
and his
solution.
interaction with
Jujitsu.
bottomless pits.
yeah, or
His
that.
It should be
experiments,
mandatory. You know how you learn
speculations,
how to read?
and theories
You learn how to
about
strangle
Mel's
people.
disappearance.
Both
Yeah.
While
both
many have
sexes.
believed for
Yes,
strange reasons that
definitely.
Me's
Well,
disappearance could be
is
tied
the
to
absolute
coercion and
best
to silence by
self-defense
For
government
women.
agencies
For
or
women.
powerful
100%.
organizations
There are women that
because
are
of their
130
intent on
pounds that can
controlling
put
the knowledge of the
fucking
whole
sleep
Yeah.
if you're
and
a
their
big grown man.
implications from the
They
public
will
eye.
fucking strangle you. They will
Others
take
have
your back,
suggested
you
that
won't be able
Mel
to
had
stop
chosen
it,
to go
and they will
into
get their
hiatus
hooks
to
in and they'll
protect
put you to
himself
sleep.
and those
Yeah.
close to him from potential
100%
risks and
fact.
You
hazards
just need a fighting
associated
chance
with what
to
he
get
knew
away.
about the
Yeah.
whole.
Yeah.
But you
And his
also
discoveries
need to be
about
able to
them.
defend
Meanwhile,
yourself. And
the
like one of the
vast
best
claim
things
of
about
communication
jiu-jitsu
with the
is the
creature
guard
from the whole
and learning
through
how to
their
fight off with your back. Now, if you're a
remained
woman
a
and some guy
topic of
takes you down and
fascination and
tackles you,
debate among several
learning
people.
how to
Some
effectively
had
defend
questions as to
yourself
whether
off
the
your back is
communication of the
fucking
creature from
huge.
the
Yeah.
whole shed
It's
light on the
absolutely
creature's
huge because
origin and
technique
purpose,
can
while
overcome
others
physical
questioned
strength.
whether it was
Yeah.
just a
It really
significant
can,
development
especially
in the
in that
ongoing
position.
explorations of the
I wanna
Because
get
they
back
phenomenon
learn how
into
to
in the
it.
absence
shield
of
with their
concrete
shins.
evidence.
They learn how to grab at the biceps and the shoulders and prevent you from using your
Even
strength.
after
They
23
learn how to get
years,
under
Mel's
hooks
whole
and go
remains a
behind you.
mystifying
They learn
phenomenon
how to
that
defend
continues to
themselves.
Do you
baffle
know
and
if there's a
intrigue
place in
those who
Austin
stumble
that
upon
does
the
like
urban legend.
women's self-defense?
Many have
Okay,
remained
because I
skeptical
don't
about
know.
this legend with
I
arguments
will-
that
this
it
is
is
all-
nothing
I'm
more
not
than a clever
disparaging
fabrication
women's
or
self-defense classes,
misinterpretation of
but
natural
what my
phenomena.
feeling
The
is
absence
that
of
you should
solid
learn how to
evidence
actually
and a
fight.
lack of
Okay.
I
definitive
think I used to
leave room
teach
for curiosity
Taekwondo
and
at Boston
hypothesis.
University, and then they
The
had this
tale of
women's
Mel's hole
self-defense class.
serves as a
Uh-huh.
constant
They're gonna do that
reminder
too,
of
and I
the
got a chance to
enormous
watch
amount
it.
of mysteries that lie hidden in our
And I was
world.
like, none of this
The
is gonna work.
presence of these
No, this
mysteries
is
So when I was
sparks
taking
our
a Gracie
imaginations
in
and calls us to
Beverly
question the
Hills,
limits
it
of our
was
understanding.
jujitsu, but it was
This means
specifically
that whether
like
the tale
you get
about
grabbed
Mel's
from
hole was
behind.
genuine
Yeah,
You
I
get-
know these two, but
portal to another
Yeah, so
dimension.
you were learning how to fight, but it was specifically like generally how you're in a car,
this is the reason.
on the landscape of the
Knowing how
mystified
to
it has to be automatic.
as much as much
Yeah.
reflection
Train
is
it
placed on the
all
evidentiary to acknowledge
don't
that
wanna
the
have-
enchantment of the
Right.
No,
unknown
it has to be like
is a
muscle
powerful
memory.
Yes.
Yeah.
One of the best
one
things
that
about
pushes us
jiu-jitsu,
to explore,
when you're rolling
question,
in the
and seek
class,
answers.
the person
It
goes
goes ahead
to
to
100%.
remind us that despite
Right.
the world's
When there's
technological
certain
advancements
positions,
and
like
progress
there's
in
certain
science,
things that they're doing
there
to
are
you where they're
still
using
depths
all their
and
might
realms of
to try to
mystery waiting
achieve
to be unraveled.
a dominant position, a passing of a
We are
guard,
again reminded
you know,
that we can
finishing
only
up
know
a
as much,
submission,
but not
closing up
everything.
a submission.
In some
That
ways,
is you're
nature still
accustomed to
shows
that.
itself
So it's a
strongly that we
normal
can't
thing.
defeat it.
Right.
So you're
Now,
not like
for
when you
those of
do
you who get
sparring in
fascinated
karate
by the
class, you
scenery
kind of touch each
world
other.
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
So when
unknown,
somebody really
the
fucking
next time you
blasts
find
you're
yourself
not,
gazing
you're
into the
not
depths
used to
of an
that.
abyss,
And you might
real
freak
or
out.
metaphorical,
Jiu-jitsu, it
always
becomes
remember the
automatic.
mysterious
Okay.
tale
It's
of
the
Mel's
absolute
hole.
best martial
Allow
art
it to
for
ignite
people
your
because if
curiosity,
you're in a
I love
physical
it.
struggle with someone,
inspire
if
you
some
to
guy
delve deeper
grabs you
into
at
the
a bar
realms of the
and the
unexplained.
bar table behind you
After
falls
all,
over and you're on
It
your
is in our
back,
pursuit of the
you
unknown
know
that we often
exactly what to do. You don't know a thing. You're in the middle of chaos, and it's as easy as tying your shoe. You know exactly what to do, but it's because you don't.
This is like shooting though too. It's why you gotta train.
You should train everything.
Yeah.
Everything you do is important.
Yeah.
Whether it is a legend shrouded in
Stand-up comedy.
mystery
You have to
Yeah.
do it like that. You don't have a lot of sense. You don't feel sharp.
Yeah.
the glamour of Mel's Hole reminds us that
It's
the
like
world
been
is full
so
of mysteries
fun
very
to get
difficult to
back
discern,
because
yet
I
waiting
was
to be explored.
I kind of
So we
convinced
hope
myself
that you
maybe I
gather the
just
strength
had
and
a
courage to
10-year
pursue the unknown,
phase.
demystify the mysteries,
And
and
then
explore
my
the
friend
depths of the
Ariel, the
mysterious.
woman who
That is
runs
where
like
we often
the
find the
KNF
most
show,
profound
she's
truths and revelations
amazing.
about
And she was
ourselves
like,
and
just
the
come
universe
do
in
one
which we
set
live.
and see how you feel. And I was like, I don't
Taking a
know.
look at the mystery of
Now,
Mel's
like,
Hole,
maybe that was just like my
Is this an
lesbian
urban legend?
summer that I had or whatever, and she's like, just try it and see. Like you can't, like you can lie to yourself about this, but once you're a comedian, like good luck getting that out. And
Fans, skeptics, and
once I got
conspiracy
out, I was
theorists
like,
have been
God damn it,
fascinated
I
by
gotta
this
do this
alleged
now, and it's not
which is
something you can
located in
just
the rural
like
countryside
do.
outside
You know,
Emmitsburg,
it's not a.
Washington.
You gotta.
What exactly
Do it.
is
Well,
Milton?
also, like, you feel the
And why does it
puzzle,
continue
yeah.
to captivate and perplex
You feel
so
the
many
puzzle,
people?
you go on stage,
The
you
mythology
work
of
with
Mel's
puzzle out,
Hole
you're like,
began to
okay.
spread in the
It's
late
so humbling
1990s.
too. I just love
Thanks
eating
primarily
shit
to
and
the
being
efforts of
like,
a man
I don't know.
named Mel
It was
Waters.
funny. Someone's like,
According
why
to
are you
Waters,
doing that? I'm
the
like,
hole
well,
on
I
his
can either
land
be a
had
successful
strange
pundit or a
capabilities,
failed comedian.
including
And I just
supposedly
have
bottomless
failed
depths
comedian.
and the power to bring dead creatures
Well,
back to
even the
life.
successful pundits have
These
mutual
fanciful
excuse.
assertions
No.
were first broadcast on radio
Jimmy's
shows,
great though.
generating
Jimmy's
enormous
smart, though.
interest and
Such a fun
speculation.
stand-up, too.
Yeah.
One of the
Stand
most
up at the club
noticeable
when
parts
he's
of
on
Mel's
podcast.
whole
I
saga
haven't seen
is
him
the
live
absence of
in
verifiable
forever.
evidence.
He was really fun.
Despite
Yeah.
multiple
Really
interviews
sharp.
and inquiries,
Yep. Yeah.
no
It's been,
substantial
He's a
I,
nice
evidence of
guy,
the hole's
too.
yeah.
existence has
I've
ever
always
been
wanted
provided.
to. I don't know him. I've always
Skeptics
wanted to
claim
meet him.
that the entire
Yeah.
story
He's
is a
a really nice
hoax,
guy.
possibly created for
Every
attention or
every
fun.
interaction I've had
Others
with him has
believe
been
Waters'
pleasant,
accounts
but
may
I've
include
never.
some truth,
Goes
but are
hard.
exaggerated or
He
misconstrued.
goes so hard.
Geologists
He
and
knows a
earth
lot,
scientists
He
have
does.
chimed in on
He's
the issue,
well, he's him and
proposing
he's
several
really
explanations to explain
Why?
the phenomenon.
Kurt Metzger is like so
Some
far
believe
down
Mel's
the
Hole to be
conspiracy
a natural
rabbit hole.
geological
I know.
Every
phenomenon,
fucking
such as a
conspiracy Kurt
collapsed
Metzger
cave or
falls
sinking.
in.
Oh yeah.
And he
However,
just freaked
the
out about
concept
it
of a
because
pit
he
with
didn't know all this
seemingly
stuff until he
unlimited
started working
depth
with Jimmy.
calls into question
He started working
traditional
with Jimmy. He's like,
geological and
Jesus
physics
Christ.
knowledge.
And now he's
The
just
tale
like,
of Mel's
he's just
Hole
in.
has
Every
spread
time
beyond
I find
fringe
anything
groups,
that's fucked up, I
inspiring
send it to him
novels,
to get him worked up.
documentaries, and even fictitious
Kurt.
accounts.
Yes.
The appeal of the unknown,
And he
as
sends
well
me
as the
like these
tantalizing
walls of
potential of
text.
discovering
These
its
walls of
mysteries,
text.
I love him.
continue to
No.
entice
Have you
both
texted
storytellers
I
and
wish.
aficionados.
I'm sure Kurt Metzger
Despite the
wall
lack of
text.
solid
When they were
evidence,
here doing their
the
show.
story of
Oh
Mel's
yeah.
Hole lives on,
Look at it.
demonstrating the enduring power of myth and mystery.
Watch these. I'll get
It
you a good one.
reminds us of
Anyway,
humanity's
here's a good one.
insatiable
Look at this
curiosity and
Oh
proclivity
wow.
to seek
Here's
answers
another
outside the
another
realms
good
of
one. Here's
logic
another
and
good
reason.
wall. He'll
As we
like
investigate
just
the
go
legend
at
of
you.
That
Mel's
guy's
Hole,
like a
it
joke
becomes
writing
evident that
machine
its
now.
significance goes
Yeah.
He's
beyond
genius. I
ordinary
mean, his
curiosity.
mind just,
It
he has
symbolizes
a,
the
like,
human
you know
search
when they
for
open
meaning and
dams?
insight in the face of the unknown.
It's like,
Are you
Mel's
asleep?
Hole, real
He just
or
goes so
imagined,
hard.
serves as a
Yeah.
reminder
he's
of
such
the
a great
breadth
joke
and
writer. It's
complexity
such a
of our
fun dude to
collective
hang out with.
imagination.
But
Their
the
thing
tweet was
Finally,
fucking
the true
insane.
nature
Their
of
thing that
Mel's
they
Hole
did at
may remain
Mothership
unknown
that he and Kyle
but
did.
However, its
I was
legacy as a
that
source of
that
wonder
shit
and
is
intrigue
genius too.
will
It's
continue
so
to
it's
So
like
again,
inspire
it's one of those
curiosity
guys where you
and
want to talk about
inquiry
someone
for
who's like
future
not
generations.
appreciated for
and a
what they
genius.
is.
Perhaps therein is
Yeah.
the true
His
core of
face
Mel's Hole,
swaps of
not
Trump.
as a
Did you
physical
ever see the one with
abnormality,
Trump and
but as a
Caitlyn
reflection
Jenner
of
that
our
having sex?
limitless
No.
curiosity and
I
wonder.
think that was the one that
At
they
this
wouldn't
point,
let on
we've
Comedy
come to the
Central.
end of
Because,
talks about the
briefly,
history
he
of
was going
Mel's
to do
Hole
a thing on Comedy Central with
development,
face swaps, but
and how it became an urban
they're too
legend
good
that seems to
on
transcend
Instagram.
time,
They're too good. They're
leaving the
just too
world of
free.
science and
Yeah.
technology
And
curious
the
as to what
craziness
exactly
is
the
the
whole could have been.
Yeah.
You know, like,
Whether it
did
truly
you ever see
existed
the
or
one
not.
where Caitlyn Jenner
While the true story of the
was
whole
explaining
remains
about her
unknown,
new vagina
keep it in
and she got to the
mind
girls
whenever you need
and
to
how
learn
she
about
masturbates with it with a
paranormal
weed
events and
whacker.
world
It's like,
scenarios
the whole
that
thing
keep you
is
on your
so-
toes while
it's so
allowing your mind
horrible.
to test its
It's so
strength and its
crazy.
knowledge of
And the
history
girls are like,
while learning about
what?
new one.
Like,
This
he's
channel is your
got the
one-stop shop
Kardashians
for
and everything.
everything you need.
Find that, please.
We go the
James.
extra mile
He's-
just to
they
search
were
for
so
the
bad.
necessary
He does the best
information that
Caitlyn
you
Jenner.
won't
It's
find
fucking
anywhere.
insane. He does the
Keep
best
your
Trump.
pew.
They were
There's
when
more to
they
where
did
this
the
came
land
from.
acknowledgement.
And while
It
you are
was like
still
a picture
here,
of you
don't
thinking
forget
like
to subscribe and tap the notification bell so you
yeah,
don't miss out on our latest updates.
Like, what is
See you on
on
the
there?
next
And I was
one.
like, we need to do a land acknowledgement. It was like watching NPR at Mothership. It was so good.
Do you remember when they used to announce what color the clothes they were wearing?
Oh yeah.
My pronouns are she, her, and I'm in a blue dress.
Didn't Kamala do that?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
They only did it for like a few weeks. And they're like, too much. Everybody back That was so stupid that even people in their party were like, "What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing?" That's like if like right wingers started going, "My name's Bob. I'm a patriot. I believe in Jesus Christ." Like everybody's, hey, Bob. We're just talking about the infrastructure. We're just going to fix the road, Bob. Calm down, Bob.
And then Bob.
Yeah.
Here,
Bob
because
doesn't
I'm
believe
saying
in
by the
gays.
Lord.
Gays just resist. You know, that's what Ben Shapiro told me.
What?
That like you should just not do it, and that it's like one of those things like you might want to murder someone, but you shouldn't because it's a sin. Like, yo, I think it's you met any gay guys? You know any gay guys?
Just clench that beehole and pray.
But first of all, what are they supposed to do? Pretend they like girls? Have you met gay guys? They actually, it's the real, okay? It's like thinking that a bear is a fucking teddy bear. The actual gay guy's a real thing. Leave them the fuck alone. Let them fuck guys, you weirdo. You bow tie wearing, clipboard having fucking weirdo. What do you care? What do you care? They want to fuck each other. Who
It's like, I feel like we're surrounded by pearl clutchers. You know, everywhere I turn, there's pearl clutchers.
It's also, why is that pleasure so forbidden? Okay, if it's this, for a lot of people that are like pro-lifers, gay sex should be your favorite sex. Because nobody's going to have a baby, there's going to be no abortions. You know how many abortions the gay community has? Fucking zero. All right, if everyone's going to hell, for sure they should get a pass. At least they haven't killed any fucking babies, right? So is it okay if gay guys massage each other? Is that okay? Oh, that's fine. Oh, yeah, you can give each other back rubs and foot rubs and butt rubs. Fine, but just don't touch the dick. That's crazy. That is
a joke.
absolutely crazy. If you can get a job, if you're a gay dude, you get a job rubbing backs and butts and feet for $50 an hour, or you can rub dicks for $150. Like, it seems like it's quicker. You know, get to the point, make your money. Who cares? What do you care? Do you want to touch his feet? You don't, right? You're doing it for money. You don't want to touch his dick either.
The argument, I guess, would be it was like a slippery slope to all the
Prostitution.
gender stuff.
So it's a slippery slope. Here it is.
I don't know if I found the right one.
Let's just try it. Let's just check. Hold on, wait a second.
Around 1996, when I was asked to make a breakthrough propulsion physics project. Things like non-rocket space drives, interstellar propulsion, manipulating gravity, things like that.
Maybe because I put too much of Kylie's lip puff on my legs. It goes for the lips on your face. Are you serious? I paid 80 grand for that coach, so maybe everyone should see it. Oh, you're embarrassed.
For that journey is about the mass of our entire sun.
Okay, I'll let you in. Yeah, you gotta push it.
Destroy the missiles.
Get some love. Yeah, we have to push it.
So,
okay, push it.
Needless to say, the quest for ground control.
Why didn't you open it? There was a weird.
These scientists fly.
Yeah, let me open the door. Jesus Christ.
I love him so much. I love him. Just not right.
This is better than anything that Comedy Central has in South Park.
No, yeah.
And they fucked it up.
Yeah.
And the thing is, when they were doing it over there, here's the problem. First of all, they were using better technology. So I think that's one of the things that makes it fun is how shitty it was.
Yeah.
You know, because you don't really think it's Kim Kardashian. You don't really think it's Caitlyn Jenner. The stuff he does is perfect. And they were doing it with like high-end stuff.
Oh, right.
And it kind of looked creepy.
Right.
I think the one with Caitlyn Jenner having sex with Trump, it might be one of those like lost recordings.
Maybe he has.
I don't think he's ever even released it. It's hilarious.
I should ask my.
It is hilarious.
I bet my phone has it.
And I'm pretty sure Trump's on the bottom,
Yeah.
if I remember correctly.
I don't know. These networks are done. Like, what?
Unfortunately, they're hamstrung, right? They're hamstrung by the format. They're hamstrung by the fact
The investors.
they have to have commercials every 5 to 7 minutes. They're hamstrung by that. Then they're hamstrung by the fact that they're on commercial television. So there's language restrictions and content. You're not going to take a risk. The people that are the producers and executives, they're the ones who get to make the decisions as to whether or not you should take a risk. And generally speaking, unless a show is really successful, like South Park, they stay out of the conversation. Like, leave those fucking guys alone. They're geniuses.
Let them do
Let
what
them
they're
do what they're
going
going
to
to do.
Yeah.
It's going to be amazing. But if you're a beginner, they're not going to do that.
No.
They're not going to take that chance. And because they're not going to take that chance, because they have this weird relationship with their advertisers and they can't be free, they're never going to be able to compete with someone like Kyle.
No. And why would he? You would have to offer him a lot of money to even make that worth it.
Yeah, but even if you did, you'd have to let him do that.
Yeah.
Like, the thing is about Kyle, it's like if Kyle was on the staff of a regular Comedy Central show, you know, as a writer or a producer, he would not be able to shine. You've got to leave him alone.
Well, this is why I think Shane dodged a huge bullet.
Yes.
Because, man, how hamstrung he would have been working at SNL.
He would have still done his shit.
Of course. But,
He would have gotten heat. People got mad at him, but he would have been the same guy.
yeah, but I still think, like, you get rained. Even the one that he did when he was a guest, the funniest sketch of his, they didn't air it.
Yeah. But that's just, they don't want to. There's like real internal cockfighting on that show that people explains about, like, whose sketches get picked and who not get picked. And there's been a lot of accusations of, like, certain writers taking premises from younger writers. That's what Jim Brewer said. That they have a database of stuff they're working on, and then someone would just see what you're working on and then steal it. Yeah. Phil Hartman told me about that too. Phil Hartman told me there's all these, like, it's weirdly competitive and backstabby. It was a hard show. Like, when Phil first came over to news radio, it took him a while to just relax and be friends with us.
Yeah.
Because he almost thought of us as being, like, fellow cast members on SNL. So this is like this combative sort of distance relationship.
Interesting.
And the cast of news radio wasn't like that at all. We were all getting drunk together and having fun and laughing.
It seems like it's competitive. SNL.
Oh yeah. It's not just competitive, it's like backstabbing competitive, according to Jim Brewer. He hated it. He could not deal with the way that things were done.
It's like high pressure too, and very stressful.
It's also a prestigious position that people are fighting for. You're a writer on SNL, you're a producer on SNL. This is like, you're in that hungry part of your career where you're making things happen and you're competing with all these other people.
When it was good, it was great.
Oh, but it's only great when you have wild people who you let do funny things.
Yeah.
You can't do a lot of the things that they used to do. It was like Chevy Chase and Richard Pryor when they were like, I'm going to say a word and tell me what you think.
Yeah.
What's the first word that comes out of your mouth? It's like, you couldn't, there's not a chance. You couldn't do any of that.
No.
You might be able to do land charts. Yeah, but like even the fucking samurai thing that John Belushi used to do, you couldn't do that because it's cultural appropriation. You can't be a Japanese guy. They're broken.
But do you think Hollywood is, like with AI and all this, do you think that it stands a chance?
Yeah, it'll make awesome movies. They're still going to make movies, but they're going to make movies entirely on a computer. The people that are going to be fucked are the actors and the writers. They're fucked. And then the animators. They're fucked. They're fucked. Everybody's fucked. All these special effects houses, you're fucked.
Yeah.
Everybody's fucked. There's not a chance in hell that you survive.
They won't just like use the technology to.
They don't need you.
Improve.
If a studio is making films, like all they're gonna need is algorithms.
They all kind of look like they're made by algorithms already.
What's gonna happen is they're gonna do that, and then the number one movie in the world is gonna be a movie that a kid made on a cell phone. He's gonna make it with editing it on fucking iMovie on his phone or whatever it is, and he's gonna make it off of his cell phone. It's gonna be like the Blair Witch Project.
Or like Napoleon Dynamite.
It's so weird.
Yeah.
But special effects and all that shit, that's out the window.
Yeah. I don't know. It seems like my friends who are still in Hollywood and LA, we've been talking and they're like, the wheels are coming off the bus out here. Like they had a strike and they're like, and we never recovered really, and now the work is drying up because they are just using AI.
It's not just that. They're going to be able to make real films real quick for real cheap. And they're going to do it, and it's going to cripple that business. And if those films make any money, if they're any good, if people like them, it's going to be so strange, man. So many jobs are going to be useless. We are literally giving birth to our successor. And we're all like, oh, Meta's got an AI now. Let's get some questions.
Do you use AI at all? Zero.
I have a Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra that has some AI features that I thought were interesting.
Yeah.
One of them was you can go to a website and it'll summarize the website for you.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool. And there's some other case studies, summarizes notes for you.
Yeah.
But
There's good things like for transcription, stuff like that. I think that it is useful. It can do it in no time at all.
I probably should ask it questions
But it is.
about things. If I have questions about a subject.
I was sending Tony a screenshot because I was asking it about I asked it about the top comedy podcast, and Kill Tony wasn't on there, and I was like, it's shadow banning you.
AI's doing it?
I asked this AI search engine that I've used, you.com.
Well, for sure, some of them are curated. Some of the results are curated, just like Google results are curated. It's very difficult to get certain stories now. If you try to Google certain stories, things that have happened in the past, very hard to find. And it seems like DuckDuckGo has been compromised too.
Oh no.
Yeah, I used to think that it was really Go, but it just seems to mirror the results of Google now.
So where do you go?
For any weird stuff. There's Brave. Brave has a search engine, but I think is with no algorithm. It's not. I don't think it's curated. I think there's a few other ones that you can go to that are like small end search engines. They're all tied into the same thing, right? They're all tied into this great database in the world. I just don't know. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. That if you Google certain things, it will only give you positive things about a person, and if you Google other people, it'll only give you negative things.
Yeah. Doesn't it seem though like tech is shifting a little more rightward?
No, only X.
But I mean, didn't freaking Zuckerberg the other day come out and be like, that was the most badass, or was that AI?
No, that was real. He said that. But how much of a say do you really think Zuckerberg has over the entire business of Meta?
Right.
Yeah, he's the owner, the CEO, the big dog, but he's also one human being.
Hunting people in Maui.
But yeah, he's doing jiu-jitsu. He's really into a lot of fun things.
Yeah.
You know? Having a good time, right?
Yeah.
How much? I mean, he's not there every day. For sure, people are getting shadow banned, and it's not like he's behind the scenes pulling the trigger. It's a company, and it's a giant, huge company that is like all these companies, heavily influenced by advertiser dollars.
Yeah, dumpster fire, we get that a lot from people. We get emails constantly that they've been unsubscribed. Like, I get one a day. And we've reached out to YouTube and been like, hey, why does this happen? They're like, well, if you can get a screen recording of that happening. I'm like, so someone's supposed to record themselves being unsubscribed. Like, this is impossible. Then maybe they'll investigate it. And dumpster fire is, you know, we're kind of like we're friends the other day. Is like the shit you say on that show, like we're fine flying under the radar.
Yeah, but you're not. No one is. You know, even people that are kind of flying under the radar, they're not. They know. The algorithm's picking up things you say.
Oh yeah.
They know what you're talking about, and they don't like when people are questioning certain narratives.
No. And it's funny, our slogan for dumpster fire is we make burgers out of your sacred cows, and it is so funny back to like our tribalism thing. Everyone has like their thing.
Yeah.
Where you'll say something and they're like, haha, we love you, and the minute you're like, and then blah blah blah, and they're like, how dare you, and that's all they hear. You're like, that was your thing. I'm sorry, I stepped on your third rail.
Yeah.
That's why
You know, brother, she's bitch.
Yeah.
The whole thing is stupid. It's very unfortunate. There's no real competitors like a Twitter that's just a video thing like YouTube is.
He's trying that.
So, yeah, I mean, maybe he'll be able to do it. It's possible. If anybody's going to do it, Twitter's going to do it.
I mean, thank God we would not know the president wasn't dead. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Do you think that that's a guy in a suit? Let's watch the video.
Are you okay?
Biden, no, I got some.
You want to get it
No,
out? You want to put some water in
No,
there?
I think it's actually just a cigar ash.
Do you have eye drops?
I'm fine. Find the video
I'm
of,
a mom now.
I know. Thank you. I want to show the video of Biden walking up the stairs of Air Force One. One a little too surprising. Come
But
on.
can we talk about just how objectively insane this is right now?
That we're arguing whether or not the president is really
But
alive.
also, like, everything that's happened in the past, what is it, 10, 11 days?
Yeah.
And there's a large, we were all talking about this before we started recording. There's a large population of people who are acting like this is all just normal. Like, oh, what's the big deal? All the like people who are probably still wearing masks, they're all like, oh, what's the big deal? This is, I'm like, if this was Trump and he was installed, like, if just reverse parties and this was happening with Republicans, it would be literally Hitler going on, the end of democracy. It's fucking banana town.
Zoom in this fake Biden real quick. Just kidding. Go full screen. Not Rem, not him.
Wait, got a bit more time? Okay, if that wasn't
He has no idea what it is.
try this one for size. Currently generally accepted view in terms of how to think of time.
This is sad.
The universe is an unchanged block of space time.
It's walking pretty good.
Past, present, or future.
I don't know. This is sad.
Or that's a 40-year-old guy in a suit.
And this is known as
But
most notably
What is
Trump nearly got assassinated because there been.
Look at those hands, those young hands.
He dropped out of a race with a notes apology. Like,
I want to analyze this like the Patterson Bigfoot footage.
His gate. Where Donald.
Yeah, let's see his gate. Let's see his gate. It's fucking AI software. Hey, chat GPT. Tell me if this is the real Joe Biden based on how he walks.
I did see someone put it also could be fake. They put the audio of the phone call in for like 11 labs and it said there's a 90% chance it isn't real.
Yes. Yeah, I said that to. Did I say that to? Yeah.
yeah.
Let me send that to you too, Jay. Maybe
So when I texted you about Trump, it was like, I was like, is this the first? It's fucked up that we even live in a time where all of our first reaction, which rightfully is this real? Like when I heard about Trump, I was like, is this AI?
Yeah, everything seems fake. People were thinking that. I mean, didn't that one lady tweet that she thought that Trump only got shot in the head so he doesn't go to jail?
Wait, oh, so it
You know
was
that?
him?
She was trying to. I'll tell you right in a second.
Maybe it's just
This is, I mean, I get kind of turned on by all the chaos because I come from it. Like, I do, I'm like, please stop. I'm going to start masturbating to Twitter. It's too much. It's just too hot.
It's so
structure is very much like the
every day it's crazier. Okay, look at
billions
this.
of times larger in space,
Gail Helt
orbiting an entire
said,
star.
so it says Donald. This is like Aaron Rupert said. Nancy Mace apparently said this. I guess it was on one of those news channels. Donald Trump literally took a bullet for our country, and this lady posts, "No, he didn't. He was hit with a bullet because he's desperate to stay out of prison." Now, supposedly these are deleted tweets. So this might be bullshit. So we have to find out that because the Russians are always trying to keep us at each other's throats,
Yeah,
ladies and
they're
gentlemen.
good.
And then there's the 4chan trolls, and so that might not even be a real tweet.
Yeah.
So let's find out if that's a real tweet. Because otherwise, I'm going to make you cut that out so we don't get sued. Who is Gail Haight, first of all? Helt. Gail Helt. H-E-L-T.
Why would you get sued? By who?
People see you read a fake tweet.
With their name on
What's
it.
our Twitter account? What's Twitter account, Shelley?
The Twitter account.
This is amazing.
I know.
Hilarious.
No.
Each containing billions of
It's G-H-E-L-T.
And that's why for many scientists this changes.
But it feels like the Trump thing's already out of the news cycle.
Oh yeah, what's the big deal? He just got shot in the head.
An advanced alien civilization.
Yeah.
No press conference? Nothing.
Did she get rid of her account?
We've
That's
heard a
the
lot
lady,
about searching
yeah.
for life on Mars, but it's probably
So
going to
that's the claim. CIA analyst.
Honey pot. Don't click on it.
Her
What?
account doesn't exist, so she killed her account after this.
This is weird.
Yeah.
So, astrophysicists started
And you know that Biden, when he announced that he was not going to seek re-election, it was National Ice Cream Day. I was like, we live in a simulation.
Look at, okay, context, morons. The point was that no, he didn't take a bullet for his country. The point was that he's running to stay out of prison, and thus is why he took a bullet. No one believes he set himself up, and you're a fool for trying to twist this into that. Gaslight.
Is 400 billion
You didn't say it very well if that's what you meant.
Consumes about 20 terawatts of power. That's about 1/1000.
Yeah, you did not say it very well if that's what you meant. If that is what you're trying to say, well, you did a bad job of expressing yourself. You can't call people morons because you literally said that. He was hit with a bullet because he's desperate to stay out of prison. Like, that could be interpreted in a lot of ways.
This is the end of
So here's
it.
the thing about the AI voice thing. So play this.
100% of the energy this crisis start. And that's when astronomers started to imagine something like this.
A Kardashev Type 2 civilization would need to build a massive network of solar collectors that would orbit their star in space.
Okay.
Something we call a Dyson sphere or a Dyson structure. A Dyson structure is very much like the solar power plant here, but billions of times larger in space, orbiting an entire star. But they needn't be a solid surface. It could be a swarm of individual solar panels, all interconnected, as long as
Very
they
likely,
included a
probability
large fraction of the light
98%.
that came from the star.
And if you could build this type of
But
megastructure,
he's
98%.
gonna speak tomorrow, like soon,
That guy in
allegedly.
the fucking makeup's gonna speak.
Type 3 civilization would apply
That
this
40-year-old guy with
to
them 40-year-old
and the
hands.
one after that.
That guy had young man hands. He didn't have young man hands. I don't know, but here's the thing. If you have a letter like that, okay, and this is how he resigns or says he's not going to run again with a letter. The letter does not have a presidential seal on it, and the letter has a digital signature on it, right? That's what it was, right? Okay, maybe. But before that, before he got COVID, didn't he say that he wasn't going to quit? He did,
Yeah.
right? So,
They killed him.
well, there's been a lot of weird stuff. We haven't seen him since then, right? And then he gets COVID, and then all of a sudden he says he can't. And they also said that they gave him 10 doses of Paxlovid. Is that true? Google that. Because I read that, I'm like, that might be some Russian troll shit. Because they might be saying, like, they're waiting for doctors to go, that would kill him. Why do you give him 10 doses? That's fucking insane.
They're like, well, we couldn't kill Trump, so now we gotta kill Biden.
I've been exposing glitch where every few times that app says that anything is created by.
Oh, well, here's one way to find out. Why don't we take a segment of us talking right now,
So this is
upload
what
it, and see if it thinks that we're AI. Can we do that?
On the left-hand side, you have the amount of light, and on the bottom, you have the time. And when
Can we stop
a
recording for
Jupiter-like
just 5
planet
seconds? Can we do that?
transits in front of a star, you have
No?
this clean,
Can I record something on your phone and then maybe upload it to that?
And this dip is about
I'm just curious.
1%.
Imagine.
The star type of the point I was looking at.
Oh, yeah, do that.
Anything
Yeah,
that's
put a little chunk up there.
something strange.
Let's see what's up. Wouldn't that, how funny would that be?
If it's like 98%
People would be like, then here's an experience. Joe Rogan is AI. The government created it. That's the whole reason why that show became popular. There's no fucking way they would allow that show to say the crazy shit they did. It's all ops. It's all undercover, deep ops,
everything's an op.
controlled opposition.
That was what they all said about me when I came on the scene. When I started writing and talking, they were like, she's a deep state plant sent to undermine conservatism.
Are you?
This seemed
No.
to indicate
Here's the
that whatever was crossing in front of the
If
star
you're on the
was
outside looking in, you probably would think that that's the case. But if you want to pay attention to the way this whole administration is going, pay attention to Green Chicks, whatever the fucker name is, the White House press secretary accidentally tweeting Trump's post from her account, wrong account. Remember that? Remember
Oh,
she
yeah,
did that?
yeah.
This is incompetence. If you look at
Yeah.
the two of people that's responsible for the press in the White House, they're all like young kids. They're all young kids, first job, and she's her boss, their boss. Okay, and then you look at that guy that was the fucking Sam Brinton that was stealing women's clothes. And
Now, a happy star
Who's in
doesn't
charge
mean
of
you have a
nuclear
Dyson
energy?
sphere around it.
Everywhere you look, people judge all these people. It's incompetence.
Oh, I
It's
know.
massive incompetence glued together. I don't think
Secret
there's.
Service.
I don't think there's a grand plan. I think
This
there's
is what my husband always
a
says.
bunch of really incompetent people scheming and clumping and banging heads and not knowing what to do and arguing with each other
And
so-
afraid to lose their job.
chaos. And
Yeah.
a dude who's 40 years old in a Biden suit.
And also the deep state conspiring behind all of it to make it look like it's just these incompetent dummies.
They
No.
think that everybody's somehow or another like some sort of a plan.
But this
I
was
wish
like
I
a
could tell you where you would understand me and believe me. I think most of the things that you think are like deep state are not. I think this whole thing is way more chaotic
But in
than
the
you give
coming
it credit
days,
for.
weeks, and
It's
months,
not as easy as like they're manipulating us, they're controlling us. Yeah, they're fucking trying for sure, but it's not working anymore. and that's part of the problem.
Right.
So, like, before in the past, no one had internet search access to how much money Nancy Pelosi was making.
Yeah, you'd be like, all right.
They just did it. They were doing it forever. They just did it that way, and no one knew, right? Except the people that also did it.
Right.
They were doing it too. Which is why they never call each other out.
Right.
They're all a bunch of criminals. So now that we all know that, like, this is all, everything's been exposed to the point where they want to keep justifying the way they're doing things. They got to be very clever about it. So I can't wait to find out the results, whether or not I'm AI.
You are AI.
Imagine the world is a simulation.
I was talking to a family member about like just the incompetence and Secret Service stuff and hiring these people, and they're firemen basically, and they were telling me that they had to hire like an actual. He's like, none of these are lies. They had to hire an autistic kid. And he's like, this kid hides in the bathroom and takes naps during the day. But once you kind of hire these, neurodivergent people or whatever, you can't really fire them. So they had to like track it and like keep. And he said another guy they hired who was like, something wasn't right, got into a minor fender bender in one of the trucks and like froze up. And he's like, this is a first responder who froze up when they got into it and wouldn't get out of the truck. And he's like, I'm not making any of this up. He's like, how am I supposed to fucking work with this shit?
That's crazy.
And he was saying the same thing about the Secret Service and all that. He's like, this is a woman who like, she worked, she was like buds with Jill. And she was like from Pepsi before, and instead of putting like some Marine in charge.
Okay, look. So they ran the sample, very unlikely. So it was right. Probability of 2.0%. It's very unlikely this audio was generated with 11 labs.
Now we need to do. Tried a few times, but now we also need to do an AI generator.
But hold on a second. That makes sense. Like that means it's accurate.
So what I was saying, this guy said. This is the guy who made the original tweet,
right?
This is the guy who posted the goofy little clips that makes 11 Labs say his voice was AI generated once every few tests.
Okay, this is the guy who posted the goofy little glitch. Okay, so this was a funny shower thought which yourselves and the entire internet placed a near infinite more about of thought. What?
This person was drunk.
This person is out of their fucking mind into than I did.
Please carry about your business and
More
stop
about
grasping
thought.
even about being. Did fucking AI write this?
Yours truly, the guy whose cringy jokes often go way too far and the internet scares me. Please help. Okay,
he's just fucking around.
Maybe. But the point is that we can't listen to anything he's saying now and take it seriously. The other thing, though, sounded like AI to me. It sounded like there's a weird, if you can play it again, well, no, there's a weird fake expression. There's a smell. Like when you hear it, there's a smell. Like there's a bunch.
So for me, the universe did not come from absolute nothing. That is a state of no equations, no space, no time. It came from a pre-existing state, the vacuum, which is nothing but the absence of matter.
It just seems there's something, the heart and soul into me. It's like something into me. It's like it's a robot talking. It's ex machina. It's not a person.
Yeah, but it's like triggering your uncanny valley.
100%. It's triggering my bullshit meter.
Yeah.
Now, I 100% am only saying this because he's missing.
He's not missing.
If I had not seen, except for the guy in the suit, if there was a time where there was no question about whether Joe Biden was alive, and I heard that, I would go, oh, that's probably Joe Biden. Just for full disclosure.
Do you think that some accident will happen, or like, a medical emergency before the speech?
Well, that's what Alex Jones was saying. Alex Jones is saying they failed to kill Trump, so now they're going to kill Biden because they can't have him run against Trump because he can't beat Trump. But if Trump got shot, Biden would win in a landslide.
I was playing something that I think was you sent me about. It was Alex, I think. And my husband's like, turn that off. It's like, Bridget, I can send you a 17th tweet throughout debunking the first 2 minutes of that from a guy in the army. I'm like, okay. My husband's like, he's just a skeptic. He thinks he doesn't attribute to malice what he can attribute to incompetence.
Well, that's smart, but also malice else is real. So you have to look at both, and you can't be biased in one side or
Well,
the
I
other.
think that's why we make a good balance.
Yeah.
Because I'm like,
It's a conspiracy. Well, I don't think everything's a conspiracy because I know that some conspiracies that I personally been accused of being involved in aren't real. So I'm like, okay, so people are just suspicious. I think there's a lot of suspicion, and also rightly so.
Right,
Because there's
how
a
can
lot
you
of
not be?
conspiracies are 100% real.
by the way, I can probably think of 3 episodes that you and I have done where we talked about how Biden was too old and we got called conspiracy theorists for saying that.
Dude, I had a text message from a friend who's saying, "Don't you know that Biden has a stutter?" I go, "When did he get this stutter?" Because if you go and listen to him when he was running for president in 1988, he spoke smooth,
Yeah.
smooth as silk.
Check this out. This person says they recreated the phone call using AI, and apparently it sounds a lot like it. And then go on to Windows. And I've been honored at all time.
The central part of his theory is that the Big Bang was caused by a violent event in a pre-existing larger universe. with a higher
I mean,
dimension,
maybe they're trying to prove a point.
sometimes referred to as.
But either way, we know for sure that AI is real. AI can make you say basically anything they want to say. We've done it with me.
Oh,
You know who
yeah.
does it all the time? Duncan. Duncan will have like Tony Hinchcliffe apologizing for things that he never did, and admitting that he's the Rady Street assassin. And
I love Duncan.
Doug is the best.
I love his stand-up too. I love it. It's just like I love his line. Like I want to be in his brain. I want to crawl into his
nobody's in there.
brain.
You can't get in there.
I want to crawl into his brain and look around.
You get a contact high just smelling his brain. But he did a thing with Johnny Pemberton where Johnny Pemberton pretended to be like a CIA undercover agent or something like that. They changed his voice, they changed his appearance, they changed everything
Wow.
in video, in real
Yeah.
time.
Oh,
So
I'm
he's
sure.
taught. So you know what Johnny looks like? So it's Johnny Pemberton. He looks like a 12-year-old kid, and he looks like a completely different person. He's saying absolutely ridiculous shit, and it sounds like this other person's voice. And this is all like you could be, you know, Morgan Freeman.
Yeah.
Like, you could start talking, and they could have AI take your voice, convert it to Morgan Freeman's voice, take your image, take every expression you make, opening your mouth, every smile you make, and convert it to Morgan Freeman doing the exact same thing.
This is why there's no pictures of my kid on the internet.
Yeah.
Like there was this creepy video going around, and they took all these pictures of this 9-year-old, and it was like in Norway somewhere, and they grew her up, had her talking, had her, and because the parents had posted all this stuff, and she was like asking for them to come rent it. My most judgy mom opinion, and I don't have many, is like we know too much to be doing to put our kids online. Like before they're able to, like whatever, once they're because
It's not their. It's not. They can't understand what you're doing. First of all.
But with AI, like you can't know how. There's. Have
even
you heard about
without
the shit
AI.
they do in Japan? They're having like a huge problem with like turning these images people are putting of their kids into child porn.
Of course.
It's like a huge fucking problem.
Of course, they're doing that with everybody. I guarantee that every fucking human being that is out there on Facebook and Instagram,
Yeah,
Twitter,
yeah.
someone's turned you into a porno.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just.
It's crazy.
It's scary.
I mean, that was a big problem with celebrities, right? They were taking celebrities and face swapping
Yeah.
them and turning them into porn stars.
Yeah, and there's no. I mean, there was like a whole thing in Beverly Hills about all these. These teenagers were doing it to each other. It's like you know they were all just being mean teens, and
It's crazy.
I don't know how you even there aren't laws against it, which there should, but I don't even know how you litigate it.
Well, they would have to get ahead of it.
And they can't.
It's too late.
No, they
All the
can't.
technology's out there, and then there's also not enough people that understand it that are in the government.
And it's like whack-a-mole. Like you get rid of one and it pops up 10 other places.
Right. How are you going to get rid of the ones that are in other countries? You're
Yeah.
not going to.
No,
You're not going to.
it's not.
You just use your fucking VPN, log into that other country,
Yeah.
download it.
No, it's bad.
It's wild.
No, it's wild.
And it's only going to get wilder.
Yeah, this is like, I mean, Elon talks about this all the time, like how it's just the dawn of this.
Yeah.
Did you see this video yesterday about with Jordan,
Which one?
where he was talking about what happened to his kid and how Elon, yeah. It's emotional.
It's horrible.
I think that a lot of people have become kind of I mean, for lack of a better word, Rothschild by that kind of stuff.
And it should be.
Yeah.
The new California thing.
Oh,
Explain to people what it is.
I mean,
It's so nuts. You hear it and you go, there's no way they did this. There's no way they took away power from the parents.
yeah, but
There's no way they will inform the parents.
yeah, I mean that had kind of been going on, but now they've just put it into law that you essentially don't have to. You know, the people who would fight against it would say, oh, they're outing these kids to their parents, but basically a kid can go in and call themselves Jack if they're Jill and at home, and the school doesn't have to tell the parents that they're identifying as a boy, that they're doing, that they're dressing, that they're being called by a completely different name. There's no requirement. It's just so crazy to me, and I'm sure Scott Wiener's behind this because he's behind every creepy ass bill in that state. It's crazy to me that you are telling adults to keep secrets about the kids from the parents. Like, that's generally something that's a huge red flag.
It's a huge red flag. And you have activists who are teachers. That's a fact.
Yeah.
That's a fact. A lot of the teachers are teachers specifically because they want to be able to influence young kids. That's a fact.
Yeah.
And some of them are really good teachers, and they have this idea. They're going to help these kids and influence these kids in a positive way. And some of them are fucking crazy people that are locked into an ideology, and they want to convert these kids into that ideology.
Yeah.
If you have 5-year-old and 6-year-old kids, you shouldn't have fucking pride flags in the school. That's ridiculous. You have this big pride display in the school, and everyone's wearing rainbows. You are incentivizing kids to think that going in one direction or the other is better. You're pushing them. You're influencing them in a weird way, and you might be a fucking crazy person.
Well, it's also like Helen Joyce said. She had this brilliant clip. She was talking about how that there's no way out. If you're a parent who's supported this, like every time you hear about somebody who's advocating for this, legislating, you know, kids being able to get puberty blockers or whatever, it's somebody who has a kid of their own. And she was saying, such a brilliant clip. She was basically saying, like, they're doubling down because it's that, or admit that they've done a horrific thing to their child.
Right. Yeah, that's what it is. It's the same thing with people that got COVID and got vaccine injured and didn't want to tell people.
Did that happen a lot?
A lot. Yes. I know people that got vaccine injured. What? Chris Cuomo. Chris Cuomo got vaccine injured and didn't talk about it until CNN fired him. You know, and they're like, guess what? I'm one of you.
It's like, Pfizer's not paying for my checks anymore.
Yeah, the whole thing is just a normal pattern of human behavior and thinking. And this whole queer, trans, 2A, BI, plus thing, it's all attached to an ideology. And the crazy thing for a lot of gay people is they are looking at this trans thing. A lot of gay people that I talk to, they think it's homophobic.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of these guys who think that they're girls will eventually just be gay men.
Yes.
And a lot of them go through it during puberty, and when you're telling them that they really are going to live their authentic self, and you're saying things like this,
Pray the gay way.
It's
the same thing.
That is the same thing.
It's conversion therapy. I mean, I did a whole piece, How Pride Lost the Public, and I interviewed like Douglas Murray, all these brilliant. I wish I could have just posted every interview I did with all these individuals because they're all so brilliant, but these guys have all been and women have all been sounding the alarm. And lesbians are really getting erased. You know, you go on a lesbian app and it's like, I joked on Dumpster Fire in like 2019 that we're on our way to like suck my dick bigot, and that we've been there for years.
There's a lot of men who identify as being a woman who say they're a lesbian.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
They're not even, but my lesbian friends are like, they're not even identifying. They're just straight up men on the lesbian app saying like, I'm a lesbian.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not even trying to look like
and
a
you
woman.
want to date with them, and they just have lipstick on mine. What? I like girls.
So yeah,
What are you trying to say? You fucking bigot. I'll fuck you in your ass. Like, what are you saying?
It's not good.
And it's also like some of these people who identify as women, they think that because they're women, it's okay to punch other women. I've seen a lot of that.
yeah.
I've seen a lot of that.
Yeah.
The seductive question underlying
Like trans women getting in fist fights with biological women. Like, what is going on here?
And if so,
So
can we
crazy.
download our brain?
It's. I think it's lost a lot of support, though. Don't you think? Do you feel like it has or no?
Yeah, it's lost a giant chunk. But there's still a lot of really confused people that don't know what's going on. They read mainstream newspapers and rarely they work in a bubble. Generally, it's like a liberal bubble. They work in a bubble that's also influenced by DEI. It's also influenced by, the culture of the workforce in general. And then these people, they don't hear everything. They don't get all the data. They don't have time to research these things. So it takes them a lot longer to catch on that what a lot of this is mentally ill people that are trying to infiltrate into women's spaces.
Yeah.
That's a lot of it. So you have people that have legitimate gender dysphoria that really want to be identifying as a woman. And then you have creeps.
Yeah.
And to not identify the creeps and to pretend the creeps don't exist, you're not fucking helping anybody.
By the way, you should be protecting these women in prisons. You should. It's like rape shelters and women's shelters. You just have these guys who are like, to think that someone who's a predator and has committed crimes wouldn't try and manipulate the system. It's like, I don't understand that willful.
After we get off there, I'll tell you a bit about it. Because it's so stupid. The whole thing is so nuts. It's just so nuts that it's so pervasive that it's actually made its way into prisons. Well, it made its way into, remember the Supreme Court lady when they asked her, Ketanji Brown Jackson?
Oh yeah, I couldn't answer like what a woman is. Yeah, but all of these people should be on record. When the problem that we're having is that people need to push anyone who's saying, "Oh, this is just gender affirming care." So what exactly is that? I want you on record explaining what that is.
Yeah.
So you're okay with giving kids puberty blockers so that they may not be able to have children or orgasms or X amount of things. Have you had any? I've talked to a lot of people in the past, however many years that I've done my podcast, and the ones that sat with me the most and the most upsetting are all the kid detransitioners I've had on the podcast. Those interviews are so hard and upsetting, and it is fucking criminal that there's even more than like 10 and they're churning them out.
Yeah, and there's the number of gender affirmation care clinics that exist in this country.
But by the way, Europe is like pushing back against it, and we're not. And a lot of it is because Europe does have the, universal. Yeah, so they actually have to follow science because otherwise they're all paying for it.
Exactly. Yeah.
And here it's just like
we're captured.
Money grab, to start.
Well, and not just that, but what you alluded to earlier, that you have to take all those people that had done this. Now they're in trouble.
Yeah.
Like now people can get sued. The lawsuits can.
I hope they get sued.
Well, that's literally in this country that feeds off of money. It's the only way that's going to stop it.
Yeah.
Listen, you have to recognize, folks, that this is a country that did lobotomies.
Yeah.
Until 1965 or something like that. Something crazy like that.
Probably,
when did they stop?
I don't
it might
know.
have been like 68. I think it was 1968. Google, Jamie, when did they end lobotomies? They did, who knows how many thousands of lobotomies.
Well, that's like all the women who got put in mental wards for hysteria.
67.
Yeah, that's not that long ago.
That's not that long ago.
No.
And so it had to end with the death of the person it was performed on. That was it. They're like, enough. Don't scramble brains. Like, listen, we fucked up one person. We made a few really cool people. Walter Jackson Freeman II. What portal of hell does that guy find himself in today? When did he die? He died in 72.
How did he die?
So it was his idea. So he died shortly after it was made illegal. He fucking missed it. He missed the prosecution. The idea that he performed 3,500 lobotomies. He scrambled the brains of 3,500 people, and 490 of them died as a result of the treatment.
Do they still do electroshock therapy?
Yep. 490 people died, and the rest of them just got turned into vegetables. So 310 just got turned into fucking squash. Oh my God, so crazy. How many people were lobotomized in the 50s? Almost 20,000. Oh my God, performing in the United States and proportionally more in the United Kingdom. A large number of patients were gay men. Oh my God, they scrambled their brain to get the gay out of there.
That's worse than pray the gay away.
Yeah, scramble the gay away. Jesus Christ.
Scalpel the gay away.
Jesus Christ.
Yikes. Oh man.
You stayed awake during. Oh my God.
No.
Ooh.
What was that movie Pie where he gives himself a lobotomy or whatever? Spoiler alert. Did you ever see that Pie?
No, I didn't.
That movie?
He gave himself up.
I feel like at the end of that movie, I don't want to spoil it. Might have just spoiled it. Yeah.
I'm thinking of some guy that invented something insane somewhere in the UK, and eventually he was tried for being gay. God, I wish I could remember what it was. It's like on the tip in the back of my brain. I'm like, that guy, remember that story? Some guy that's like incredible.
Alan Turing.
That's it. Alan Turing. That's it.
That's the robot thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Has Lex passed that yet?
No, Lex is robot. Pull that up. Like what happened now? Okay, so here it is. There were a number of high-profile arrests and trials, including that of scientist, mathematician, and wartime codebreaker Alan Turing, convicted in 1952 of gross indecency. He accepted treatment with female hormones, chemical castration, as an alternative to prison. Turing committed suicide in 1954.
What?
Oh my God. How crazy. Again, not that long ago.
Not that long ago.
And that sounds today insane.
Yeah.
And guess what, you fucks? That's what it's going to sound like 50 years from now when people start talking about what you did to kids.
Yeah, no. And
It's
they're
just
all
crazy.
growing up. Yep.
Homosexuality remained illegal until 1967 in England and Wales, and until 1980 in Scotland. Holy shit, Scotland!
When
1866, marriage was defined as between a man and a woman, preventing future same-sex marriages. So they put a law in the books in 1866. In Scotland, over 100
what
years
about
later.
here, though? When did it become
That's a good question. Well, I remember in
in the
2013,
United States?
2013, Democrats were saying that it should be between a man and a woman. That's what marriage is.
Marriage, but it was
Yeah.
illegal in the States, wasn't it?
Yeah. But imagine that. Imagine Democrats saying that
Yeah,
marriage
no.
should be between a man and a woman.
2003?
That's
Whoa. Wow.
Okay,
We are way behind Scotland. Sorry, Scotland. Sorry to give you a hard time. You guys are so far ahead of us. In
I was feeling like we were pretty behind on it.
2003, I was on Fear Factor.
2000.
Okay, 2003, gay rights proponents had another bit of happy news. The U.S. Supreme Court in Lawrence versus Texas struck down the state's anti-sodomy law. Oh, okay. So it wasn't like illegal to be gay. It was illegal to do gay stuff.
I mean, same thing.
No,
I
it's
mean,
not.
isn't it?
You have to do the Ben Shapiro method. If you be gay,
Punch the button.
you just don't do it. Oh my God.
Yeah, but so it was never illegal to be gay in the United States?
Of course it was. It had to have been. Yeah, absolutely illegal. But no, just joking aside, sodomy laws are that makes it being gay illegal.
Aren't there
That's
still
like
some
that.
on the books? There's still like weird sodomy and profanity laws that are on the books in
Probably
like, Massachusetts and
Weird.
shit.
No, it wouldn't be Massachusetts.
No, they have weird stuff on the
Really?
books. Like I remember reading about this. I don't know if they still have it, but it was like the reason you couldn't have sororities in certain places is because like
You get lesbian.
it was considered like a coven. Like
Oh,
too many
witches.
women living in a house.
Bunch of
Yeah.
witches. They're smart. They probably want to track their menstrual cycles. These fucking dirty witches.
Oh, so this podcast I was listening to, she was saying that I've never known this. I've always wondered, but I guess she's some like neuroscientist woman, and I can't remember her name right now. She was saying that it's because men would have to impregnate as many people as they could because if they went out and hunted, sometimes they wouldn't even come back. They'd go like find another similar tribe and just stay with them.
Jesus.
And so they had to in order to like keep up the population, they had to make sure that they could impregnate as many women at the same time, and that's why women's cycles sync up. I always thought it was just like people being competitive. Like one woman was like, "If I'm gonna bleed, you're all gonna fucking bleed."
it's all interesting theories because, so many of the things that people did back in the day were based on this fact that human beings didn't live very long.
Right.
And that infant mortality was really high. Like they had a lot of fertility rituals that they would do back then.
Yeah. I think my name is the Irish goddess of fertility.
Oh.
Which explains how I got pregnant at 43.
That was a fun law for Texas.
Yes.
Possession of more than 6 dildos is prohibited.
Yeah, you're greedy.
The obscene device.
You don't even have 6 holes, you greedy fuck. Obscene device laws declares it a crime to possess 6 or more obscene devices or identical or similar obscene articles. So you can have like 6 butt fuck magazines.
But I think you can still get married as cousins in certain states too. Like 26
Look at that. Hold on,
states.
go back. Look at this. These infernal devices include dildos. So in Texas, you can legally
what
own more
site is
guns.
this?
This is an article on mental floss, and that's like top 10 weird sex laws that are still in place.
Let me finish the sentence. So in Texas, you can legally own more guns and display them in public than you can sex toys, as some dildo-wielding campaigners have pointed out.
I don't want to know what that dildo
You can't
is.
get married in Nebraska if your partner has a sexually transmitted disease. You said you got the herpes.
From?
You get the herpes, that's a wrap.
You can't cohabitate in North Carolina. You
With
can't
a person, hold on. With a person with a partner if the couple is unmarried. What?
Yeah.
It's illegal to live with a partner if the couple's unmarried. So you can't live in North Carolina with a boyfriend or a girlfriend? For real?
You can't have sex with them in 6 states.
6? Which states?
Utah.
Idaho, Illinois, Massachusetts, Mississippi, and South Carolina. Hilarious.
In South Carolina, a false promise of marriage can land you in jail. This is how I hear this.
Still in fornication laws that basically decree all forms of non-marital sex illegal. But these laws are rarely enforced. Right? But how about fucking get rid of them? Why you got laws on whether or not people can jerk each other off?
Don't flaunt your booby pillows in Kern County, California.
Ooh, what's up in Kern County? Oh, booby pillows.
1,000 feet of a highway.
What does that mean?
Flashing your titties on the side of the road.
Like, I think literal, like a tit pillow, like a boob pillow, like a pillow.
Like
that looks like a
boobs.
boob.
Boob pillows?
I
Or
guess
just
there
boobs?
might have been a thing at some point.
Public
I think
articles.
they're boobs.
Hold on. Public sale of articles depicting female breasts. No, it is a
Oh,
boob pillow.
boob pillows.
Yeah.
There's like a number.
Sale of
Yeah.
stuffed objects.
Stuffed
known as
objects
booby
known
pillows.
as booby pillows.
I've seen booty pillows.
So you can't. So those are illegal. So the problem is passerbys.
Can't talk about
You can't-
polygamy in Mississippi.
You can't sell them by the side of the road. That's what the law is.
What the fuck were booby pillows for?
I never heard of them until 13
Is
seconds
it
ago.
just a
I don't know. I mean, I guess it's just stupid. It's just, ooh, gross kids. Like guys who have rubber nuts
Is it
hanging
like-
from their fucking trail hitch.
It's also just north of LA, apparently.
Hey, is it legal to have rubber nuts hanging from your trail hitch? Is that legal in Texas? Let's find out. That don't even count as a dildo. That's just your
Are you allowed to
saccharoon.
have those big things in Texas on the side of your wheels that like come out? Have you seen these?
Oh, I don't know if you're allowed to.
They're everywhere.
Yeah. I found out about those. Those are crazy. Paul
How'd you
Wall
find
has
out?
those on his Cadillac.
They're crazy. I saw a car with them. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that doesn't seem like it's aerodynamic. It's not good for your neighbors either.
I saw them on a truck.
Well, you definitely could scratch someone.
Yeah, or
Easy.
pop their tire.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah, that seems like some Texas shit.
It's ridiculous.
I've been here now. Have we talked since I've been here since almost a year, like a little over a year.
I don't think you've been on the podcast in the last year.
Oh.
It's been since you moved here.
Oh,
Yeah, I think you were
yeah.
California dwelling back then. planning your escape.
Oh, yeah. This is,
If
I love
remember
it.
correctly.
I love it.
It's great out here.
Yeah, I love it.
It's better.
But I also love like all the friends I have and the friends that are here and everybody's coming here and making friends out in the burbs. Like
People are moving out though. They said that in
they're
2023 more people for the first time left Austin than moved here.
That's good. The rents will go down and stuff.
They won't.
No, they're going down.
Spiral.
No. They passed a housing thing and they're actually going down
They passed a bill.
to like open up for building more housing and the rents are going down in Austin. Every time you hear about people getting, a lot of my friends have gotten rent like deductions in the past year.
Really?
And a lot of people are leaving. I had 2 people in my little basic bitch suburb. They were like in the Facebook community, which I love. I love it. It's like the drama. I love just watching it. They were like, we're getting the fuck out of here. I'm going back to California. And I was like, where are you going? They're like, it's too hot. And they're like, Sacramento. I'm like Sacramento? I thought it'd be like the beach or something, but how different is Sacramento from?
It's pretty hot, but it's a dry heat. It's a different kind of heat.
No, it is. And people, I don't know, a lot of Californians came here and are leaving.
Just because the heat?
Yeah. I know.
Pussies.
I know.
It's nothing. It's really not that bad.
My husband loves it. We're out there. We are became really good friends with the side surfs. You know, they did.
Cakes,
the cake people, and they're like our good homies, and we celebrate. We like our living it's such a like weirdly American life. Like we go have like barbecues, and our kids play. Like it's so. I'm not looking over my shoulder for like crazy people every second.
There's a reason why people move to the suburbs.
No, the suburbs are great.
Yeah, like,
when you have kids,
especially if you want quiet.
Oh, they're so quiet out there.
That's what you want.
Yeah.
You're better off with a little bit of quiet.
And you can see the stars.
Yeah.
Like my daughter is just like obsessed with space. She's like, is that Sat? She knows all the planets. She's just like, she's thriving, which is all I can ask for as a parent.
Eventually, I want to live about an hour outside of
Yeah, me too. But I can't.
1 hour out and drive in for shows, and that's it.
Yeah, I can't yet. I mean, this was because my husband was like, let's go further, and I was like, that will be prohibitive to everything I want to do, and so we had to kind of split the difference. He would be
There's
further
plenty of
out.
good spots to live out here, though. It's good. It's you can live a half hour outside and still be cool. Like where Red Band lives, it's real quiet.
I'm out by them.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. It's beautiful out there.
Yeah.
And there's lots of great restaurants. It's like,
Yeah.
It's a nice place to live. It's also like a really amazing place to do comedy now.
Oh, the scene is so.
It's the first time in our lifetime where a scene is emerged.
I wonder why. So weird.
Crazy.
Who's behind that? No, it is actually doing it and like being around all the young, hungry, like I've fallen in love with it in a way that I did when I first started it. It's just seeing how, and it's also just so diverse, actually ideologically diverse. Austin is a weird place. You just don't, with all of the, like your audiences, they're all tourists, and then the local audiences, you never really know. It's not like when I was in LA, I kind of knew what I was dealing with, or if you were outside of it, in Valencia, you knew also what you were dealing with. Here, you're like, it's a smatter. It's truly like a purple kind of town.
It's an interesting place.
Yeah, it's exciting.
It's just way better than California, where we were living. We're living also in a place that was captured by the entertainment industry. And that, you realize, like, that has a toxic radioactive glow that affects everything it touches.
It does.
Whether you think you're in the music business or you think you're in the entertainment business, I'm not a performer. I'm not trying to get famous. Everyone's affected by what you're trying to accomplish.
Yeah.
All the people on the outside that work in other supportive industries, like that place is defined by the main goal of people that move there is to somehow or another make it.
Right. Here it feels very art devoted. It has that Austin kind of like keep it weird, and the people seem very. That's the other thing I've noticed. Everyone's very supportive. It's not so like cutthroat, and it felt. I don't know. It doesn't feel.
Well, comedy's like that now. Comedy's like it's not what it used to be. It used to be very cutthroat, but we realized somewhere along the line that we're assets. We're not like competitors, and the competitors are good. The people that are like rising up, they give you inspiration.
Right.
It's all good for you.
But there's like room. That's the thing that feels like you go to all these different shows. Homeless Pimp. He's doing a whole documentary on the scene. It's really cool. He's like going out to open mics with like young people who moved here, people who've been in 20 years who are moving here. It's really cool.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people that like weren't getting the attention that they deserve somewhere else came here and now they're thriving. Like Brian Holtzman, perfect example. Brian Holtzman was just not getting the love he deserved, and now he's got sold out shows.
Yeah.
And people come to see him because he's crazy. It's like they want to see. And there's a lot of Tyler Fisher is another one.
Yeah.
Like these guys weren't getting any attention where they were, and they're really good, and there's more of those. There's a lot more out there.
Landau.
Metzger's another one.
Metzger.
Yeah.
So like,
He's
we
here
need
now.
land out here.
Metzger moved here.
Oh, yes?
Yeah, he's here now.
No, he
Yep.
told me when I
Just
saw him, we went out to dinner when they were in town, and he said that they were thinking about it.
He's here now.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm so happy.
Kim's here now, too.
Nice. Yeah, she just did a show, Kill Tony, last night.
Oh, yeah.
Announced it.
Yep.
She's the newest Austin resident.
Yep.
Yeah. Kim has a real chance. She has a real chance. Kim went up in front of me in, she's from Orlando, and I was doing a gig in Orlando, and she's going to be there visiting her family. She asked to do a set. I'm like, yeah, for sure. I'm like, and I was sat and watched. She fucking murdered. I mean, murdered. I would have thought she was going to be way further ahead in her career. Yeah, I think it was like 8 years ago, like 8 years later. But sometimes people, they're not quite focused the right way. Nothing kind of catches. And she moved to New York for a while, but now she's out here.
Yeah.
She's got a real chance.
Yeah. I love her. We were just in the green room together.
She's
like,
very funny.
Dying laughing.
Very funny.
Yep. I'm excited. It's just like it feels. When I first moved to LA, I was in the scene, and it was I had Troy Conrad on my podcast, and we were talking about when it was like Tuesday nights and Roast Battle was starting and Kill Tony was starting and you were back, and it was like this electric time at the Comedy Store. And he was saying, you were aware like this is special, you're capturing something special.
Yeah.
And I feel that way about now too. There's just something special, happening in Austin with comedy, and seeing it feels. That was the thing about LA. I'm like, I feel like I'm driving around a city on hospice. It just feels like a city that's like not doing well. And here it's vibrant and there's growth and there's all kinds of different scenes and there's tech and there's like it's
live
just
music,
so much live music. It feels very vibrant and alive.
Well, a lot of it is because people were just fed up with California, and they moved out here, and they all came together. And it's all these similarly minded people that wanted to be free to do the fun thing, and then really also extra appreciated it now that it was taken away from them for a while. And then now they have the best place to do it ever.
Yeah, and it feels it's probably more libertarian than anything else.
Yeah,
it's
more libertarian. There's very few conservatives in comedy. And even the liberals, they're not, if you want to be good, like you can't be like full leftist.
No.
You can't do it. You're handcuffing yourself. It's like running with weights on. Like, what are you doing? What are you trying to do? You're trying, like, you can talk about stuff that you believe in on podcasts, right? But you're doing a specific art form. Stand-up comedy is a very, very specific art form, and the goal is to make people laugh. We're there for comedy.
Yeah,
it's not stand-up proselytizing.
Yeah,
it's not stand-up virtue clapter.
I did a joke about Andrew Tate once, and I got like clapter, and I was like, I'm never doing that joke again. That joke's done.
Yeah, it's.
I don't ever want clapter.
Oh God, some people love it. They just lean towards it, and like their punchlines are like spaced out for clapter. Blah, blah,
yeah, but that's like you're evangelizing.
Yeah, they're just not good. That's all it is. They're just not good at comedy.
I don't want to evangelize.
But they're only evangelizing because they're not good at comedy, right? They're not evangelizing because they have the really unique perspective that is like that people listen to, like Bill Hicks or something. They go, "Wow, oh God, I never thought about it that way." No, it's clunky, dog shit idea from a lazy person. It's not good at comedy. And the reason why you suck at this whole virtue signaling thing is the same reason why you suck at comedy. Like, you don't have unique thoughts. You haven't examined your mind enough. You haven't really tried to figure out what's actually funny versus what you want the audience to think of you, which is a lot of what people are doing.
Yeah, my good faith interpretation, I guess, would be that they are believers. Like, they're actually believers in their ideology or whatever, and they don't really realize they're proselytizing. They think that they're making jokes about
sort of
informative.
Right, but you have to always run that. You got to always run that through this filter, and the filter is if you're not good at comedy, you don't have a career in comedy, you're struggling in comedy, you're trying to get better at comedy, you are constantly trying to get positive reactions from the audience. And if you can't get positive reactions through humor, you will get it saying something you think everybody believes in.
Right.
So it's a trick.
Yeah.
It's just a shitty trick.
It's like a shortcut.
It's a shitty trick that works.
Yeah.
It's like wearing lipstick and shit in the window. It's a shitty trick that works. It doesn't mean that everyone doesn't know what the fuck is going on, you know?
So there's there's also kind of a just goofy alt scene that I love, and there's Briar Cameron. She works, I think she works another shift, but I've seen her at Creek in the Cave. She has a Thursday night, and she does this bit. I am obsessed with it about how she's like a deer.
Don't give away the bit.
I'm not going to give it away. It's so, no one could do this bit. It's only her, but she is like, she's so original, so adorable. I'm like, we must protect her at all costs. She's just, I every time she gets up, and the audience never knows what, because they just don't know like what to do all the time with her. Which is I'll be in the back just dying laughing, and the audience is like, what is happening right now? But she is, I mean, she's so special. She's so special.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of different kind of comedy.
That's what I love.
Yeah, it's a real team. And one of the things that when Adam came over from the comedy store, he was dealing with a lot of pressure. People were saying, why don't you have X amount of blank on the lineup, X amount of women, X amount of gay people, X amount of trans. People were giving him a hard time about everything. He was worried that he was going to get in trouble, and people were going to attack him, write articles about him. And, when he came here, specifically, I said, dude, everybody's welcome, but they have to be fun.
Yeah.
It's really that simple. It's a complete meritocracy.
Yeah.
We're not going to say, let's get more women. No, we're going to give all the women that want a chance to go on over my time.
Yeah.
Everybody has a chance. So you go up, if you get better, you get asked to do showcase shows.
Yeah.
There's a real, genuine system.
Yeah.
And having a genuine talent coordinator like Adam who really watches. He sits down in the bed.
Oh,
He was there last night watching sets. He watches people progress. He watches the door people progress. He watches all the new people come in
gives
from
you
out of
like
town.
great feedback when you get off. He'll be like, I love that premise. Like, it's so helpful. You know, this is someone who watches this shit all day long.
Someone who's best friends with himself.
Yeah.
He really understands.
Oh yeah, and also he's hilarious. When I sit back there with him,
It's very funny.
he'll make these comments that are funnier than anything that like people are saying on stage.
Yeah, very funny. He can hang. But the point is, like, he really cares about his job, and his job is free of all the money.
Yeah.
All he has to do is find funny people.
Yeah.
And look at what happens when you do that. Their lineup is so diverse.
Yeah.
If you look at all the different people on like showcase nights, like you're gonna see every type of gay, straight, black, white, Asian, tall, short, fat, skinny, everything. Whatever the fuck from different parts of the world. All you have to do is be good at this thing we're all trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
We don't care. You're one of the family, no matter what you are. As long as you can do this thing we're doing.
Yeah.
And if you can't do this thing we're doing, like either figure it out, or I don't know what to tell you.
And there's so much opportunity. There's so many shows now.
Yeah.
It is crazy. It's like it's amazing. There's like Black Rabbit, and that room is amazing.
Just
there's
5
Creek in
rooms
the
on
Cave.
one street.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful, and people can walk from and do set to set. And guys are doing 4 or 5 sets a night.
Yeah, it's like New York.
It is. It's a unique thing, and it's only just begun.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only existed for a couple of years. You
Yeah.
have to realize there was a small scene here. There's a few good comics that were here, and they just didn't have the same push. And they also didn't have the same group of killers. They didn't have Shane Gillis moving to town.
Yeah.
And
Is he here now?
Yeah, he lives here too.
Okay.
Tim Dillon's got a place here. It's like Tony's here, Brian Simpson's here, Ron White is here.
Yeah.
It's like Tom Segura is here, Christina P's here. There's so many fucking people. I'm trying to talk about more here.
We're trying to lure Whitney to come here.
Yeah, Whitney's a tough cookie to crack.
She did do a joke the other day on Instagram though about how she's like, "This is why I'm leaving," and it was like a person. I was like, come!
No straight men left. Yeah, she'll come eventually. We've got more and more that are coming, and there's plenty of room for everybody. There's a lot of sets.
Yeah.
We do 2 shows a night in each room.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
It's so much fun.
Yeah.
And the staff at that place is amazing.
Yep.
I mean, Carrie, I am obsessed with Carrie. She is like a woman so close to my heart. I would go to war for her. And the whole staff is so, like, they're like happy to be there. They're so lovely. They're so cool. I don't know. It's like it's a good vibe. It's not.
Yeah, we stole the heart of the comedy store. we
did.
stole the best people. We didn't steal them, though. They were all unemployed. It was really perfect timing.
Yeah.
It wasn't like we poached them from the Comedy Store. When the
No,
Comedy Store
they just needed a job.
They needed a job, and the Comedy Store wasn't going to be open for another year and a half.
Yeah.
Like, those people all came over here when there was nothing going on, and
Yeah.
they were all, now they're employed.
Yeah.
And the way we did it, it was almost like the universe wanted it to happen. Like, the universe wanted all these little things to fall into place to motivate people to get the fuck out of there. All these things that fall into place where all of a sudden you're in this town and there's buildings that are available. There's like all these buildings available.
I know, but I remember so vividly doing your podcast in 2020. I think it was May of 2020, because it was like in the height of another crazy cycle, like right now. And you were like, I have a vision. You had a vision, as much as like, oh, it all kind of lined up, and like you said on that podcast, I have a vision. You just knew.
Yeah, I shouldn't have visions like that. I shouldn't even believe in that.
Not like a vision, like I saw God. I mean,
No. I mean, I'm saying like, even like, yeah, I had an idea.
Yeah.
I had an idea.
Yeah. I mean, is
But I
that?
probably should have just done it and not told everybody. Told everybody I had a vision. I wonder, like, how much of that, like, because people believe in that, right? They believe in vision boards and manifesting things.
This was this podcast I was listening to. She's all about this, like it's the mirror neurons, and like you put it into the world. But also, I think you have to get people excited about an idea. So whether it's an idea or a vision or whatever you want to call it, people need to be. It helps to have people kind of excited. But I think you said that and then just went and did it. I don't think you were like on every podcast talking about your vision.
No, but here's the other thing I'm saying. It's like the number one thing that I've been most successful at, I had zero vision for. That's this.
Yeah.
Zero vision. But people are like, did you anticipate it was ever going to be the way it is? Like, no.
No.
Never thought about it. Never dreamed. Never tried. Wasn't. Just kept doing it. That's it.
Some of it too is just like consistency and right place, right time.
There's a lot of those things. That's why, like, I should believe in fate. I really should.
And you don't.
I don't know.
What do you believe in?
I don't know. I'm not sure. If there's like, I don't know what it is. I don't think it's as simple as fate, because I don't think it's truly determined. I think there's possibilities, and these possibilities, they open up, and your energy and your thoughts sort of synchronize with these possibilities, and that's what excites you, and it expands. And then you follow up on your instincts and your like what's the correct way to approach this, and then you put more energy and more intensity into it, and then it all accelerates. And other people sort of join in, and you collect like-minded people that also have their thoughts and their energy, and they push towards this thing. And when you're doing it right, good things happen. And that's what I think it is. And so I should think it's fate. But I also think it's not a manipulation, is the right word. It's a synchronization with whoever you really are. Like, whatever your real thoughts are, whatever your real intention is, what you're trying to do.
I get that.
Like this synchronization with all of it, as much as it is like a vision of like, we're gonna have the best comedy club in the world. Like, we didn't really think that.
No.
We thought we were going to just open up a club and let's hope it works.
Yeah.
My goal was like, let's not go broke.
Right.
Like, I don't want to lose any money. That's all my goal was. Right?
I believe it.
No, it's really like stated. Like, we talk about it. Like, I'm not trying to make money. I'm 100% trying to not lose money, and that's it.
Yeah.
And everything else is gravy. And then set it up right for the comedians. Like, the most important thing is to look, if I care about comedy, which I clearly do, let's set up the best possible environment for comedy to thrive.
Yeah.
And it'd be great for everybody.
Yeah, I remember, like, I understand that. I feel like so much of it is like getting out of your own way too. Yeah. When I first started comedy, I would get these opportunities and I would say no to because I told myself I wasn't ready, I didn't know, et cetera, et cetera. And this time I'm like, I'm just saying yes, I'm going to say yes. And not get out of here and just say yes. Like, yes, thank you. And Colin Quinn asked me to open for him, and I was like, yes, thank you. And I was terrified, and I was like, I have such bad stage fright as it is, just ever since I got sober. It's something I deal with. because I used to be drunk all the time and I didn't know, and so I got
you
sober.
get drunk on stage?
I would be drunk before I even got up, but I got sober and was like, fuck, I have stage fright. And it's so bad. Joe, it's so bad that I'll be like, maybe my dog will die. Like, maybe there will be, like, when the planes were all getting grounded, I'm like, maybe Colin was stuck in New York, like, terrified.
So you're like trying to avoid the show.
And I have to just put that aside, put it all aside. I truly just had to, like, pray, turn it over, and it's like, it's not about me. It's about just, like, getting out of my way. My job is to, like, it's
you're an antenna.
And it's still just like, these people want to have fun.
Yeah.
And someone sent me the clip of, because my like audience knew I was nervous. I didn't announce it or anything, but I did in like my little subscriber community. And someone sent me the clip of you and Sam talking about stand up and how you still got nervous. You were saying I stretch and breathe, and but Sam said he has that tattoo. This is fun.
Yeah.
And I was like, I wrote it on my set list. I'm like, it fucking saved me. Like, it was like 2 days before. I'm like, I'm just gonna have fun.
Yeah.
And I had so much fun. Like, you can see it on my face in the pictures. I love them. And Troy was there, and it was like,
but
I had so much
fun. It makes sense to have stage fright if you used to get drunk all the time. It also makes sense to have stage fright if you haven't done a lot of comedy. So it was a long time before you did comedy again. Like, how much time did you take off?
I mean, for 3 years. 3 years. Yeah, that's a long time. Baby, yep. Yeah. But then I have been grinding again, just quietly working towards, more and more and more. And it's like, it's been 10 months, so it was like, not like I just got back and was like, all right, yes. If that was the case, I would have said no. I have too much respect for you and Adam and all of these other every other comedian that I know.
To not be ready. Yeah.
To know that, like, okay, I can probably handle this.
Well, even like Chris Rock, one of the all-time greats, he took years off.
Yeah.
And then when he came back, he had to kind of find his thing.
You gotta. I mean, I'm a different person.
Of course.
So I also had to write completely all new material. It wasn't like I could just rely on old stuff. It doesn't even connect.
Right.
I've moved. I'm a married woman. I can't be like, back when I was giving blowjobs. So it's very humbling it was weird too. I can see why people who do it, take a break, start doing something else, get a name doing something else, and then come back to comedy. It's like I'm a beginner. I feel like a beginner.
Sure.
I'm not a beginner. I know what I do wrong. The difference is I know when I'm doing something wrong. I know what I'm doing wrong.
Well, we used to always see that at the Comedy Store. We used to always see people like sitcom stars.
Yeah.
Who would come in and they were like, I'm trying to start doing comedy again. And, they'd get stacked in there against a bunch of assassins.
Yeah.
And it would be rough.
Yeah.
Like Kramer. Michael Richardson.
Yeah.
He was doing that. Like, after Seinfeld, he went a little crazy. I think, no. I think that had something to do with that. But he was at the Comedy Store, and it was weird, because he would go on after, like, real comics.
Yeah.
And then he would, like, be, like, falling around on stage, and it was, like, improvised, and it wasn't, it's not 1978.
No. And it's like...
The world's a different place, man.
Yeah, and just having, like... Again, it was just like a ego, like having to put aside, like, okay, like whatever.
Well, also,
I'll take 3 minutes. I'll take 5 minutes. I'll drive however long. Like, that beginner's mind was so necessary, and even like opening for killers like Landau, just being able to like have, it's a confidence thing too. You have to just like get hit with that over and over and over again.
Yeah, you have to do the numbers. You have to get back in shape again. If you haven't ran in 5 years, you can't run a marathon. Yeah. Just start doing runs around the block.
And I love it. It's like been so, I love it. I was like, fuck.
Well, it's a fun time for comedy too, because the world's on fire.
Yeah, well, it's
so
great.
Much crazy shit.
And that's the thing. I did it because it's like the only time I feel sane. I mean, I feel sane a lot, but when I get on stage and I'm talking, it's like my mind is like zen. There's just a calm,
That's interesting.
I feel very present in that like conversation you're having.
Mhm.
It's just, I don't know. There's nothing. Yeah, I think it's just. I think I fought it for a long time. Like I just didn't. I was like, I don't have it. I don't have what it takes. I don't have the chops. I don't have the talent. All this shit. But it's like, just get it out. Garbage.
It's a hard thing to do. You know, people don't like hard things. They come up with reasons why they don't do hard things. It's funny. Francis Ngannou, who's a former UFC heavyweight champion, he was talking about people going to school because they're trying to avoid a job.
Mm.
And the way he said it was like, sometimes
Yeah.
they're just avoiding working.
Oh yeah.
So they're staying in school.
You're getting like your second PhD.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
It's true. You're still doing something, but you are avoiding. And those are the people that wind up teaching, which is even crazier because they've never really experienced the real world, yet they're shaping young people to prepare them for the real world.
Yeah.
And they're just that. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens if Trump gets into office. How much gets changed? How much the society shifts? Because it does seem like society is shifting away from all the woke stuff and the left wing, and even people that were like former lifelong Democrats, like Bill Ackman and all these people that are talking about voting for Trump, Elon, all these people that are talking about like this, what we have to fight against. But then they're going to realize like they're right wing. They're trying to track your periods.
Well,
They
and
try to bring Jesus back into the schools.
I've learned from being very wrong on this podcast many times and having the entire world tell me about it, that like she raised $100 million in a day. Come on.
Right.
There's
How much of it came from Satan?
You mean Hillary Clinton?
I mean, Satan. Maybe it is Hillary. Satan. Like, where's that money coming from?
Allegedly, a lot of first-time donors, and
Okay, maybe,
you know,
maybe people were that dumb. Maybe they never heard her talk. Maybe
I
they
mean,
don't
last
care.
time we were
Maybe it's
talking,
blue no matter who.
Last
Maybe.
time we were talking, I think it was like there was going to be a red wave, and then it was like, that one wasn't true.
It's interesting. Well, also,
Because I underestimated how much the abortion thing would play into it.
yeah, that plays into it a lot. But it almost feels like that's all engineered to keep us like at each other's throats. Like nothing ever resolved. Like there's one of the things that they were thinking when they were banning abortions was gay marriage is going to be next. And some people have openly stated that gay marriage should be next. And that's the thing that they do want to stop next. And like, this is like, seems fake. It seems like if you really care about that seems crazy. I think what you care about is consistently keeping people at each other's throats.
Right. I wrote this like piece that went crazy viral. It was like trending on Twitter. It was very unexpected about divorce, just coming from divorce. And I was like, hey, divorce sucks. And my point was kind of like, even as an adult with a kid, I didn't realize how much of an effect it has even later in life when you have your own kids, things like my siblings have had to deal with. And the reaction was like crazy, but then the kind of counter reaction was from the left. They were like, and this is when they're coming after divorce laws, and they're trying to say that you basically, like, they're trying to get rid of no-fault divorce, and they're trying to make it so women need to get approval to get divorced.
You're saying that they were lumping you?
Well, they were saying that I was this is like the blue and on stuff where it's like, oh, they were like, you were paid, how much did the evangelicals pay you to write this piece? I'm like, yes, the evangelicals, years ago, my parents got divorced and I became a deep state plan so that I could write this piece to undermine the divorce laws. That's exactly right. I mean, it's like craziness, but this is.
I think a lot of those people aren't even real people. I think a lot of that is bots. A lot of that is like this. I mean, you have to really consider that.
I definitely.
Which is why I think it's really foolish for people to engage in any sort of disagreements online. I think so much of the conversation is pushed in one way or another by people that aren't even real people.
Oh, right. Like those bot farms.
Yeah.
Like all the. Have you seen them with all the phones?
It's not just that.
It's crazy.
That's just, they show you that, but you don't think our government's doing that, you're out of your fucking mind.
Yeah.
If you don't think that they are online posing as progressives, having these complex sites with like AI generated photos of their family, they are. Every government does it, and the goal is to divide and conquer. the best way to conquer is to keep us at each other's throats. The best way to keep infringing on our rights is to have you agree with this infringement, because this infringement goes against those people that you oppose, which are the people on the other team.
Yeah.
And that's the dirty, dirty, dirty trick that people fall for every goddamn time. And that's what the downfall of civilizations.
How do we get out of it?
Mushrooms. The only way. I don't know. Maybe aliens land. Maybe Donald Trump takes over and everybody starts doing bong hits out of a fucking
They're gonna lose
American
their
Eagle
minds.
flag thing. What's it called? Freedom bong? Freedom bong? Yeah.
I'll vote for whoever stops those freaking wind farms off the coast. That's my.
The wind thing's nuts. They should have gone down the road of nuclear power plants a long fucking time ago. The thing is, people are afraid of them because of Chernobyl and 3 Mile Island.
And they're not like that anymore.
They're not only are they not like that anymore, it is literally the greenest source of energy that we have. They know how to shut them down now. There's ways to avoid it. There's even companies that are investing in making batteries out of the waste.
Did you see all this stuff like with Nantucket? The beaches were all closed because one of the turbines fell, and then the beach was like getting fiberglass, and there's dead whales on Block Island and all up and down the. I'm like, this
Where are
is
the dead whales from?
From the fucking wind farm. Schellenberger covers all this. He's been doing a whole documentary. It's because it's fucking with all their like sonar stuff, and it gives off this vibration, and it isn't like these are the fucking Save the Whales people, and this is killing the whales, and it like
so they're killing the whales with the sounds of the windmill.
It's an ecological disaster. These things, they should not be allowed. They should be shut down. I don't know how they even got through, and they don't
even generate that much electricity.
1%. That I was watching all the hearings in Nantucket because they never got to vote on it either. This is another one of those things that just like people were like, we need tax cuts, and for our company it's GE, or I think it was GE. And so they were like, this is 1% of it. It generates like 1% extra energy for us. Nothing.
There was a boat that got attacked by a whale today. A boat that got flipped over by a whale. An actual whale flipped over a boat.
A blue whale or an orca?
I don't know what kind of whale, but a big ass whale. A whale. Yeah, this whale. What happened? See, a whale capsized a boat off the coast of Rye, New Hampshire, Tuesday.
Damn.
Watch that again, because it's crazy.
Wow.
Whale just jumps up and smashes his boat and flips it over, and the guy falls in the water, and this kid's like, let me get the fuck out of here. Like, I don't know what happened and why the whales are attacking boats.
Is that saying Yellowstone's Biscuit Basin erupts?
Excuse me?
See the Explorer?
Biscuit Basin
Is
erupts.
Yellowstone fucking blasting?
Oh, yeah, that's great. That's next. Yellowstone's going to blow. Super volcano. Whales are attacking people. Let's wrap this up. Rachel, I love you. You're awesome.
I love you too.
It's great to see you always. I'm glad you're enjoying it here.
I love it. Love you and thank you.
Tell everybody your podcast, where they can get Dumpster Fire.
Just go to fetasy.com. It's all there. We just took it all. PHETASY.com and subscribe to our YouTube, Bridget Fetasy. That would be the best thing you can do.
Best thing you can do. All right. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What's up, man? Good to see you. You have had a lot of experiences since the last time I saw you.
Yeah.
A lot of things happen.
That's why I always about writing my book and chapter keep adding up. And yes, every time you feel like you're just maybe in the beginning or in the middle.
Yeah, I don't think so. You're definitely only in the middle.
Yeah, in the middle.
It was somewhere, it's not the beginning, but it's a lot of experiences. So tell me about leading up to the Tyson Fury fight.
Oh, the Tyson Fury fight, that was great. I was just there living a dream. Get this big moment, get that fight that I've been waiting for 4 years.
The fight that everybody said you were never going to get.
Yes.
Which is crazy. Like, thank God for the Saudis. because they are making things happen, which is
They are
really
making things
incredible.
happen.
Incredible.
And it's not like who is this, who is that. You know, it's like, okay, we want it to happen, then make it happen.
Yeah, because everybody wanted to see it happen, but it was one of those things where everybody dismissed it. Everybody said, that's not going to happen. Tyson Fury's the heavyweight champion. Why would he fight a guy who doesn't have any professional boxing matches? That's crazy. Yeah, that's not going to happen. And it happened. And then everybody said, you didn't stand a chance. And then when you knocked him down in the second round, everybody was like, holy shit. And when you're dancing over him when he went down.
Yeah. But, you know, I think a lot of people do mistake something, you know. And I always tell people, like, not because you're a fighter that you walk in the bar and there is this guy coming to you, maybe this fat guy coming to you, and then you stand there, and because you're a fighter, don't think like he's a threat. Everybody can be a threat. You better take 2 steps back, and then like see your distance and get ready to defend yourself. You know, you don't. If everybody hits you, anybody hits you, you're gonna get hurt.
Right.
You know.
True.
So yes, I might not have been doing boxing. I'm not a boxer, but still, I'm a fighter. And even if I wasn't a fighter, you know, I can hurt and I can harm somebody.
You're a big motherfucker.
I'm a big guy. So I was watching it, and people was like, "No, he stand no chance. He has 0 chance." I'm like, "There is not a fight on earth that 0 chance. That element of 0 chance doesn't exist." I mean, if you look at it, I'm a man, guy, and then 2 men together. Someone might have more techniques, might know the sport, but even if I never been in the gym, you still better watch out. I still have a chance.
Yes.
Maybe not as much, maybe not equal chance, but I still do have a chance.
But you can't dismiss someone like you and drop your guard and and think that you don't have any chance.
You shouldn't dismiss
Yeah.
anybody.
No.
You know, we used to be in the. I have seen fight that people show up and then they pretend like, oh, they're gonna fight. They have stone in their hand, and if you dismiss them because you think like, oh, he's a small guy, he hits you with the stone in his hand.
Right.
Well, by the time you find out that he has stone in the hand, you're in the ground.
Right, exactly. But it was very clear to me that you had some interesting strategies when you went into that fight. First of all, you're fighting a lot of it in southpaw. Why did you decide to do that? Was that something that you guys had devised before the fight? You thought it would be an interesting strategy, or is that just like the way you like to box?
I like to box like that, but I also thought it was a strategy. That it would be a good strategy as well, because like basically on the Tyson Fury fight, I think the southpaw was a big component in that fight, because every time that I realized that every time that I switched to southpaw, he was thinking, but when I switched back to orthodox, he was pressing. So when I want to take a break, I switched to southpaw a little bit.
What was it like I mean, there's obviously you've had many MMA fights, been very successful, UFC heavyweight champion as an MMA fighter, but what was the difference in the feel of like going into a professional boxing fight with a guy like Tyson Fury, who's the heavyweight champion of the world and one of the greatest of all time? I mean, he's absolutely one of the greatest heavyweight boxers ever.
But he was completely different. You know, the environment is different. The organization is different. It's different to be step in the ring for the first time. Okay, you have all this spotlight on you, but you're in the ring. Feels different. Sometimes you're in the cage. You're used to the cage. You lean on that cage. You have that feeling. You grab the cage.
Also, you have shoes on.
Yes. And then in the cage, you know that you can do more. You can wrestle, you can do this, and you're comfortable with that. But you're in the ring for the very first time, somewhere that you've never been. It feels different, and then you're thinking like, oh man, how am I going to do? Am I going to be able to do 3 rounds? Am I going to be able to do 4 rounds? I don't know. I'm gonna find out just now. There's not a way back.
That's
You're gonna
crazy.
find out. So by every round, you have to think about like, okay, how am I doing? This is the first round, then second round. Okay, so this is the 5th round. I'm not too bad, so I think I'm gonna get there. Just go like that.
So you're
round
concerned
after
about
round.
endurance?
Yes, you're
Yeah.
very concerned about endurance. It was 10 rounds, and I didn't know how I'm gonna be feeling after the third round.
You turned it on the 8th round. In the 8th round, you hit him with some big shots.
Yeah,
That was one of your best rounds.
yeah, the 8th round was pretty good. Then I get little, then I pull my feet off the gas on the ninth round, and then the 10 rounds, I'm like, oh, I feel good. This is the last round. I feel good. That's when I start to do like the Superman punch or the stuff. For me, he was already a win.
He shocked the world, that's for sure. Did you have any mock fights in the gym? Like, did you bring any professional boxers and have, like, try to go 8-10 rounds in the gym?
Sparring.
Yeah. But, like, no headgear, like, smaller gloves. Did you do anything like that replicated an actual professional boxing match?
No. We just do like a normal sparring. Have different sparring partner. Sometimes who push me, but we didn't do anything like that. As a MMA fighter, we used to spar without gloves, without headgear and stuff. But you get into boxing, everything is so strict, so specific. And then you get to the point that you kind of like ask yourself, like, why taking a chance to hurt now and get pulled up of the fight?
Right.
I'm just going to train. I train the best that I could, that I can. Then I will get there, figure out what's happening.
And so, from the time the negotiations started to the time of the fight, how much time did you have to prepare for this?
For the negotiation?
No, so you had the negotiations, and then once it was signed, how much time did you have to prepare for the actual fight itself? And how much were you preparing already, hoping you were going to have a boxing match?
Yeah, but it's different to like think that, oh, I might have a boxing match. I want to have a boxing match than when you have a boxing match and knowing who you are going to fight is something different. You prepare, the real preparation start now. And between the moment that we signed the fight to the fight itself, it was over 3 months, because I know that he wasn't my field, and I didn't have any, and it's not like I was in the gym training boxing every day. So it was basically 4 months. So
crazy.
Yeah, I took a moment for a pre-camp. I came back here because I was in Cameroon at time. Then I came back here. My team and I, we work on like everything. Start like a pre-camp, just train to get in shape. Start like sparring, and then we started the sparring with 3 rounds.
Wow.
The first sparring was like 3 rounds. Move around, see. Then we started go walk round after round.
What I thought when I saw the fight is, imagine if you had just gone into professional boxing like 10 years ago, how well you would do. If you no MMA, no kicking, no wrestling, just professional boxing. For you to do that well against a guy like Tyson Fury, who's that good.
I don't really know, and those are the stuff that I don't usually think about. I think life sometimes just had a path for you. You follow the path that the destiny that life has for you, and you just be grateful because regardless of the fact that I didn't start 10 years earlier, I didn't have that opportunity 10 years earlier. Meanwhile, I had to discover MMA and have a great journey in MMA, have a great experience in MMA, So it's something that I will not regret, that I will not beat that up over an opportunity of starting boxing early. Things just happened. I took my chance. I do what I can do. It's all about like figure out how far I can go, what I can possibly do, So I'm not a 18 years, 20 years old guy that I dreaming to have a career into this, but I still want to know what I can possibly do at this point of my life.
Yeah. What was the experience like when it was all over? Like, what did it feel like when you just went 10 rounds? And a lot of people, including myself, thought you won.
Yeah. I feel very great. Like regardless of the result, for me, knowing what I was going through, what was in my mind, like what's gonna happen into this fight. First round, second round, then I get in the 10th round. Good. And I feel like I wasn't doing bad. So for me, that was a win. That was a satisfaction.
Right.
The result was other part of it, which didn't matter much. But I knew already that if ever we get, because I couldn't guarantee that we will get in the 10th round. But if ever we get there, I wasn't expecting to win.
When you dropped him,
Definitely not.
when you dropped him in the second round, I jumped off the couch. I jumped in the air.
I would say something, like I won this from the moment that they accepted the fight, that they signed the fight, because I think I was very underestimated. You know, they didn't know that I could have do something. If they have known that beforehand, maybe this fight would have never happened because they would have seen a risk and they wouldn't want to take that risk. So this was basically like less with zero risk.
And it probably would have been different too because there was no footage to prepare for you, right? Like the only footage that he could prepare was watching you fight in MMA.
Yes, it was.
There it is. Why are you dancing in front of him?
When we started fight, when the referee said, "Okay, you guys go to your corner," he said, "Let me take you to school." So that was the dancing was like, I think you're a bad professor, you're a bad teacher. that was the only reason why I did that.
He's a funny guy, man.
He's funny. He's very entertaining.
Yeah, he's so entertaining. He's so entertaining.
He's just a show guy.
Yeah,
That's happened to really like being very talented,
yes.
boxing, good at it, but he's an entertainer.
Oh, I mean, he's the way he sells it. I mean, even the way he like was playing with his fat, like standing next to you, like rubbing his belly.
Like sometimes he will insult you. I don't know if he's insulting you or if he's making fun, but it's just funny that you have to laugh. You are really happy.
Yeah, he kept talking about how big your dick must be.
Yeah.
He was just. He's a funny dude, man. He's a funny dude.
He said that since he started said those things the first time we met, and he will put some stuff up sometime that I'm like, what? And I really have a hard time understanding what he's saying.
Oh, I do.
So I struggle a lot.
And English is my first language.
And you have to translate to tell me what he said.
His English is hard to understand. Yeah. The Gypsy King. He's quite a character. Did you hang out with him at all after the fight?
No, we didn't hang out, but I think we both respect each other. And I think he always, I mean, he was entertaining, but he always showed respect. And I know that he respected me even from the beginning. It's not like this was after the fight. Even from the beginning, he could say everything that he would say to make it show, to laugh, make people laugh, but he's very respectful.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Was there any talk after the fight about a rematch?
Yes, there was even a rematch clause. How they call first regard of rematch clause. There was something in the contract of it about the rematch clause.
Was that if you beat him, or if
was if I get in the 8th round?
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So the deal of the rematch was if I get in the 8th round.
So why didn't the rematch materialize?
I think it's a timing. I think it's a matter of the timing.
So you go from that fight to the Anthony Joshua fight.
Yes.
So tell me about the preparation leading up to that fight.
In fact, the preparation for the Anthony Joshua fight, then I started, after having 4 months of training camp for the Tyson Fury fight, I had this feeling, and then I get a little confident. Now I know how it works, 10 rounds. And then was pretty good. You know the Tyson Fury fight. I think I sparred like 10 rounds for like 2 weeks. Yeah, like four sparring of 10 rounds barely. But the Anthony Joshua fight, 6 weeks before the fight, I was no, I wasn't 10. No, the Tyson Fury, yeah, 4 weeks before the fight, I was already doing like 10 rounds, and I was feeling good. Even a little lighter. But things plays out different, and I think unlike the Tyson Fury fight, that nobody expected me to do anything. Here, they were expecting me to do something. So things played out a little different. And then we get into the fight week, and then every time that we're gonna do something in the fight week, whether it's media, they're gonna pick me up, and then I get there, have to wait like 1 hour and a half before he arrives. And that was like maybe the third day of the week, that Dewey Cooper, he said, "Oh, he started to get really mad, upset about it. Like, yes, this is how they do to get fighter tired." But at the time, I didn't know what was going on, you know. So I'm like, "No, come, relax, Dewey. It's okay." I didn't know until we get to the fight day. Friday, we receive an email, pick up time. I mean, this one thing among others. Pick up time, 10:30 from the hotel. And then when they say 10:30, by 10:20, there is a car in your door waiting. We go to the supposedly fight time, between midnight to 1 a.m. We get to the arena, 10:45. There is a producer coming to the locker room. Say, "Oh, guy, we are running late on the broadcast. Now we're gonna go around 1:45 each." I'm like, "Okay, 1:45. It's 10:45. 3 hours." Okay, you know.
So what do you do? Do you eat? Do you sleep? What do you do when you know you have 3 more hours?
Just stay there, and then you have like a drug test guy around waiting for you to pee.
How far before the fight do you eat?
Usually, maybe like 4-5 hours. Yeah, like maybe 5 to 6 hours. And then you get some snacks in between, And then, yeah, it was around 1:30 that Anthony Joshua arrived. I saw him straight. I'm like, so we're supposed to fight at 1:45. He's arriving at 1:30. What does that mean? It's going to. So
they're playing games.
Until we fight at 3:30.
Oh wow!
At 3:30. I've been in Saudi for almost 2 months, training to fight between midnight and 1. That was my training time. By 2, 3.
So they wanted to keep you anxious, drag it on, psychologically put it in your head. You don't know when you're going to fight.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
But even at that time, I didn't know what was happening.
Right.
It was after everything that I'm like, what's going on? Because I get to the point that I was so tired. I was in the locker room, eating meat, then sit down, feeling asleep. Then I tell Eric next sick, like, there was something wrong. I'm asleep. I feel like I want to sleep. Like, I'm sweating. But we just keep doing. So that's fine. I mean, not to say Anthony Joshua can win me. I think if there's somebody that you can lose against him, he's the guy. And he's one of the best of doing it. And this is definitely not on him, because he wasn't the guy that was sending all those emails, was organizing. So I'm not blaming about anything, but the organization, bro, Nah, they did quite some stuff that wasn't fair. Which on the Tyson fight was perfect. Everything was perfect because I wasn't a threat. I wasn't. Nobody cares about me. Everything was organized. We get there in the locker room. I think it was 2 hours before the fight properly. Yeah. So then I'm like,
Well, Anthony Joshua is a veteran. You know, he's been in the boxing game for a long time, and he knows all the different tricks. They also obviously very much prepared for your style. They saw you fight Tyson Fury, so they had tape on you. As Tyson Fury did not have boxing tape. He didn't have any footage to study. But Anthony Joshua did, and it was very clear that he knew you had certain tendencies. There were certain things that you did with the Tyson Fury fight that he exploited in his fight.
maybe. And then I think he's capable to figure out everybody. I think he's capable to win everybody. But in this case, I feel like in some ways they stand on my way a little bit.
They stood in your way.
Yeah.
So they played some games.
Yeah.
Well, they wanted to get the most advantage possible, that's smart. If you were their coach, their manager, that's what I would do too.
But he wasn't their coach that was organizing the fight.
So you think it's the organization itself that they set everything up in his favor?
The organization. I mean, yes, his team was part of the organization because it was Queensberry and Mushroom. Those emails was coming from there.
So those are the people that told you to get there 3 hours earlier than you need to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are the people that were sending the schedule, the 5-week schedule. And every day we send everything like pickup time, the program, and the schedule.
Have you had a chance to go back and watch the Anthony Joshua fight?
Yeah. I didn't. Yes, I watched it. What was your question?
What do you remember about the fight? What was different watching it?
Oh, even like feeling it. It wasn't. Even before I went to watch it, I get in the ring. Wasn't feeling myself. And the first round, when he knocked me down, like I fell, and I was like, did I slip? Like, what exactly knocked me down, made me fall? Like this punch, because I felt the punch, but it wasn't the punch that would knock me down. So that's when I really get confused at that time. I'm like, damn, what? But this is the thing. From that moment, I get knocked down with a punch that wasn't that hard. Because
you don't think it was that hard?
No. He hit my hand before it hit my face. And I felt it. I felt the punch, but I wasn't on the floor. The first one. And then I get count, then stood up, we finished the round, I went on my corner. But by the time I went on my corner, I never came back from that. I kept going. And I remember being in my corner, and Dewey was like, don't go on southpaw, he's waiting you on southpaw, do this chant. That was it. That's from there. I don't remember when I left the stool to get in the second round.
Well, that was probably from the big punch in the second round too, right?
Yeah, but I'm talking about the first round.
Right, but the memory afterwards is always going to be cloudy after a knockout, especially a bad knockout like that.
Yeah, but I remember exactly what's happened until we get to the store. I remember being there, like start having blurry vision, like the guy was in front of me, my team was in front of me speaking to me, and then the voice was getting distance.
So you think there was something wrong?
I don't know if it was the fatigue. I don't know what was it, but something wasn't right.
So something wasn't right forget about the punches he landed. Yeah. Something else was wrong. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Something was wrong.
Do you think it's something you ate? Do you think it was something
I don't know.
That someone gave you?
I have no proof. I don't know if maybe.
Did you get tested after the fight?
Maybe it's the fact that I get there at that time.
So just the fatigue and the anxiety
I
and all
don't
the
know
hours
if it's
and
the
hours.
fatigue.
Right.
Yeah, but something wrong. I wanted to get. First of all, like when all those things happen, you are in the moment. You don't think like you don't get out of the fight and think about like go get tested.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Right.
you process things and then see to understand to see how he was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But by the time they said, I think I need, you have to do like within 12 hours to do like blood or urine,
Mm-hmm.
12 and 14 and 24 hours. That was it. So I didn't do that. I can't say it was that. I don't know. But
it felt like something was wrong.
It wasn't me. Yeah.
So did it feel like something was wrong, like just some plain fatigue, or did it feel like something was wrong, like maybe you were poisoned, or maybe
Plain fatigue.
drugged?
Plain fatigue.
Fatigue.
Yeah.
So just fatigue.
Yeah. And
So-
the fatigue aspect.
Yeah. Well, this is also an aspect of experience, right? Because this is only your second professional boxing fight, and there's things that people do. Like they do very intelligent things to, like Gervonta Davis when he fought Ryan Garcia, he made him rehydrate, he made him dehydrate, get down to a low weight, and then there was a clause in the contract where he couldn't gain more than 10 pounds before the fight itself. So he went into the fight dehydrated. Smart for a guy like Gervonta, who's a huge puncher, So there's things that like experienced professionals that have been in the game a long time will get a fighter to agree to that's not in their best interest. And then there's things that they can do to you, like make you wait all day and make you wait around, which will fatigue you.
Yeah. But there wasn't a thing or something in the contract that was forcing me to do something. The only thing was like to show up on time.
Right.
So that was everything. Because like before all that, the week before, sparring, everything feels good. I spar way more better, way more stronger than what I did on the Fury fight.
Right.
Even my sparring partner was different at that time. On the Fury fight, we were getting somebody in maybe after the 6 or 8 rounds just to weigh me down, but the quality of the boxing wasn't that impressive, right? Here, it was different, and I was able to hold. I know that if I had to fall, he would take a little more to get me down.
Well, Anthony Joshua's a big puncher. He's a big puncher, and he's fast. He's fast, and he's a one-punch knockout puncher, as opposed to Tyson Fury can knock guys out with one punch, but really he wears guys out. He beats guys up and then takes them out later, like the Deontay Wilder fight. Like he beats them up and then he takes them out.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Joshua can take people out with one shot. He's a much bigger, physically much more powerful guy.
No, I agree with that, and I knew that.
What would you do differently if you could do the Anthony Joshua fight again?
That's the problem. I did everything right. Like
everything right in preparation.
We did everything right. Sometimes, like when for example, I fought Stipe. I went back and I could have I could make a whole list of what I did wrong, what I could have done better. And that's why, like, even after that fight, my next fight again, Derek Lewis was so bad because I was still working on the list of what I have done wrong. But here, we were very disciplined. We did everything, and everybody was professional. You can say this person did this wrong. This should have been like this. This should have been like that.
It's so different too because you're going from no professional boxing fights to two of the very, very best, not just in the world, but the two of the very best ever. Anthony Joshua, Olympic gold medalist, elite fighter, an incredible athlete. I mean, he's so good. So, did you think like at all about having fights with maybe some guys that were below that level to get more experience? Like after the Tyson Fury fight, maybe fighting a guy who's like ranked 15th or 16th,
I never thought about that.
You just went for the money. And the money in the big fight. The big fight is obviously...
Yes, won the big fight. So, like, for example, after the Tyson Fury fight, if I go for another guy, top 15, like, what's the goal here? I mean, again, I'm not 20 years old. I'm not 25. That I have a plan to go up the ranking,
right,
and get to the championship. I want
just get that money.
Yeah, get the money and get the big fight out of the big fight. So that was the goal.
Yeah, well, you achieved that goal.
Because, like, first of all, going to the Tyson Fury fight, you didn't know if there was a plan after that, if there was another fight after that. And then after the Tyson Fury fight, the next fight that you have a call for was a Anthony Joshua fight.
Were you trying to get a different fight after the Tyson Fury fight? Like after the Tyson Fury fight, were you trying to get a rematch, or were you just willing to take whatever they are offering you?
The rematch was there. We had a rematch, but he was going to fight Usyk first. It's a thing that's supposed to happen in December, and he couldn't.
Right, he got cut.
Yeah, he couldn't fight in December. So I wasn't really on something. I was just there, and then I get the offer of Anthony Joshua. Then I'm like, let's go.
Yeah. So where do you stand now? What are you planning on doing now?
What do I plan on doing now? I think I still have a couple in me.
Boxing fights.
Couple boxing fight. Yeah, basically boxing fight. I have a couple MMA fight, and I think I haven't think like I'm gonna fight MMA fight by the end of the year with PFM. I'm gonna fight. Might have to fight in Saudi again.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, one of the things that has been discussed that apparently the UFC might be open to, because the Saudis throw around so much money, is the potential of a joint promotion, a cross promotion with you versus John Jones.
Make it happen.
That is what the world wants to see. Because when you have a guy like yourself that, knocks out Stipe, becomes the undisputed UFC heavyweight champion, and then through negotiation only decides to relinquish the belt. Everybody, even though John Jones is the champion now, everybody's like, yeah, but you didn't win the title against the champion. And you were the most compelling fight in the heavyweight division, for sure, for John Jones.
Well, that's what I wish. But, in these days, this takes a lot more than what I want or what I wish.
Right. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
So tell me, what is the status of your deal with the PFL now? So how does that work?
It's working pretty good. We have a good relationship. I have some fight. Again, I will be fighting by the end of the year. And then...
do you know who you're fighting?
I think Renan Ferreira is the guy.
Yeah. That's the guy that knocked out Ryan Bader.
Yeah.
He's dangerous. He's legit.
I've been telling people about this guy for almost 2 years.
He's a big dude,
watch
too.
This guy.
Yeah.
But very athletic.
Very athletic,
fast hand, 1-2 knee stuff, like very athletic. Yeah. So I think he's gonna be him.
And you think that fight will be in Saudi Arabia as well?
Yeah, that's what the PFA is working on.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Do you know when that'll take place?
October. Sometime. Yeah,
Ooh.
they're working on October.
Right.
Yeah, it's not finalized yet, but there was talking about October 19.
Isn't that around the same time the UFC has that big Abu Dhabi card? Don't they have a big Can you go to the UFC's website and see what their Abu Dhabi card is? I believe, I want to say somewhere around the end of October, there's a big UFC card in Abu Dhabi. 25th? Oh, no. October 25th. So October 25th. Yeah.
So 1 week after.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I don't know if the UFC has that card finalized. Do they have that card finalized? They always put on a big fight when they go to Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi is always a big card. A lot of like top level fighters on that card.
Yeah. Even this Riyadh one gonna be a big card.
No, I'm sure.
They will make it happen. They're gonna stack that card.
Do you know who else would be on that card with you?
I don't. Again, it's not finalized yet, but I think Cedric Doumbé will be on that.
Doumbé, I love that dude.
Yeah.
Love that dude. I've had him on the podcast before.
He's an entertainer too.
He's a comedian.
He's a comedian. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
he's funny. He's very funny.
Oh, yeah.
God damn, he can fight.
Oh no, he can fight.
How crazy was that
he
fight?
He can back up whatever he said.
Oh, yeah,
you know?
he's an elite kickboxer. He trained at my gym in LA. When I had my gym in LA, his trainer came when he did my podcast and he had a workout session. And man, his workout sessions are crazy. It's so cardio intensive. They're doing like sprints on the treadmill and they run to the heavy bag, sprints on the heavy bag, run back to the treadmill. I was like, damn, like watching that, I was like, no wonder why this guy has a crazy gas tank.
Well, he was a champion at Glory for a long time.
Yes.
So, and
not just a champion,
that wasn't a mistake.
Well, he was knocking everybody out. Not just knocking everybody out, but the way he did it, like he melted guys. He put pressure on them and knockout power, but intelligence and just great technique. But the cardio was crazy. And I remember thinking, like, this dude doesn't get tired. And then watching him train, I'm like, oh, well, there it is. I mean, he's not just doing like normal mitt work. Like I've seen other guys work out that do mitt work to do their things. Like his stuff is cardio intensive, man. He wants to have a full gas tank when he gets in there.
Yeah, you know.
How crazy was that?
What he's looking.
How crazy was that fight where they called the fight because he stepped on a piece of glass inside the cage?
I don't know, man. I don't even know what that referee was doing.
All they had to do was pull it out of his toe.
Yeah, like
he's like, hey, I stepped on something. I stepped something in my toe. The referee's like, fight's up.
Yeah, I think
Fight's
you stop the fight and you even check the canvas if there's no
Yes.
more piece of the glass.
That should be
Because that
overturned.
was dangerous.
It is dangerous, but that should be a no contest. There's no way that should count as a loss.
That
That's
was a no
fucking
contest
insane.
fight.
No contest at all. No
Like,
chance. How the fuck
He's
does that
not
other guy get a
complaining about like a eye poke or something that didn't happen.
nothing?
Piece of a glass.
A piece of, and he's
We shouldn't
pointing
be
to his
there.
toe, and he's saying, just let me get it out of my toe.
Yeah,
Let me get
shouldn't
this
be
out of my
there.
toe. It
Yeah.
shouldn't be there. And you know, things happen. Who knows how it even got in there? Who knows what happened? The odds, just some random freak accident. He steps on something that nobody, you know what it could have been? Stuck to someone's shoe, and someone's walking around the cage with that stuck in their shoe, and it falls out of the shoe, and it sticks in his toe. He stands on it. He gets in his toe, and he just points down. They say, stop the fight.
Yeah.
And he's like, I
He pointed
lost.
out twice, like first and the
See if you can find that, Jamie. See
the second
I
time.
was reading someone's explanation of what Mark Goddard did, and they said he did what you're supposed to do. Like, a fighter can't ask for a timeout. And so, like, if
No, that's
It
wrong.
wasn't a
It's not a
timeout,
timeout.
though. There's a foreign object inside the
there's
cage.
something. Yeah, a foreign object.
it's the timidity sections of the referee's guidelines. And
No.
they are
Timidity?
Continue fight. This is just someone's
Did
explanation.
they say timidity?
That's what this is.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
No.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
I'll find out.
See if you can find the footage, though, because the footage, it's so obvious there's something wrong. The referee should just say time, ask him what he's saying.
What?
It wasn't like he was in trouble and he was looking for a
No.
timeout.
Yeah.
It
He
was just
was
in the
there
middle of the
in
fight.
a 50-50 position.
Yes,
Okay, break the fight.
Break
It's
the
not
fight.
like nobody is losing position.
Exactly. So here it is. He's standing there.
Yeah. It's not like nobody is losing position from that. It's not like you take a punch, I want to recover from that.
Fucking crazy.
Yes, no,
I just don't understand that at all.
That
I mean,
wasn't-
I haven't talked to Mark about it.
that wasn't a good decision.
I don't understand. I mean, maybe he's hindered by the rules. Maybe that's just what the rules state you have to do. When the fighter says you have to stop something for a second, I don't know what the rules are in terms of that. I've never seen that happen before. I've never seen someone step on something inside the octagon and then point down to their foot. I've never seen it. So I don't. But man, what a shame. But he came after that and he won. He won his next fight. he's gonna fuck up a lot of people, man. I was bummed out that he went to the PFL. I wanted that guy in the UFC.
He can fucked up a lot of people.
Ooh, and he's got a lot of years on the clock too.
He said he wanted to go to the UFC, and then they give him some sort of contract. And then I'm like, no, bro.
To get a bad contract.
Yeah,
That's
I think he said that on the tweet, right?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Tweet about like
That doesn't
his
make any
salary.
sense. Well, that's
The
crazy.
interview.
That guy could be a
Yeah.
superstar.
Yeah.
He could be a superstar. He's
He's
so
a
fun.
superstar.
Yeah.
He's a superstar. The guy
Welcome.
filled up the best arena.
How are you?
Yes. In France, he's a superstar. Yeah. I mean,
Yo, dog.
that could translate.
How are you? Hello. How are you? What's good with you? Yo, dog. Yo, dog. Don't worry. I'm gonna send you that friend request. Earth is not a ball. Shout out to Earth is not a ball. You a pimp, son.
He talked so much shit before the fight.
Back to Joe Rogan.
Did you watch his first fight? The PFL?
Yeah.
The guy he brought a mattress. Like, what the fuck is this? Say, Jordan, go to sleep. And he put the guy to sleep.
Yeah.
In a few seconds.
Well, the difference between his level of striking and most guys in that division level of striking is like this.
Yeah, there's a huge gap of
A giant gap.
The other guy was just trying to compensate with their wrestling or jiu-jitsu or something.
Exactly.
And even if you don't have a better wrestling than him, at least you grab him, you avoid some punch.
Yes, and the thing about him is that every fight starts standing up. It's one thing if you're a really good wrestler, you have to take the guy to the ground.
Yeah.
But the fight starts standing. With Cedric, the fight starts in his best place.
And then you see how he was fighting his second fight. He was very low.
Mm-hmm.
He went very low. Like,
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
you're a wrestler.
Yeah,
Let's see how you're gonna
yeah,
get that level change.
Yeah.
Like, I'm already down here.
mm-hmm.
So getting he's very intelligent, very,
Very
smart.
intelligent. And,
Yeah.
and again, his level of striking, and we see that with like guys like Alex Pereira, right? Like that level of striking. When you're a glory champion, the level of striking is so high. It's so above the average MMA fighter. Then when
Yeah.
he gets in there with these guys, they don't want none of that.
And then as soon as they started get like a little wrestling defense and stuff like
Yes.
that, they become a trouble. You can't take him down anymore. And
Exactly.
then you stand in front of him, he smoke you. So
Yes.
what could you do?
Well, you see that with Alex Pereira now.
Yeah.
His takedown defense is much better, and he keeps getting better. He's evolving so quickly. Like
No,
that.
because he's been training.
Yeah.
He's been training.
Athletic
So-
motherfucker ever
He's been
seen,
training for so
fuck.
long, and then he's also trained with Glover. Glover
Glover
Teixeira,
Teixeira, yeah.
also former champion. I mean, Glover was a guy that was locked out of America for 6 years. He couldn't come to America for 6 years because he had visa issues. And he was like the boogeyman. We would all hear about him in Brazil. And everybody would talk, yeah, Glover was like one of those guys before he entered into the UFC that, and I think he wasted his prime, unfortunately, in Brazil. No, I'll say wasted his prime, but I think his prime years were outside of the United States. That's why when he won the title, he was like 42,
43.
43.
What exactly is a prime years for a guy that won the title at 44, 43?
I just think,
you get to the
Yeah.
point you get you to think that maybe 43 is the prime years.
he won the title that year, right?
Yeah, you watch that, you're like 43. It's not that old. I think at 43 you can still do something.
Yeah, it depends on the division, right? Like George Foreman won the heavyweight title at 45.
Yeah. Heavyweight, it's
Different.
more. Yeah, it's different
Yeah,
because they don't push on that gas.
right.
They throw some punch and move.
How old is Cedric?
Cedric Doumbé?
Yeah. Find out how old he is. I want to say he's young.
Yeah, he's young. He might be.
How old is he? 31. That's a good
At
age.
31?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with that level of kickboxing, woo. And
Yeah.
power, man. Like not just like technique, but power and endurance. Like it's a rare combination he has of very, very good endurance and extreme power.
Yeah, he hit like a deaf guy.
Mhm. Yeah, he's a fucking killer. I'm excited to see what happens. Do you understand the PFL's point system? Do you understand that system?
What do you mean?
You know how they have the points, like if you get a knockout in the first round, you get 1 point or 3 points.
Yeah.
What the fuck are they doing? Why are they doing that?
That's for the regulars. I think it's just to push people for a better fight. Everybody knows that you get a knockout, you deserve something better. You get a finish, you get something.
Right, but you can't always get a finish. But what if you're fighting a guy that's like your level? Like you're both elite and you're both fighting in like this incredible fight. You shouldn't be penalized because you can't take out a fighter who's the best in the world in the first round. That seems crazy to me.
Yeah, but either way, if you win a fight, you're winning something.
Yeah.
You just win more. It's like having a win bonus or something.
I don't like win bonuses either. I hate win bonuses.
Yeah, me too. I don't like.
I like boxing set up better, where you have a contractual, you have a contract. You're going to get paid $10 million, whatever it is. That's what you get. You don't get $10 million, but you only get $5 million if a shitty judge gives it to the other guy, which we've seen so many times in the UFC. Guys lose half their paycheck because of a bad decision.
Yeah, but what does that benefit?
Well, who does it benefit? I don't know who it benefits. I don't think it benefits anybody. I think it's bad for everybody. I think it's bad for the audience because they're like, what? Because it makes them angry. It's bad for the fighter for sure. If a fighter loses their paycheck, loses half their paycheck because of a bad decision.
How about the promotion?
I don't even think it's good for the promotion. I think it's unfair. I don't think it makes any sense. No guy's trying at the elite level. Everyone's trying to win. They're all trying to win.
Yeah.
No one's not trying to win.
Absolutely.
No one's going to just coast.
For the most part, you get there by winning.
Yes.
Yeah,
the whole thing is the glory of victory. So what you're trying to do. You're not going to fight less hard. I just don't understand the logic behind it. I think it's a flawed concept. I think it's something that never existed in combat sports before MMA and really shouldn't exist. I think fighters fight their best, especially at the elite level. They fight their best.
Yeah, I agree with you because like when you lose a fight, at least you should get your full pay on that fight.
Yes.
But that won't, the loss won't help you with disadvantage you on the next fight.
Right.
You know, on next negotiation. I'm like, oh, you lose 2 fights in a row.
Right.
So you don't have a power position anymore.
Exactly.
But like just to pick half of your purse because you lose a fight. Yeah.
It's crazy. I don't like it at all.
No.
I don't like it at all. It just it doesn't make sense to me. I've heard people try to argue it, and every time they try to make an argument for it, I'm like, I don't get it. It's not fair for the fighters. Fighters only have, if they're really lucky, like what's the most fights that an elite fighter in the UFC has? Like 50, 45, 50 fights. You know, maybe
55.
Maybe there's a few guys that have like that level of fights. Most guys they top off way less than that.
Oh, way less.
Yeah, way less. So the idea that
by the time you start your career, if you have like an injury,
good
luck.
Right.
Good luck to reach 25.
Right, especially ACL surgery, you're out for a year. Shoulder surgery, you're out for a year. Yeah. Broken hand, you're out for 5 months.
Might never be the same.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And most people, it's not like there's an age to start. Like, oh, you start at 20 or 25.
Right.
Some people will get there at 30, over 30. I mean,
well, how old were you when you started training so late? Like, what? How old were you when you started training?
27.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, it was 27.
Yeah.
But that was only when I could have trained.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
So
you only have a certain amount of years. Yeah.
Yeah. But just want to do the best out of those years.
Of course. But for you to be fighting on a system that penalizes you if there's a bad judge and you miss half your paycheck. Does the PFL do win bonuses too? Do they do the same thing?
I don't know exactly.
You know, your contract is probably different than everybody else's. Anyway.
Yes, and my contract is different. I know. Either way, I wouldn't go for that win bonus stuff. I have nothing against bonus, but don't split my paycheck in 2. Talking about like win bonus. No, give me my paycheck if you wanna give a bonus for the win. Let's do another deal on that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
Because whether I lose or I don't lose or I win, I train, I get prepared for the fight. I come, I give everything for that fight. I should get paid.
Yes.
And the same thing that I give in that fight to lose could get me to win.
Yeah. No, I agree. And so now the PFL and Bellator are one organization now, right? The PFL acquired Bellator.
Yes.
Is that what's going on?
Yes.
Do the Saudis have something to do with that as well? Don't they own part of it?
They invest in the PFL, yes. In the main PFL, because there's a main PFL, a house PFL that has like the PFL and the Bellator now. And then now they're having like a regional PFL, like a PFL Milan that launched this year, and then PFL Africa that's launching next year.
And that's your shirt.
Yeah.
And so you're part of that as well, right?
Oh yeah, that was the biggest. I think that was the biggest reason for me in that contract. The PFL Africa part was the most important one in that contract. You know, like before that, I was trying to like even to the UFC. I have requested to like, oh, I want to be the UFC ambassador in Africa. I want to do something out there. I'm like, oh no, we don't know. You know, this is not. We don't. And then I get a PFL. They say, okay, we're doing this, we do that. They show me the roadmap. Like, okay, we launched PFL Africa 2025. You're the PFL Africa chairman. Like, which extent? Because I don't want that bullshit of paper chairman or whatever it is. Like, at which extent? Like, what exactly are you seeing in PFL Africa? And then they put it out and show me some element. I'm like, good. Then I'm on.
Well, that is one good thing about going over to the PFL because you have so much value to them. Like for you coming over, you were the undisputed heavyweight champion of the UFC. You come over to the PFL, everybody knows who you are. Now it elevates the PFL. So it's nice because it allows you to do more things.
And to be honest, one thing, I have a healthy relationship. You know, it's peaceful. Get to the point of my life that I really get tired or sick of drama. Sometimes I just get into find myself in the middle of some drama, and then I just walk away. Whatever you want to say, you say something. You might say, I disrespect you. You say, oh, I this, I that. Bro, I don't have so much energy to give into that.
So that was part of what was going on with the UFC. There was a lot of drama.
That's what take a lot out of you. You get to the point that you're like, I just want this to be over.
Right.
I just want to get to be over. Right. Get back to my life. Like you're already in the middle. Whether you want to go back, you have to deal with drama. If you have to go forward, you have to deal with drama. So you better keep going forward.
Yeah, especially, I mean, like, how much time do you have left, right? I mean, how many more years do you think you're going to be fighting?
Yeah. It doesn't matter. I mean, soon 38, and I think I'm going to be, I really want to retire in my, as I say, I want to leave the sport before the sport leaves me.
Smart.
Yeah, so yeah. I'm thinking in my average like 41.
So 3 more years.
Yeah, 41. Yeah. Like that.
Do you have a thought of how many more boxing fights versus how many more MMA fights you want to do?
Not exactly. I think I would take it how it comes. I'll take it how it comes.
And so the next fight will be MMA definitely, or
and maybe in my 40s, I still feel like I have it. You know,
right?
If I feel like at 41, I feel like I have it.
Well, you keep
take
going
another
fight.
Well. I keep,
keep going to waste.
Exactly. Keep regenerating.
Yeah.
And then take one at a time. You know.
Mm-hmm.
But what I really don't want to do is to like wake up and go to the gym like I'm forced. You know.
Right.
If I feel like I have it, or I'm excited. Oh, today is a sparring day. I'm going to get there. Whether I'm gonna beat somebody up or they're gonna beat me up. Either way, I'm excited.
Right.
You know, if I still have that, I keep going.
Right.
But as soon as I don't have that, even if I'm not 40 yet, I think is a sign, is a call out.
Yeah, well, that's intelligent. That's smart. That's the way you phrased it. I like the way you phrased it. Leave the sport before the sport leaves you.
Yeah, that's
because we've all seen guys who hung around too.
I would still always do the sport. I would never really leave the sport, but the competition at that level, you know, you need to be ready. You need to be into it. You need to want to be there. You don't just want to do it because okay, I have to. No, you don't go play with punches because you have to. No.
Right.
You better want
to. Enthusiastic.
Yeah.
So, do you know for sure that you'll be fighting MMA next, or is it possible that a big boxing match could present itself and you would do that next?
I would say MMA next.
Definitely.
Yeah, I would say MMA next. Because I'm supposed to fight, it's been over a year, little over a year now, since the PFL agreement, and then supposed to have a fight in a year. So now we are getting a little out of the timeline, for sure. And by the time we were figuring out who should be my opponent, and I think things are very clear now. Renan Ferreira made his self very clear that he's a challenger that should make the fight. He's the opponent that can make that fight happen.
And let's assume you get past that. Will you then decide whether or not you're going to fight MMA next or boxing next? Because one of the things about the PFL is there's not a lot of challenges. There's not a lot of very compelling challenges for you there, unfortunately. At least now. They could sign some more top flight heavyweights. I mean, who knows what happens with many people? Who knows what happens with John Jones? I mean, I don't know what happens with any of these guys. I mean, he could wind up going to the PFL. Who fucking knows? If they come up with some big money, you know, you could get a lot of people that will be willing to go over there.
Yeah. I mean, like after this fight, I'll see what's happened. I don't really have a clear mind on what will happen, but I would say most likely boxing.
Most likely boxing.
Yeah, most likely boxing.
Do you have an opponent in mind?
No. Absolutely. We will see the landscape and what I can get. Who I can get. Because my expectation, as you were asking me earlier, like how many fighters do I think I can do in MMA or boxing? I think if I get to like a good 4-fight plan in boxing, I think that could be good. You know, you get like a good 4-fight, and then you build like who should be next. That could be my potential retirement plan.
Well, it sounds like you already made a good amount of money. Like,
I've made a good amount of money, but you also have to remember that I started this sport for passion. You know, you don't start the sport for the money, because at first there is no money.
Right.
At first it's just punches flying over your head all over, and you have to dodge and then fight and not get paid, fight for free for quite some time, you know. So I love the sport. I still love the sport. I love combat sport. I love fighting, and I think I'll do it until I feel like I cannot do it anymore.
Is boxing more unique to you because it's a new challenge?
Boxing is different to me because it's even even the muscles memory are not the same. The functionality of my body is not the same, you know, unlike MMA that I know every single action in MMA, every single moment. I've been there tens of times. I know I get this. But boxing, you're still like, okay, you know, you might get even in some position and get stressed because you've never been there. You don't know. You have to figure out.
Right. Instead of it being instinctual.
Yeah. Then you until you get there two, three times, and you're like, it's okay. I can deal with it. You know. MMA, I go MMA fight with the knee injury. I'm still like, I get this. But boxing, little different. You basically know that questioning yourself about if you can handle this. It's
Right.
not like I get this.
Right.
It's different.
There's a lot of thinking because it's a new thing for you. When you train for boxing, I know you have Dewey Cooper, you have Eric Nixick. Like, did you bring other people in to help train you in boxing?
Yeah, I brought John Bomba from France. He assists Dewey sometimes because he's very like he has a very good amateur style, which I think is something that I still need to build in my game. And yeah, other than that, I have a Trip, which is my strength and conditioning coach. So I put those elements down.
Did you get a chance to spar any top heavyweights in America?
Top heavyweight level, I would say Carlos Taka. Um, Guido, he's at top right now. He's my other sparring partner. But in America, not other top. Uh, I get Jeremiah Milton as well. Um, but no other big name in America.
Which is even more impressive, your performance against Tyson Fury, when you consider like you really didn't even spar elite heavyweights.
Listen, I think sometimes we don't give credit to some people because they don't just have a name,
Mm-hmm.
because they haven't have a stage to play on,
Right.
you know, and we think like, oh, he's nobody, or he's not the elite. Let me tell you some example. Before Andy Ruiz fought Anthony Joshua, would you think about him as an elite fighter?
No, a lot of people have no idea.
But he was still there, and he was just good at as he is right now.
Well, he's
But because he didn't have the scene to be seen, to be exposed, so nobody care about him. And if you say, "Oh, I spar with Andy Ruiz," I'm like, "Yes, but you haven't sparred with it." You see,
yes.
and there's a lot of people like that out there.
Right. A lot of people that haven't got their shot yet, but
Yeah, they haven't got
talent.
the shot, but they are there.
Right.
They are present. They are elite.
Well, when you first made your way, and when you told that story on the podcast of your journey, leaving Cameroon and making your way and getting turned back so many times, when you first arrived and you finally got to France, you wanted to be a boxer.
No, even before I left, I wanted to be a boxer. Even decades before I left, I wanted to be a boxer. That wasn't even a question. I always knew what I wanted.
So when it finally went full circle and you became a boxer again, did it feel like, oh, this is how it was supposed to be?
The way that thing was to be, what he did. So I still have encouraging to go back and listen to the first one,
Where you explained it.
I was the rest of the day off. Better story than mine. Better, stronger than that. Better. You know, but you know, treats food. Because that's what people love to hear about someone who did not give up and struggled so hard. But how many times did you say back? 7, 8 times? 6 times in the crazy. Crazy. It is a magic number, right? No. Yeah. It's an incredible inspirational story. And I love the fact that you are dedicated to doing this same act of that and to give more people an opportunity and to give them a path towards a career. So I've got this book I do of my life. I mean, I'm very blessed that you got it. First of all, like, I didn't just want to I don't but bro, crazy. So, like, I'm very lucky guy. And then I was hoping good place, a lot of good that I can bring back. Because when I was there, it was so good. I can't tell you how many times that work was to some American to take them country that have taken. So, right. How so like, this all life, without pushing, reasons that I just want to do that. Right. So now, that's one very difficult opportunity to many people that maybe have been working that long and now have that's beautiful. How people do something like that might be not good. That's not at all. It's what I have in my head. It's better than opportunity that you can just have. So tell me, how does this plan establish gyms in Africa and Jim and Cameroon? I have one gym for 6 years. Wow. Partner help going to the foundation and join all the that's cheap. So with one thing that I requested and granted every letter you're gonna do it to to but so many of those many of those might be the preach or might be training now really at the gym I'm not leaving like how do you in them because at the end of the article, you and can go that's
There's so much like how interesting, like how much the like how many like out of there that could eventually come for what it's doing. I know. So I know Africa has a large. Somewhere, but one holiday.
someone recommended this. And yourself find going into your go-to bedtime goal and being like oh, see, I also working like that's why if literally and like I'm so that's fundamental the reason why doesn't, you don't have to be quiet to become a champion. What is struggling? I have a lot of that's great. One that so the one that always that movie that I really did. Funny. I had well, that's why a lot of now, there's a lot of people stand-up comedy writing. I know it's I might but come out and yeah, guess what? Lucky us. Right? Yeah. You will come very short. You know, looking for so many. Became a place for it. And then time. But one that that's it. Yeah, it's just so important. Your position as an individual, your position is great. I can do it. It's possible. Yeah. Oh. Like Didn't so they have access. It's mixed. It was no good. Information, but yeah, but some of them are just yeah. There's also what's happening. There's small contact and they got and then the track is like, well, what the fuck is this thing? It's on your phone. Like more like of course. And they got a couple things. All of a sudden, so get access to information, get educated, instead of a lot of guys looking at TikTok. You have to figure out how to manage that. Think so? Yeah. I think for the most part, I think give them an opportunity. That's hard. Especially if you don't have other people around you. And if you keep because that's true. So, that's true as well. Yeah. Yes. Those people are not in. But you get it. That's good. That's gonna put us they can do it. Something and can't stand it. Right. Yeah. So good. No one knows. And then and people, when you have a nice, this guy, don't know what he's trying to do. The meeting, I used to like, so that's why people are working right here. The ocean, 9 to 7, yes. I make my life deep inside of that.
No doubt.
That is, it looks like really?
By now,
Okay. Wow. That's not that's right.
Shiver. You grew up by talking as blood. How does it mean to have Michael Jackson in your chat?
Yeah, man.
That was gay. And Nicole Chick. And Jay, what are your favorite songs?
It's crazy. A little bit older. To put him in the probably. I don't know how he was. If he's looking,
Yes, I'm sad to say I was one of the victims.
oh,
Michael, why did you let them kill you? Billy Jean What about Dirty
smart, lazy person. I never thought of it that way. Yeah, but it is something like that. Yeah, some inventions make sense, but I think it makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. I was just training. The books and the yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's a very good point though. And also about I know personally. Right, you know, well, people love to put off things. You know, it's an interesting thing to do about pleasure. Because the difference between a lot of you really focus and perform under pressure versus it was also a good care about. So like to have
She really wanted to fuck you, Prince Harry was no choice. What's in that drink stand?
They should still understand it, writing. Really? Yeah. Yeah. You have to do. Right. Right. Not putting 100%, still being successful, but talented. Then you can try to tell them talented and has discipline. You get fucked up. And discipline, you get my choice. You get my talent and discipline.
Rabbi Rothschild tattoo to become a
I don't know how to. I don't. Just like you have those right only to maintain to get the tree. Get into the you have five. Walk. You know that you need to walk with the tree.
Yeah.
Five. And then moving.
Seven.
Five. Very.
And then lights they can't. Just and then
deadlift.
you could see it diminished. Like anxiety, stress. I always feel like they don't. Some people do. Some people jeopardize and then they perform. Right. Learn? Yes. You only have right. So, everyone in the gym, you give him okay. Right. You know that I'm able to take you down and back to the cave. Start on the down. Walk that position. Yeah, and they don't.
Sleeping right now, it's too hot.
Thing. It's like learn. This is some people they only in the gym. Yeah. Kickboxers that did attacked. They were a killer. They don't like that. They don't get on the ground, so they were just like skip the training. They didn't want to have anything to do with that. I think the generation although you might not get trained right from Marcelo do you think you yeah. Leg broken. If I was 25, yeah. I'll show you something. Got caught in this.
Oh no, honey.
This guy gets caught. Like 10 seconds. Yeah, spiral fractures. I just right.
Because I was just, well, I think
Dogs. Is going to pick the babies. It doesn't mean you're an agency.
I didn't was all like that's one. That's one. You make a decision to I need joy. Did you ever work with yeah. I looked up to myself and life But I never thought that people actors why like wow work out and I was very what do you think cool pass out on the middle like as we to get for 3 4 minutes and then up what that that is not God is you was around God where now then not good God everybody for all and that was that I've been sure that in people at that moment I don't know what you know I've been that cry cry oh what no when you feel so hurt inside it's down what happened so this before the Joshua fight after the Joshua and so you realize a kid that was he makes you like oh he's gone and all the things that could work thing that my dad does. I was at home. They even go to get to the point. Get a get a or this, but I would still got. You know, always tell me as a kid, could not do it. And, after cooking, I left school and they I had it with my dad. The power. I figured like something happened. What happened? Example. What happened? Something need me like go protect them. No, unfortunately, any without working healthcare for my family. I got somebody in hospital or whatever it is. I couldn't make it. You know, but suddenly, which is the one that I want to do anything. But by the time it fight for him, I'm like, all right, let me do something. Let's make it what's the point of this woman that has this power. You know, that was sorry. Sounds good. No, it was fun because when it happened, everybody was
Wild shit, Mark. How you doing, dog? Wild shit, dog. How you living? Well, I think well, you can get in with not to, like you like. I get people all the time. So, I get what you like. How you living? What's good? No, no, I mean, I get like, I have like a dozen people just randomly come in to use the link that I provided. Where that you can, right? That's the link that I provided. Okay, so did you find that about me from Will Find that about Will what's up, man? So did you find out about the scam, right? Yeah. Yeah. That's how to advertise. All right. So you're going to see right here, I think, pointer and press the power button. And what it's going to do, and it follows her, and it comes right on her screen to the big time streamer, free advertising. Then what I do is I create a clip. You can change it. They're all going to say rather around the channel. And then on that standpoint, that where he's going at any given time, they essentially pick them you'll see that will take point and follow. Takes a little while. Just based on if it's going to make you do human verification or not. But once you get locked in, it's very smart. It's an image on that bullet there will be that follow button there. Not in there, and then it's programmed to make right now. And it's so basically what I do. And the feedback is on the time. And so you can see this. If you're like, why does it not do it? Like, I mean, I could program it. I have to run through a couple of they not get they're fine. So I sometimes go through that. It takes a lot. But this one very good. 3, 2. Follow button. I mean, a lot of streamers, they go at me. They click that following, and people say they have almost knowing about this, but it's low, especially because they not follows and fans, but it's something that nobody buys. Create these clips in a really unique way. Nobody's really figured out what these clips to advertise what I do. So with that, I'm not just asking who wants people like this. I shoot my life whatsoever. I've been doing something more than what we do. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen if that's what we if let's say the coordination of the team, everything is new. I in my life I work because I don't want to work in life. What do you think of this? That's on the street that I want to discuss in society. Right? I think work on work. Technology and sexual drawings, like loading houses, like self-learning houses, like farming, like hydroponics, like bioscience, and actually sponsored by that's what this is. And what we do is we build roads and our street. That's a way to workers also and workers selling plants where you take a lot of a selling plants so that the water becomes. I think that it's a shame that drought exists and that we'll with this additional things that we discuss on I want to discuss in society that revolutionize antimatter, exposure, life extension technology, stem cells, and human growth hormone, and immortality through mind your brain, upload that in that computer for later download into cyborg, a cybernetic robot, avatar, a really whatever you want to be, a clone of yourself. The options are endless. Yeah. Yeah. So here's what I did. I was just a nobody on Kick. I was just on Kick. I got 1,000 followers. Just so I was always much more focused on YouTube. Live, not just on YouTube, but I'm live more data than any person has in different platforms. Everything from TikTok multiple to IP to BitChute, DLive and Trovo and Logo and Billy and Nomo.tv and just like in Asia. All over the world biggest I have over 1,000, over 2,100 Twitter accounts, over 5,000. All right, do what normal people do. I did that. I started to do that like normal people. But then you're in competition with everyone. I thought, you know what? I have all these other platforms, and Kick is so much there. So if I just use Kick as my basic, I call it my basically, and advertise on there, spam the hell out of it. What they can do is ban my accounts. That's it. And like, yeah, I had 1,000 followers on it, but it's not like a whole bunch of people were watching it. I went almost overnight from no one knowing who I was to absolutely everyone on the platform knowing who I was. Right? So don't you think it's going to be harder for you to monetize while they you create your all these. I mean, have you considered that? Oh yeah, definitely. And that's the thing picture. But I watch a lot of content. I watch every minute of the Olympics. So when I'm watching copyright, it's really hard to get monetized. So the best way I could probably somebody has show more content than any person has. This is a perfect opportunity for us to contract with them as endorsements and and that way a company doesn't necessarily have to Rabbi stream years in a row. He streamed. They don't trouble for that, but they certainly can connect more the project and me as a person, and they are get out there because markets themselves, especially because I all these different platforms at the 33 different devices that are going out there. I mean, what commonly happens to me is people talk and I have no idea. I'd be watching like 8 YouTube shows. So what I do, Rumble Studio, or the numbers. It allows for limited multi-streaming from usually this is a so by user it's within their browser. I'm able to just a bunch of Chromebook and all over your life brother.
Yeah. I mean, but like, so away with one room.
No, I it's I shoot at Disneyland, I shoot Santa Monica Pier, so I've done this for 3 years now. So I think streaming, I've had people in my room before, so and everybody loves the IRL, but it's in addition having and the device battery pack. That's before that's hard to go do whatever you want to do. You got more preparation, and so when I would say of me in the field, and then most recently, the last desktop. However, I have had somebody came and visited me, my house. That was really. I have had them outside. They've done in the store and some other things, but I can't do all that. Hey, we're going to plan today, or hey, we're going to Santa Monica Pier all day. So expensive.
They just go to the gym, just walking around. I mean, if you go like walking past,
Oh,
it's just like,
I have it. I have shopping. So check out going to the mall, shop. My audience would go from one person to one person or two people, which is not a huge amount of people. And so, yeah, but I want to put a camera on my chest, do something and have people live their life, all day. That's out of
what's the word for it? So well,
the first of right.
through that right now.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
20.
right. Yeah. I mean, people do what I do, but essentially, I'm the person with the contact. So they're streamed up. When does their site? I don't know. So the world won't be with the one with the big how everybody's like and that day or moving. That's just really close. This is essentially a high tech world, and I now I have right now. I'm like, I found this little place that'll streaming for like I'm riding all my doctors, but you're just randomly see like every randomly in this place. And it's such a highly sociological kind of thing. You know, it's severe exposure where little bit of the pressure where they go to 80 and and just to treatment and now it's nice. I think that and I hope that it's coming that our bodies have to do life that life I really think that tech needs to have them generation of actually in this case like you and they both can remember that he has that he's just so he falls asleep on the street. Not even a sleep student, but he's just trying to stay awake. I mean you see that yeah, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. Because no one sees it better than me. I see everybody like I see the jazz look like this. So I can tell you everyone no on TikTok. So everyone buying how much do you want to pay? You want to pay $2,000 you want to pay, you know, maybe $4,000 to be up there for 2 hours, then or whatever it is. And nobody has that. Right now, I'm the reason I use her as a example, she's always that it's so bad it's a ghost town. And she doesn't care. She's literally just get that as the work for her because they totally get you can I think that it could be real. So, and that's huge. So yeah, is it like yeah, she doesn't care. She's like I think I'm going to she well, that's just a lot of gas stations. That kind of thing. Just crazy. That's her thing. That's phenomenal. But I can tell you this: every single one of her, she has 2,110. That means 200 pounds. People, and it's 100 people. If that, so like it's really easy to like figure out. You can tell, like people have chunks. Like you'll have the real streamers where like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people watching that. Those are real streamers. Then you have people who bypass. And there's the 50 package tier, which like on most platforms, and then most streamers are like 51, 55, 56 in that range. You never see anybody like for some reason like because that's not where the package comes from. Then you get the next tier of 100. So then you have a bunch of people 510, 5 or 10 real people. Then it goes higher than that. Then you have the range with 576 people are watching. That means 500 people are watching. Or 500 people are watching. 76 people. It's pretty good to see how they do this. And I was, perfect example. Today I was looking at something, and they 786 people watching them, and 1 follower. How do you have 786 people watching? Oh, number 2 person. I know everyone on I work on computers that literally watch 1 person on 20%. I restream on YouTube. So I very well more people on and what random we always at the top of this. People watching what is not. It's literally on the stream. And It just W bot. It's an obvious. Yes. So I get some standard, or some standards aren't my what I do. My different lives, and that different chats benefit. People tell me, no, I do what's actually for whatever. And so it's like, CIP, what I heard is that the bots don't go towards that. Mark, I'm telling you what. Okay, they have advanced every streamer on kids. At least what my bots are able to do. So their bot sense of their bots are technology.
I mean, like kick being
Exactly. And so what these things do is whenever that comes up, it identifies with a little bot because it knows what. And can you hear me? Okay. Yes, Cloudflare are little speed bumps in the overall that's in the way. It just slows it down a little bit. But the thing is, that means I have no competition because Cloudflare basically stops most people, but the thing I can bypass it means other people do too. There are other spammers on exist. But there's one ultra spammer. Everybody knows one, and that's hilarious. The funniest thing to me is I ask random streamers for them, I don't know who they are, and they know why. And I'm not streaming on the platform. At least on my YouTube, so I know he knows. I know about me. And you got spammed him. Please do something about that show and advanced moderation out. Here's the thing, I already know what it would. Well, then I'll make that on the or I'll make that by 1.5 or a capital. If they want to make like this, that's fine. All I have to do is change the emoji at the end, and that makes it different. So if I just unless they're redoing all of their filters, then like this mouse game in their head. If you're having to change your filter and your chat, then I've already won. Already victorious in your mind because you're thinking about so I don't know if you know who Shakti G is. He's a pretty big student. Where he's put, and he has wants like truth. Kick and everybody's favorite rabbi, and he can. I don't want to hold. He wanted to see if, like, hey, if let's get back on, stop spamming people or something like that. And
what you're doing is these people. It's going to make people more. I've noticed. But if you're clipping, that's going to make people clip more as well. So the thing is, it's like wrong.
Exactly. Here's the thing. YouTube spam is hated not, but because advertisers to get eyeballs on their brand when it's for free, and so that's a huge reason why spam is hated in most, at least on Kick, because it's the Wild Wild West and they're in beta. It's hilarious to me. Why? Because I'm going to create another account. All I have to do creates the account and does all the spamming for me. And the thing is, the people who just reported my account, those people are first time for the next account. So they're just having to do more work. It's basically this infinite loop. They keep banning it. And then the faster they ban me, the faster I come in with a new account. Loophole.
Which is commercializing these clipping areas, right? I mean, turn that instead of Rabbi Rothschild, turn that into McDonald's or turn that into
exactly.
like different company. Yeah.
Or perfect answer. Exactly. They'd be more to this guerrilla marketing. Yeah, no one has utilized this, and I recognize that it's certainly an opportunity. The other beautiful thing about it is that all of the other type of moderation can be done by the mods, and in order to delete the clip off of a profile, the creator or the clip creator has to do it. So, what does that mean? That means that I'm doing this to Peyton Ross. Ross is none of his moderators. He doesn't have time to fucking delete all these things, so it's going to stay there. When anybody or into the future, it's a free build.
Stuff like done in like as well, like stuff like that. But it stopped. But now it's back. Marks and works.
I don't think you'll be able to do this. These are the last days of the Wild Wild West, where you don't have to have an internet ID. You know. Well, what you do, just like in the UK, or at least to my knowledge, you have to have your television license. You'll need to have an internet license. So they'll be able to take it away. Hey, if you spam, we're going to take away. So I couldn't do this in the future. This is my one opportunity. And I do it for a value. When people hear that, they're like, you need all of that spam for your own scam. You don't have to give you money. No, I'm telling you this. Just if the only thing I want you to do is tell other people about it, that there's a real life truth show. I want somebody to connect with someone try together. People want you to dictate your patterns, your eating patterns, your sleeping patterns, your bathing patterns, everything about the human psyche. We not only have that in one person, we have it on from 360 degrees over the year. And there's the sociologists of the world are like that nonsense, and at the university level, the study of the academic purposes, I feel, and a lot of that people will be able to study in the future. So, with that, I'm not going to take a thing all the time. Thank you much. I'm also really appreciated your time. Keep looking at the issue of why you can't join the BC of the book and BC as you can tell. I've got a lot more in my Discord. So if I figure that out, I'll make it work. But if anything got from the future, hope people know that if there's anything you ever need now or in the future, I'm here for it. Okay. Thank you. Peace, love, peace, love. Nice. All right. Hey. Yo, Kim, what are you doing, man? Hey, dude. I'm really happy you found your thing. That's amazing. That's a relief, too. See, aren't you glad you didn't call your mom and call the police and everything? You would have looked dumb, and they would have been pissed at you. That's not all you want. There's a saying. I've heard, yeah, police have to report for something, but there's a saying that I've heard and I've heard sometimes accurate, and it would have been accurate tomorrow, yesterday. And that saying is this: if you have a problem and you call the police, now you have two problems. And what would that have been for you? Your problem would have been, hey, I can't find my dog. I have to call my mom. Now I have to call the police. Now I got two pictures. Now I don't have my gun. One, the police are pissed off. So, yeah, that's the all community. Nobody got here. And your dog didn't. I think that's kind of a hilarious thing. The gun was in the freezer. You checked everywhere, though. I'll give you that, man. You checked the hell out of the garage. But anyway,
Maybe
it's good to see you.
on Tuesday. And they were stout. That's probably really legit 4 drinks.
That's what we do at the comedy show, and you guys do it here. Comedy show, martini, my class.
Yeah, that's fine. It's not
A drink.
Yeah, it's multiple. Having a bar that
Yeah. In what way? Just that it's excess.
go there and I see him. Always just drink. This is a bar. Like, what the fuck?
It's a cool bar.
Yeah. It's just such a great night. Especially because, generally, they're mostly just comics. Same thing, sir.
You gotta do that. You were talking about yesterday about the.
Shoot.
Awesome, man.
Yeah, I would watch it. It's nice.
Don't have it here. It's not what I love about it. But what I love about the bar in the winter is just like the cold air hitting your face. Like, oh, that's just like, it's like almost like getting slapped by the fucking earth. Yeah, I love it. And you like bars that you leave a dive.
It gets cold.
So that's
It gets it. We've had households that once. Real bad. Like the first year, they closed everything down. So everyone's telling you how to drive. And they don't have any clouds. So they're just wait till it gets warm.
Yeah.
Like this. Never. Yeah. So nobody a quarter beds from the side by side section. Just flying around. Yeah. So every year it gets a little it's the sometimes that
that's typically called the line. Yeah. Also, oh, dude.
I just read something about that. About bacteria.
Yeah.
It was like the mind, ability to stress, and so
I hate to sound like a douche.
yeah, I think stress hurts your immune system, hurts the how you sleep, hurts your food, I think they have some concentration of ulcers that different. I think it has to do with microbiome.
Yeah, I had to get the X-ray. So that's a big ulcer, and I was like,
Damn.
but
So what do you do it?
just everything's bad, basically. You're like, can't like, I'm like, oh, have a coffee. I'm like, well, it's all like, hot. So I'm like, why is thing. I'm like, and they're like, what do you mean work? I'm like, and they're just like, can I have one? They're like, I'm bargaining with them. Like, oh, great. So then we did that, and yeah, no acidic foods, no spicy. I'm like, this is like all my favorites. Like, this is the best food. And that's a chill. I was bored. With me, and he's so annoying. He wants every meal to be like a fucking home run. And I'm like, you can tell whatever you want, but I can't. He wants to like share stuff so we can try. Just getting it. It's food for 2 months.
Oatmeal and chicken breast. Really?
But you feel weirdly kind of good. It's not stinging in your.
So has it been had one? No, never had one.
Yeah. And it sucks because all my friends who have are just like pieces of shit. This is who I'm comparing myself to, you know? I got one years ago on the road, and I went to a doctor, and he was just very matter of fact. No alcohol for 11 days, and I was like, oh, hey, I was like, how the hell? I was a young comic.
Was this thing? What's stress, smoking, and diet were the principal cause of stomach ulcers? However, the Helicobacter pylori, a bacteria, is now responsible for the most. See that? Duodenal ulcer and 60% of stomach ulcers. The H. pylori bacterium also prompts indigestion. Treatment for stomach ulcers includes the use of antibiotics and acid-suppressing drugs.
Yeah, I think that's ultimately a lot of like.
Antibiotics kill all the good bacteria too.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm probably on both sides.
My friend Gordon Ryan was like the greatest. He had so many times that basically and it ruined his stomach. Like his stomach.
Well,
Crazy stomach issues. Build up of so it's ready to throw up. It's a hard time putting down food.
crazy loud.
It's crazy.
Sucks.
Well, also when you see the guy, he looks like a Greek god. All starting to take you nuts. But all these they don't want something. They just keep thinking antibiotics.
That makes sense.
You know, like, I don't know how the fuck that doctor prescribes. Self-prescribed.
Athlete.
I don't think it was that. But
What you need is one doctor.
yeah,
I had a doctor who was like, coming in. I'm like, can I get muscle relaxed? I mean, I was doing well, but he had seen me show on TV. So he's like, no. Like, I get the Philippines now. I think he's in America and he's on my he's like, that's so wild, dude.
you guys go to the Philippines. Come back. All the guys go to the Philippines. Noodles.
He's like some speculative.
You find out what most of the world makes. Yeah,
Oh,
you're in the top 1% of birth, right? We're talking about Saturday. Look in the mirror, fuckface. It's all we're talking about people in America, like this quality of wealth. Yeah, about the whole kind of. You know, I mean, it's certainly not good for you on the way. I think that's just live it. Having good life. If you want, yeah, no reason. Don't want the process order.
special about the facility and all the back was getting in with somebody you talk about without shitting on it. I was at the time. I was a great
with the notes. What? Yeah. So get some more milk. Get the kind of milk. That's what. Yeah. They make it available. That's perfect for protein shake. So here's what you want to do. 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 Her mom should never have to go to the store today. I'm not saying it's not good if she goes. That's tight. But when you do it, okay, that's tight. That's tight. Listen. Do you have a Walmart account? Shut this. Why waste going to the store? Value, dude. You shouldn't be wasting time at the store. That's bullshit. That shit doesn't need to be wasted. You know what Outlook do? Outlook shit delivered. No, it's exactly right. So you're like, how much? Okay, so for $100, it's $100. They deliver to something. It's a very good as well. But it's a perfect situation like this, where you're like, oh, this milk up. They will deliver you milk in 2 hours. You don't have to go as fast as you go to the store, find your parking, go in, whatever cost per milk, it's the exact same price. So if you're like, are you going to be upcharging it? No. Whatever they charge you for Walmart, you're walking your ass into it. It's the same thing. It's just going to be on the app. And all you have to do is just it's a big thing. And you know what? I use it all the time. I use it for all my shots. That or Instacart. And Instacart's amazing because if you want something at Costco and you don't have a Costco membership, you order it through Instacart. You don't need a Costco membership. The person who's doing the picking up will go in and they have a Costco membership. So they'll go there, deliver it, throw them in it, and you're done. And then if you're like, all right, now, I mean it saves you so much time. And then also, all my we shipping all the time. So what does that mean? You just sit on the drop one candy bar. Well, normally it's like what candy bars do they have? You're on there like that. You search it and they have it in all different sizes. Because if they don't have the candy bar size that you want, you'll go to every Walmart in the United States. So it's like, oh, I fucking Walmart. This is supposed to be Walmart. Instacart does similar things too. So we don't say the same shit about Instacart. It's just Instacart, you have to pay a little bit every single time you use it. It's a little bit more expensive. Instacart's a little bit more expensive than Walmart. But Walmart plus that, that's why I don't want to fucking go with work, because I just have all my shit delivered. And it's always right. It's never wrong. If they ever go on it, they let you know, and they'll just say, I'm going to replace it, and you don't ever have to talk with them. So, like, literally, I don't want to talk with them. I don't want to have any, not that I don't have a conversation, but I'm busy doing shit, so they just text me when they I don't know why they go to the store. I have no idea. Like, your time is valuable as an individual. So here's what I try. When I'm a project management professional, I make $65 an hour. That's not right. Okay, fine. So that means that like within like an hour and a half or so, that's my time. Your time is the same shit. Make your shit is $100 an hour. Make $100 an hour. So that's 1 hour of your time. Then you don't have to fucking fight crowd. You don't have to make sure that you shower. You don't have to wait in the fucking line. That's the big one. Waiting in fucking line sucks cock, especially if you're doing a lot of shit. So like what? Okay, what's a bunch of bullshit? Like, I'm helping, and I get it. So that's cool. But right now, you'd rather have milk right now. A year? Have milk. If you want to know what service I like, I know Instacart, Walmart Plus, like Instacart. Reason why they offer on one thing, and they also like they offer other stores, and you can order like hardware stuff from there, and then it's in like and it's like man, you're not gonna they can sometimes different faster than you can get there. Over the thing. The place where I really see a lot of times is for like literally construction. Or whatever. Dude, it'll take me an hour to go through all that shit before fucking press a button and be here. You can get that like the bigger like these products and all that shit you get for free on the internet. So don't get any of that. If you're like, oh, I want Hulu on my super big next I think do that for retail. All right, that's cool. I get it. Like you got your own place. I can probably afford what you're doing. Giving you some help right now. You don't need it. Like what help valuable is to get two things. One, Amazon Prime, because that also gets you all the deals and channel get to you shipping like all the shit from Amazon. You can get a lot of Amazon shit to your house within 2 hours. And then or well, only from Whole Foods. Whole Foods doesn't have everything. If you want fucking Pringles, I don't think Whole Foods has Pringles. So you have like the Amazon thing gets a fucking shit. Whole Foods, all that delivery is free, and that costs $100 or so. And Walmart. Why are those two things important? And just say you you're going to get back $5 because you're not going to have to fucking wait line. All your food is not all that good. And I think that's what is either suck it up, you're going to develop yourself, or get in the dude, it's not expired. It has another 10 days or so when it expires. Well, what is the best milk? That's quick. It's the milk. They make a milk which strawberry milk. They make double chocolate milk. And just pick now if you like. Hey, that's fine. There's nothing that can be wrong. Issue. You put it in the refrigerator right away. Or no? Did you leave it out there? That's it. All right. You and Kit. No, I don't know. Who's your favorite? Oh, no. Okay, well, who do you watch? They don't have to be your favorite. Who do you watch? That's true. That's true. Okay. No, I don't know. But I like that. So somebody like you like action man? No, action man? English. But it's spelled ACCION. You like all right. So, in my opinion, the person on camera is excited. You don't think it's boring as shit. So I don't know. But this guy named usually IRL. But it's on the road. And so his IRL are on a motion, which is what I think is bad. And I have enough trouble staying connected, like just in general, and have the power and all that other shit. It's easy. Like it's easy. And yet it's easy to do for some time, but to do all the time, it can be difficult. And that guy does it on the ocean. And I have a lot of respect for that. He's making like he's a really good one. Don't ever well, it's not almost exciting. I like better than other people I like someone he's very funny. If you don't know who he is, look him up. He's got 2 accounts, Mike Baby, and the other is Mike Smalls, Joe Hart, and he's very funny. He speaks a lot, so he's like full of action. I know he had a little before that, but he's acting now. Wait, what's it? He tour. was like an out where they like, and I thought that was really good. And that's what I said about that. I liked it. I mean, he asked you, so I just think, so, I like it a lot. That's what I was with. I was asking, like, I was thinking, like, chat. That's how I this now. What let's get like let's get like in July, like he was saying. So I have a lot. But he's I don't know why he has fucking he said he fucking good. I thought it was the land of the dead. Leonard Jackson said just spam the telephone number. And get called. He said, no fucking way. You just spam your real telephone number. Okay. I don't know. Look, I know you're not asking me this, but I'm telling you, like, people who are good people who are. Honestly, someone who I don't think that exciting, but she's doing so lot. I talk about her a lot. Always get just her shit is kind of boring, but I understand my kid's boring. What do I like about it? I don't know that. I just know she's good. I are always staying people at the top. I know this thing where she has the dog taking the person on her screen, which I don't really know about that. Like, I think there are enough dogs out there, kind of like adopted. You don't need more dogs and more. We don't need like, now we can creators who just get dogs and native. They use nothing. Like, nothing personal. I mean, I understand why she's doing it. And I think if you just her is information. Why do I say that? Her shit is always working really well. Like the writing is good, her fucking her computer is good. But also she had like dogs puppy. I thought that was like cool. But she's got like have some kind of but of any girl streamer who I watch, she's not. I don't find her like what she's gonna do a shooter. I don't find girls exercise very good. Like I do respect her driver. She's always fucking streaming. In fact, when she was on Twitch, she was like the one person. If somebody asked me who I just like the one person I thought online was this online random fucking girl with red hair. I wish like more girls on the platform, and I have to think about why. Well, first and foremost, if I were super good looking, I'd have a ton of chicks. So just an average level. But I'll take that. I in my latest box, so girls are living like that. Additionally, for every like 10 honestly, I don't work on girls. I don't understand the work girls. I did this thing when I first worked in Wiz girls, and I would ask for their permission. So I'd be like, "Hey, you might Rabbi Rothschild, you know, and so I give them that. They said no. If they said no, I'd be respectful. If they be like, yeah, sure, go for it. Rabbi, you're not going to I feel like, never every fucking time you got well, that's not why I'm educated. Okay, there's this. Damn, girl, are you all fucking drunk? I'm going to scream when I come inside. It's a very, very good one. And it would just be fucking so loud. But, you know, you make them laugh. Okay, very funny. They're not going to fucking jump into this word. So, and there just aren't a lot of girls on there are fucking comparison to guys. Maybe there are, but not just that. Well, well, there are a lot of IRL. There's a guy that he hates me. I mean this because well, I shouldn't say that. He even wrote to me on Instagram. I don't. It's not that I don't like him, but I understand. He's from New Zealand. I like the betting man out there. He goes to the fucking big cities and streams. I think he probably has been the most fun traveling I've ever seen of a streamer like him. I like Action Man a lot. I think that. Well, I'll say this. I don't know all the Action Man. I think actually, like, I like that. You know, I think that he's got a good story. And there's a lot of things. I think he does some shitty things too. But he also has this other guy. I'm talking about Action Man. I watched Action Man. He did his outreach tour for states. They went from Florida, New Orleans, to Memphis, to St. Louis, Chicago, Detroit, Philadelphia, York, and other cities of all of these places, and handed out food to people, which may not seem like a lot, but I thought I really did right. And they so what would they do? They could open like 200 cheeseburgers or something at McDonald's. And but they saw how hard it was to shoot. And it's one thing if you're like, hey everybody, I'll be shooting. You know, every time you not or whatever. Okay, everybody takes that's great. And those things you like, hey, I'm always gonna be live and I might not always do that with everything, but you can always check me out. That's not everything. Oh, okay, well, what about everybody? Yeah, no, it's just, I'll be invited. You come say hi. Yeah, but are you going to be doing anything? No, when normally you'd be planning on doing something, oh, we're going to play Chinese checkers or whatever the fuck. We're playing Scrabble or whatever. It's like, okay, why don't you do that? I do. I just don't always try to get around feeling so bad. Whatever the fuck I do. All right. Who else? There's another guy who was on the Action Man tour. His name is Cobra, something like that. And he likes me, but he knows that like I do that a lot. And like he's been there that thing too. And I think he just likes how that's that. But he's cool. He was on that tour. All those guys on that tour. It's not wise. I don't want everything. I don't want the 14. It was, see what they were like. There used to be art guys. These guys who would listen on lots of. I think. Well, I know. And LA got rid of the.
Detroit addressing intrusive urban boundaries. He says additional resources have been deployed, including more patrols and investigative resources.
I have working on all this effort to identify individuals that we believe are not just crime opportunity. Yes, but he drinks Bud Lights, which is the calculator. You can drink them on. That's the standard. Yeah, because the longest time stand up to the like a light that it's starting early. So I will burn. Okay. That's that.
I love him. I was still am. I mean, I remember the album, Take the Edge Off. Shit, it was like, Bobby that story. Story, layers, in the back. Yeah, like, so cool. He's such a cool fucking guy. On that. He's like, Adele always says he's like the closest we have to building.
But he's a different thing. He's his own, it's like for sure. He's stuck stand up, for sure.
He inspired a lot of stand-up. I would do the mics. I'm a different generation. You stand-up, but I remember the guys who get like when I was coming up, the guys I get ripped off. I'm like Mitch Hedberg, Dane Cook, a little bit of a little bit of I mean, like we all know. Like I remember Norman and I were talking about like he's like I'm like a Norm McDonald, Jerry Seinfeld thing. I'm like they're working in the '70s, but then also it was like and I love it. I mean, that's incredible. I love how he is. But those are I would have to witness she was driving over to the same show. And she's like, did you know that we wanted one of the girls? Yes. So she calls Joan Dangerfield. And Joan like something wrong with it. She's like, so much. That's my favorite movie ever. And I love his stand up, his cars in the mirror. It's just like, I'm obsessed with Dangerfield. And she's like, you want to be Dangerfield? No one's ever heard. Yeah. When he was going up for a big operation, he was like, I might not make it, but I don't have my mind. And he comes out of it. The doctor goes, call anything up, and he goes, yeah, but as we told was, we'll come with a joke. I love it. I think back this movie is like the best comfort watch ever, because it's like, it's only every character serves as kind of his stand-up. It's like, you're impossible. You're easy. It's like, it's all just perfect fucking shit. Yeah, that's your tone. Yeah, we just show it that way. You remember? I think like the scene was ripped off so much when they're getting like they're young, it's so funny in that movie too. The bar, like young up and down, cute dudes, like hilarious in it too. And bring us a pitcher of beer every 7 minutes until someone passes out. Whatever he's saying. You can't be more fun than that,
I saw him live when I was a security guard. I was a security guard for Great Woods. Great Woods is it's a concert place in Mansfield, Massachusetts. And I was working security there. And this is, I was 19 years old. And I got to the hospital and I got to see Bill Cosby there. I saw Bon Jovi there. That was really interesting. Bill Cosby. Girl. I'm not sure. I missed a lot of the time. I thought I was going to be. But the only thing I was having to work to pick up one of the guys. Yeah. So I was backstage, like there's like this back area. Robbie was back there. Everybody was wearing a bathrobe. There's nothing on the bathrobe. Just naked in a bathrobe with slippers.
for a while. It's just murder.
So he went through this.
And he's just almost naked with a bathroom. Backstage, hanging out with people, hanging out, they don't care. Apparently, it's a giant huge ball, and they just be hanging out, brothers, smoking joints, hanging out backstage with everybody. This is kind of adorable. He was and super wealthy and famous.
Yo, how are you?
It's like this little place for fun.
How you doing, Ted? Well, I stream on like 24/7, 365 for 8 weeks. I've been doing so now for more than 2 years. This is the big event in California, and we're happy there. As you know. Well, do you mind if I give you my spiel? I stream on 24/7, 365 for 8 weeks. I don't want to do it anymore. In addition to the discussion of work, which has been inspired by John Lennon and Leonard Over's Bed Innings, we have to really look at that. Bed Innings twice in the 1970s, essentially, where they sat in bed for years. I'm sorry, against additionally, I have more content on my history than having done this. You're live on the YouTube channel. You're live on 30 different platforms, including Instagram, Telegram, Twitch. You're live on and in addition, in life 24. And things like anti-gravity, anti-matter, life extension technology, using technology like stem cells and bionics to live longer, potentially bridging the gap between this group and the next group, new type of hypothetical. We're on the verge of becoming reality. The type of technology, my technology, will be scanning Snow White, upload that, which basically will be your entire system and be able to upload it into a robot, onto a cybernetic to whatever you want. Essentially, Snow White. I don't think well, you would think let's talk about that. It's delightful for some people. The haves versus the have-nots. For some people, it's something that seems like a fairy tale, which goes in the right position will be wonderful. For others, it could be torture. You could die and think that your death is permanent when someone uses something called vivification technology and brings you back. You might have been dead for 1,000 hours, but because of advances in technology in the future, it will replicate or vivify you and bring you back. Really endless give humanity and so kind of really important topics are ending global hunger through technology. Like what? Like the use of energy planet, vertical environment, cloud seeding, floating greenhouse, saltwater greenhouse, all these things. Anybody coming in, right? But usually, right there, usually about 6 p.m. Pacific, so 9 p.m. Eastern. And you really want to know? Yeah, so I'll tell you. I actually wrote on this topic yesterday. I had an anime on Reddit that was quite expensive. The protein if I can get some about, uh, I would say that it's not just a very well. There's another that you can say the mission I can who that he would God or whatever. But honestly, if you know that, and I'm someone who is almost a historian in a topic that's called ufology. If you know anything about ufology, it's the of a potential of Mary, where Father as and thus essentially as a God, or perhaps
Maybe there are theories about core and all that.
right. But no one discusses the fact that he could have been an alien. No one talks about that. That absolutely yeah. I have published extensive against and also lists of ways. I published lists of ways that you can discredit the flat earth, such as being able to see the on very flat lines, if you're elevated, being able to see the curvature of the earth from planes, the curvature of the earth from the from an eclipse. I'm I'm probably people who think that college is let's hold on. Let's what are we talking about? Are we talking about orbit? Are we talking about inside the Van-Allen radiation belt? We have to talk about differences here. Okay, perfect. So we get outside of the stratosphere into low Earth orbit. How many people are in low Earth orbit? What's in low Earth orbit? That's where the ISS. That's where Mir was. That's where Soyuz was. That's where every space mission has ever been, every single one, since the start of the space race until today, except the Apollo program. Every single mission except Apollo has been low Earth orbit. So that's already something fishy. Every we were able to go there and back perfectly. No one died. etc. We're gonna just put politics aside. Okay. But then we have the Van Allen radiation belts. So what are the Van Allen radiation belts, Rabbi? The Van Allen radiation belts are an area of upper atmosphere into something called the magnetic field that is an area of very high radiation. Hold on. Hold on. It's, no. Dr. Allen created. Let me just say how I know this. Let me just explain how I know this. Or at least, because I'm a skeptic already. But I can at least tell you this element of it. This show. Let me just tell you what I know about it, okay? So after that, James Van developed something called a rock, which was a rocket and a Geiger counter. This was in the late 1950s, and they shot it into the stratosphere, into the low Earth orbit, and these Geiger counters would start to go very, they would start to become very active and then stop working once they get where, which was the first time we ever detected that Allen radiation. You don't think it exists? That's fine. I'm not an absolute expert in them. Most people can even tell you anything about them. I can tell you more than I have read. I can also tell you this. During a report was that during one of the recent space shuttle missions, that actually one of them that traveled further away from the Earth than most any of them, which was still within 1,000 miles of the Earth, so not that far out, that astronauts were experiencing radiation sickness and could see shooting stars, basically a radiation as basically meant that they were experiencing something from something. What this basically telling us is that the further you get away from the Earth, into a certain as I understand it, the Van Allen different spectrum. And nevertheless, okay, area of perhaps radiation. Split hairs on that one, like the fourth wave. Then what's going to happen? There's a lot of nothing after the huge ball of radiation that are you can see this. The aurora borealis and the aurora australis are both visible at the poles and show where they are out of the radiation belts are actually reflecting on the radiation. But that's neither here nor there. And so what I do is I spam on it, and that's how I probably found out. And I can tell you if I right now, and I'm thinking, so I want you to paint in the following. Okay, what? This is a great technology. Right. Now it's create a clip done. Their video. Importantly though, says my also I'm going to put my music and then depending on the night I get something like a time I spend. So Well, then, okay. So then back to after as I understand, because I'm not an expert. We then don't have a lot until 250,000 miles. So at 250, we have the moon. And then from there, begin to be in the system. But yeah, I don't know. There's a lot more I don't really know stuff. I just sure. But, let's see. You are Jewish yourself. Grow up in a and now I doubt it. On food, and just a little bit like go back or 7. I mean, my tip. I have a kid right there. Not traditional orthodoxy, but I think we moved past that, and so I would invite the world to my life, what I'm do so is survive. So I do ensure that I live my life. Just aren't right now, they're like 24 hours a day. So like you'll leave and let people come in. I would say a given night, there's one person in Canada who I end up talking for 3 hours ago. I would say so at least here in the United States, every we watch all the Olympics for that I'm doing sport. So we watch all the UFC there. We watch all the UFC there. What's a doomer? Like someone who thinks that we're in the end times? Okay, so that's called a doomer nowadays? That's not an evangelical Christian. Okay, so it's a negative aspect of Christianity. Well, negative in the sense that it has a negative view on the world, but ultimately, that Christianity is ultimately the eternal life. Einstein working role with life extension technology and manufacturing technology. Okay. What did Jesus? He was like, okay, we have time and life extension technology. I mean, which he came back. I don't know. You could logically make that same
the same time, it's just not a very elegant sense, because the way in which God operated throughout history was through miracles, and nowhere in the Bible was it indicated that he was using technology. Although, when it comes to UFOs, I do believe that UFOs, or these alien creatures, that most of them are demons, but they do have access to technology.
Like advanced technology, you mean?
Yeah, exactly. Like, they're extra dimensional creatures, but at the same time, in that dimension, I believe that they have technology. That's why you see that they have these advanced crafts. I mean, when these UFOs manifest in our dimension, you see them as physical objects, like saucers made out of steel and all this stuff. So, in that sense, it's technology, yeah.
Okay. Do you know who Bob Lazar is?
Who?
Bob Lazar.
No.
Okay. So Bob Lazar was a physicist, allegedly, at Area S4 of Area 51. And he talks about reverse engineering of craft.
Oh, yeah.
He's talked about it on Joe Rogan. Anyway.
Joe Rogan is a big time Satanist.
You know, everybody, I don't want to say everybody says that. There are people who say that because he was at Anton LaVey's son's wedding, and he didn't even know them, though, and he just came with a friend, and he's talked about this publicly. He has said, I'm paraphrasing, but he says it like this. I went with a friend to Anton LaVey's son's wedding. I didn't know that they were Satanists. But the fact that I've gone to a Satanist event means that everybody thinks that I'm a Satanist. They were really nice people. He says that they didn't do anything crazy at their wedding. I just went with a friend, but now everybody thinks I'm a Satanist. But he has said that multiple times on his podcast. I've watched so many of his podcasts that I've heard him say this multiple times. So I do know what you're referencing. Now, do you have any other evidence? I want to hear it. That's why I'm asking. That he's a Satanist?
Well, I mean, people lie.
No, I understand, but you never know.
Well, look, I mean, the story itself, and yeah, there's tons of other pieces of evidence, but that story itself, I mean, unless you're 5 years old, you can smell bullshit. People don't just turn up at weddings and be like, oh, this is where I am.
No, he said that he was going with a friend, and he didn't know them directly, and he came to find out that it was Anton LaVey's son.
Yeah, just like if I'm going to...
No, he probably thought it was cool.
Invites me, I'm like, oh, this is the president of Russia? Cool.
No, he probably thought, hey, this will be a cool thing to attend. And I bet there are some cool people at it. But he didn't know all the backlash that he would get over it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, it sounds like bullshit because it is bullshit. Maybe it sounds like bullshit and it's not bullshit. That's a possibility, but the reason it sounds like bullshit is because it is. Joe Rogan is one of the biggest agents there is.
Okay, well,
there's a ton of evidence.
Hold on.
You're smart enough to look into it.
One thing at a time. If all of your evidence, I wanted you to have something good. Snow White, I honestly wanted you to be like, hey, dude.
So look at the photo.
Okay.
Look at this photo.
Which photo? Tell me what to Google.
Give me a second.
Take your time. I thought you were going to tell me, Rabbi, I've got this amazing inside information on Joe Rogan. He sacrifices goats. He always says he's doing these hunting trips and he's doing all this other shit. But you didn't have that. The only thing that you had was literally the only thing that I knew about that whole part of his life, which was...
I literally haven't posted any links, so...
Okay, what?
Just Google, just Google Joe Rogan LeVay, and it's going to be the first image. So, what is like? I mean, anyways, what do you think? What do you think about black pill?
About black people?
Black pill.
What do I think about black pill? Well, just one moment. Hold on. I'm supposed to Google something about. I'm supposed to.
I don't really want to. Yeah, I mean, I don't really necessarily want to talk about this anymore. But yeah, you can do your own research. But all you have to do is Google Joe Rogan LeVay on images, and it's the first image.
Okay.
And
yeah, exactly. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. It's his grandson. Okay. Yeah, exactly. And that's Joe Rogan being like a hard rocker and
yeah, where do you think rock and roll came from?
I bet you don't even know.
Well, the devil.
I see how you could make that argument. Okay, we can play that game. I understand. And
what do you think about black pill?
So, as I understand, I'm not really a reference. I'm not really familiar with black pill. I'm familiar with red pill and blue pill and black pill. Enlighten me.
Black pill is the idea that looks are the main determinant of attraction.
Yeah, I would probably say that that's accurate. So let me just I like how you really summarized that. That was very nice. Okay, so at least Wikipedia says the black pill is an extension of the red and blue pill analogy. There's some disagreement among researchers and journalists over which beliefs are red pill and which are black pill, and whether the black pill ideology is a distinguishing belief of the incel ideology or if there are self-identified incels who do not subscribe to black pill ideas. Some researchers and journalists use the term red pill to refer to a set of beliefs commonly held by men's rights activists, and the term black pill to summarize the incel ideology as a whole. So, at least from this, it sounds like the black pill are the losers of the red pill community. Is that correct?
You could make that statement. I wouldn't have a problem with it. I mean, I would push back, but yeah, I mean, not a bad summary, but like essentially what you had is the blue pill kind of being the baseline in the matrix, and then Neo goes and levels up and takes the red pill, and so the black pill is the next level, where the black pill is saying, okay, red pill's got some merits, you're not totally naive anymore, but essentially you guys are just coping with all these beliefs of yours, and you're ignoring the elephant in the room.
Okay. Well, I can tell you that these labels are weaponized, whether they're black pill, red pill, blue pill. A lot of times back in the day, people would consider what's quote unquote red pill as just solid advice in life, and blue pill activities to be essentially lazy. And now we have changed them, and it seems as if now with the term black pill, these are the activities that within the red pill community that are more negative and focused toward the incel community.
Do you guys discuss sex and dating on here?
Well, by the state of California, I've not only been a man, I've been non-binary, and currently I'm a woman, We talk about sex and dating all the time. I'm a pickup artist. I've been a member of Layers in major cities across the United States. I like to sarge. I like to go pick up chicks. My body count, I lose track at number 42. So when it comes to red pill ideology and alpha male strategies, really the seduction community, it lost a lot of momentum, particularly after Me Too. But I am one of the pickup artists of the world who believes that you can use seduction in a professional and mature manner to your advantage, and that many of the strategies can still be implemented in a post Me Too world. Do you ever utilize any pickup artist strategies?
It's something that I looked into a lot in my youth.
Have you read The Game by Neil Strauss?
What's that?
Have you read the Game by Neil Strauss?
I've read that book, yeah. It was an entertaining read.
Excellent. Well, that's half the battle. So, yeah, we talk about that a lot. What else do we talk about? Oh, in terms of that.
Yeah.
So, I have an AMA that might be of interest to you, where I use AI to answer difficult questions of the world. Like what? Well, in terms of like what you're referencing, what are 100 different pickup artist strategies? What are 100 different pickup artist routines? What are the 100 most sensitive areas on a woman's body to make her orgasm? What are 10 ways to make a woman orgasm? These are.
Well, I'm not interested in making anybody orgasm.
Well, but these are the scientific questions that need to be asked, because if not, all we do is flirt with reality and we don't get to real answers. When you know what people want, which is essentially sex, which I guess is a black pill ideology, I don't really see it that way though. I consider it perhaps a primitive instinctual quality that we have, and so I like to discuss it a lot. And if you're wondering why are you why have you been non-binary, and why have you been a woman, why are you a woman? I'm someone who really, I'm not LGBT or Q, I'm plus. I'm that plus thing. That to me is transhuman, where we are moving away from Homo sapiens and into a world of a different type of species. And why do I say this? When we're using...
You sound like you have very satanic beliefs. So, I'll just say, like, we need to get right with God.
Dog, I pray every day. I don't know how it's satanic. I think we will be able to live forever. And if that's a possibility, then I don't want to limit myself in any way.
Yeah, there isn't much to say that you don't already know. I mean, like, you pretty much know what I'm going to say about all the stuff that you're saying, so I would just say you need to seek Christ.
Hey, man. Thank you. Hey, you know what? I appreciate the advice, and I understand what you're saying. You said it in a very nice fashion, Snow White, and I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Dog, way longer than that. I've been in this bed, or a bed, for at least 3 years, dog. How are you? Welcome. I'm glad you're here. Hey, Mark was able to join. Very cool. Hey, Trev. Hey, absolutely. Snow White, as you know, I'm always live in here. Feel free to drop in whenever you'd like. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them in the future. And if there's anything I can ever do for you now or in the future, let me know, okay?
Thank you very much. God bless.
Take care, man. Blessings. Hey, Trev, you should know that I will let you in here, but you have to be nice. And my man, Tim Tam knows that, and he's been really nice recently. I helped him a lot yesterday. And, Doug, you don't want to be thrown out of here. Be nice. How you doing? Doug, you want to be thrown out? No, you don't. Did you watch the Olympics?
Oh, it's coming.
Yeah, that's what people say, man. Well, are you into sports?
How are you planning to help boy Oreo?
How am I gonna help you?
Norway.
How am I gonna help Norway? That's a great question. Well, I can tell you Norway perhaps has the greatest export in the entire world. And what is that? Some of the most beautiful women on earth are in Norway. So what does that mean? That's a lot of power. When your women are in demand anywhere on earth, along with some of the other Scandinavian women out there.
Homeless.
What'd you say?
That nigga's homeless.
Who's homeless?
Norway.
Oh, Norgay. Who's that?
Norway.
I don't know who that is. I thought you said Norway, like the country. I'm gonna help the whole. I'm gonna help the whole world. Dude, I recognize that. I appreciate your honesty. Thank you. Do you have anything else you'd like to say that's constructive? That's cool. How's your day going? What are you eating? There you go. What is what?
I'm in this school now. I'm trying to figure it out.
What was it? I was gonna ask you what went on.
I think the problem was me not verifying my age on Discord. That's what I think.
Yep, that's exactly it. Well, I'm glad that you were able to. Now you can see all the cool stuff that we have going on. So you should be able to see me in a bunch of different angles.
I saw as well that you want to help Norway out, bro. That's really kind of you to help them out, man. Rabbi, you in an alley,
I'm what?
you're in an alley.
Yes.
You're in LA.
Word.
Yeah, I mean, so if you want to help Norway out, he just needs a place to crash. He's a streamer, he's got 11,000, I guess you know anyway, he's got 11,000 followers.
Yeah, I wish I could. I wish I could help him. I wish I could help him. I thought you were saying Norway, like the country. I can't help it. I can't host anyone here. Oh, okay. I can't host anyone. I'm not allowed to. I wish I could. I know it's difficult. So why do you have to be so mean? Oh. You said he's not going to murder me. I thought you said he's going to murder me. I got you. Just a moment. I got to drop one of these and come back with it, and I'll be able to hear you a lot better. Just one moment. So I'm going to look up Norway. I'm going to look up Norway right now, and I'll know who he is. Norway. Oh yeah, Norway Don Patrick. I know of this guy. Yeah.
And if you go on his Discord, then you'll be able to start to see his Discord and stuff.
I think he's banned me from his Discord, but we'll see. I hope not.
Something's going on with him and Jack or something because they just left him stranded. One of his close friends said that they just left, and when he tried getting an Uber, they closed the door on him.
Yeah, but he didn't have a plane ticket though.
So Jack bought him a plane ticket, right?
Regardless if you did or didn't, I'm hearing that it was just weird vibes. Like they just took off on some malicious shit. They didn't try to let him know. And then when we tried getting in the Uber, they just closed the door on him without no
I
explanation.
don't know, man. Look. Last time this happened, Norway crashed out, and it turns out like Norway exaggerated the entire thing, right? So I think we need to hear both sides of it. What I think is, keeping in mind of what happened before, I think Jack bought them an LA ticket from Miami to LA, and that he bought it like a couple of days after when they arrived to LA, right? So he bought it cheap, but he only bought it single from Miami to LA. But they've also got a return ticket. So if he tries to get Norway into that flight, it's going to cost him what, $5,000 or something? Do you know what I mean? So I think maybe Jack's just trying to like wait it out. So he can get like a cheaper flight.
If it's more than like 3,000, I understand. But any less, like he's rich, bro. But I would understand like 4,000, 5,000.
But like he's rich, but I don't think he's rich. I think he's wealthy because he uses his disposable income into assets, right? Yeah. He doesn't necessarily want to spend his money when he doesn't really want, like when he doesn't really need to.
I can tell he's a little greedy fuck. He's very like conservative with money because want to bet that game.
What, sorry?
Even when he was playing YK Osiris, the basketball game.
Yeah. He doesn't want to. Yeah, bro. Like, he doesn't want to spend his money.
Yeah, who knows, bro? It could be that. And Norway just exaggerates certain things.
Yeah, like Norway exaggerates everything. I mean, Norway never really tells the like. Norway just says it in his own mind, and like, because he's a crash out, everything's exaggerated in his own mind. So it's a bit like, bro, chill. Do you know what I mean? I think Jack's like, okay, look, Norway, like, you've got friends in LA. I'm your friend. You're staying with me. You can stay with me whenever you want. I'm going to get you a plane ticket. But why don't you just stay with Turkey or your other friends, and they can look after you for a couple of days, and then when you're with me, it's all back to normal. Do you know what I mean?
He is a grown man at the end of the day.
Yeah. He could probably even hit up Mickey and Mickey will help him out, but that's just a matter of Norway asking for help. I don't think Mickey was helping him out though. See, I think like Mickey's like fully LA. I think he's just like in it if there's like any form of content involved, right? Nah, Mickey's not like that. Does he know? No, he's not like that. If anything, he's filthy rich and he don't care to help. So that's a penny to it. At the same time, I get where you're coming from. But he's rich, right? But see, I feel like it's his personal brand. It's his personal brand. Like you guys see, like when Vitaly used him, he let Vitaly use him for free content without getting paid them multiple times until he finally got tired of it. You know, so I don't think Kyle was anything that Mickey needs. At the end of the day, he likes being on camera. So all he needs to really do is ask Jack to get like Mickey's number or something, or tell Mickey if he could help him out a little bit, and he'll be willing to do it. Yeah, but I'm not sure if Mickey would want Norway in his house, bro. I mean, last time this happened, DJ Diddy took him into his house, and like Noah was just spitting on his floor, crashing out, broken all the girls. Like it was bad, but
yeah, no, but he could get him a hotel and stuff like that.
Yeah, sure.
They're vibing the other night.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's where just networking was born.
Yeah.
Mark, do you see at the top of this Discord, it says browse channels, shalom, welcome, rule announcements, and it says 24/7 live YouTube streams. Can you please go to 24/7 live YouTube streams and click the link to YouTube so that you can see all my live streams?
Bro, is it on Shalom?
It's below there, like 5 lines. It says 24/7 live YouTube streams. If you ever need me on YouTube, you can just type Viral Rabbi or Rabbi Rothschild and just whatever you do, filtered by live, and you can always find me. But
Rabbi, where'd you get your name from?
my family, and Rabbi means teacher, and I teach about futurism. So,
your last name's Rothschild?
Correct.
Are you Jewish or are you like not Jewish?
Yes, I'm Jewish. I am Jewish through my mom, going all the way back to the Bible. I also practice Judaism. Here's my tefillin. I have my kippah on.
Ashkenazi or like what's it called?
I'm Ashkenazi.
You've got Ashkenazi, you've got Sephardi, right? You've got.
Yep, you have Sephardi, you have Ethiopian, you have Yemenite, you have Mizrahi, which is like Persian.
Yeah, Mizrahi, right? So that's like the Middle East.
Yep.
I think Ashkenazi is like from Ukraine or something, right? Poland, Ukraine.
Yep, Eastern Europe.
You're right, Eastern Europe. Which one are you? If you don't mind me asking.
Absolutely, Ashkenazi, German.
Oh, nice.
I can follow my mother's bloodline to Bezalel, who was the chief architect of the Mishkan, which was like the traveling tabernacle before the temple.
Do you guys speak Yiddish?
A little, but not as much as I would like. My languages are something that came later in life and thus are not as strong. I work on them every day, but nevertheless, and it's
Do you guys speak Hebrew? Because I read somewhere like Hebrew is like a new language, like from like 1920s,
That's
because
true. That's
it's
absolutely
been
true.
like created so that all of the Jews can like speak a common language, right?
Correct, but technically,
Of course, it's got history, but like the modern Hebrew is created so that all Jews can like speak a common language, right?
correct, but technically, we should be speaking Yiddish. Hebrew is it's only supposed to be used within the temple setting, and but yeah, I mean, obviously, Israel is a Hebrew-speaking country, but most Jews cannot speak Hebrew. Most Jews cannot write Hebrew. Most Jews cannot read Hebrew. My Hebrew is generally limited to ceremonial and blessings, but it is something that I continue to work on.
Did you join Norway's Discord server?
I did.
Yeah. So some people are saying that you're going to help them out or something.
No, I wish I could. If the people who own my house would let me, I would. I would take in every streamer and we would have a streaming house, but I
I know
cannot.
someone who could help him, though. He was with them the other night at the club. Fresh fucking name, though.
What club?
Wolf something, I don't know. It was when they went to the strip club. We pulled up on Jack. He was outside the sprinter van.
Oh, Penny Mac.
No, it was another one. It was before that, a couple days before that. He had like a beard. He's pretty old.
Oh, SJC.
Yeah, SJC. Yeah. SJC. Yeah. We were gonna let him crash out on his couch the other night.
Yeah.
But he's good. We could streamer too. He's like a good person. You saying something about he has property in Miami or something too?
Yeah. He said that on that.
Okay, so you guys saw that link? So you see how many YouTube streams I have going?
Yeah, I see it, bro.
Excellent. Now what I want you to do is go to Instagram. Do you have Instagram?
I do.
Excellent. Type Rabbi Rothschild in Instagram. I'm at Rabbi Rothschild.
Holy fuck.
I'm at Rabbi Rothschild, but I'm live on Instagram right now on 3 different Instagram accounts. So just type in Rabbi Rothschild, and you'll see there are some accounts that are live, and you'll be like, what are these? Those are mine. If you're like, why don't they say Rabbi Rothschild? I have a bunch of content. I need years worth of content under Rabbi Rothschild, but I don't. If I ever lost if I ever did something stupid, I don't want to lose that content. So I change the names every so often so that I just have this huge archive on Instagram built up. So what you want to do is go to Instagram and in the
You
search
got 10K followers.
on one of my accounts, yeah. But that's just one of them. Go to type in Rabbi Rothschild and look how many accounts I have. Just type Rabbi Rothschild and go to people. Do you see it?
When did you start doing content? Like just,
I started live streaming my life.
this whole thing.
I started live streaming my life 24/7 more than 3 years ago.
You got a network, bro. You got a network. Yeah.
I have more content online than any person in global history. Okay.
You have a lot of videos.
Yes, I do. I have tons of videos, like a whole timeline worth of videos. Now, what I want you to do is go to TikTok. Do you have TikTok?
I don't. I just have Instagram.
That's okay. Okay, so do you see on Instagram how many different Rabbi Rothschild accounts there are?
Fuck yeah.
Exactly. Fuck yeah is right. And you can also see some of them have the little red circle around them that say live. Do you see any of them that say live? If you don't, that's okay. They don't all say Rabbi Rothschild that are live. Some of them have weird names like Sop is female ejaculate and some other weird ones. If you're like, why is your fucking name Sop? Do you see them?
Nah. I do, yeah.
There you go. Excellent. Do you see it's live?
Yeah.
Excellent. So yeah, you can. So how do I have these? I have created a robot on Instagram that automatically uploads my life every hour. So it live streams, and then when the live stream is done after 1 hour, the robot is programmed to automatically upload that. So you can go back in my life and watch the whole.
Did you post all of this yourself, or did you get help?
No, this is all 100% by myself.
No way. What the fuck?
Right.
Crazy, bro.
I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. Additionally, I've had 6-figure contracts with Fortune 500 companies. So I'm a relatively accomplished individual, and on top of my other hobbies and interests and such. So yes, I've created all of this myself. Oh, the reason why I wanted you to look at TikTok.
What made you stop, bro? What made you stop this career and focus on a different one, if you don't mind me asking?
I recognized that the best I was doing, I was making 6 figures each year, but I couldn't even afford a house. I couldn't afford the house in which I was living. And that's unfortunate that you have to make such an amount of money to be able to live comfortably, really about anywhere in the state of California, but particularly in Southern California. And I realized in some of the work that I had done, in particularly one conversation that I had with someone where we had a discussion about data, and data had overtaken water at that time, and I had as a very important commodity on Earth. And in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource.
Bro, like, I do see that, and I do see that you produce a lot of content, which is, I guess, from what you're saying, data. But don't you think it's the same content which is multiplied, though?
No,
you know what I mean? So yes, you are producing more data, but it's the same part. Like, it's the same, no?
Everything is different about it. I mean, we've done IRL data. IRL content. So where I've traveled at 118 miles an hour. I mean, I've driven very, very fast on the freeways. We've been to the beach. We've been to Disneyland. We've been to Santa Barbara, San Diego, Beverly Hills. And on top of that, the various things that I do on a daily basis. I mean, really, yeah, it's about going viral. But basically, it would be the story of going viral. What have we done, essentially, that, is something that you can say is really, really important for the world? We have essentially a collection of a human's life, like a diary. Back in the day, they would have called me a diarist, someone who wrote a diary or a journal all the time. I don't have time to write journals. I don't have.
Casanova or something. I know what you mean. Like, yeah, Casanova.
Hell yeah, I'm a Casanova, baby. I was just saying, I'm a pickup artist. I slam dick. My.
But Casanova is not just a pickup artist. Like,
I know, it's a way of life.
like he's like an adventurer.
It's charisma. It's a Renaissance man. It's someone with varied interests. It's someone who treats people well, including women. It's a lot of things. Absolutely. It's the ultimate alpha.
That's the modern understanding of it. But what's his name? Gianova Casanova was a diarist. He was, writing all of his like journeys, like you are right now, right?
That's exactly right. And I have read at least the modern records of diarists. There was one guy who wrote down everything, every moment of his life, every 5 minutes for like 50 years. And I think he has the most amount of diary entries of any person. I don't have time to do that though. So I just do that by use of the camera. And I know that that person, if they were living today, they would have done the same thing. They would say, it takes too long for me to write all this down. I want to be able to describe everything about the world. That's 100% right. Exactly right. There's a movie that's similar to this that stars Jim Carrey from the 1990s that's known as The Truman Show.
Bro, that Truman Show gave me a fucking existential crisis, bro. I felt, bro, see, with you it's different because you're aware of the cameras.
That's correct.
The Watching Truman Show was so weird because it's like, is there a camera watching me? Do you know what I mean? So
100%.
That's an excellent film, but it's just like, it's so hard to watch something.
No, I 100% agree with you. And what you have to understand, though, is there is a camera watching you. Your smart televisions, your laptop cameras, your cell phone cameras, all of that delivers tiny little hidden kernels to the clandestine agencies of the world. And instead of the world watching it, essentially the intelligence agencies of the world are watching it, or at least analyzing it using quantum computing and monitoring you, which is frankly just as creepy. And so what I did, and I knew this, it's very 1984, but did you know that there's another book out there called 1985, which is the year of my birth? It's by Anthony Burgess, who wrote A Clockwork Orange. It's called 1985, and it was meant to be a follow-up to 1984. And people don't know it, but there's like a sequel. And while it was not written by Orson Welles, it is written in a manner, it's still somewhat dystopian, but there's like opportunity to escape 1984, and I recommend it. When it comes to, yeah, definitely, a lot of people don't know about it. It's 1985 by Anthony Burgess, the same writer of A Clockwork Orange. I believe he wrote it in 1978.
So the Clockwork Orange movie has, like, so when it first came out, didn't it get banned from everywhere, bro? Like, that shit, I know we read, bro.
Right.
Yeah. We had like a bag full of movies. We didn't really have cable around this time. And so my little sisters got into the fucking bag of movies, bro. And I come home and they're watching Clockwork Orange, bro.
Wow.
I'm like, what the fuck? I snatched that movie so fast.
In the UK, right? So a couple of kids watched this movie and went on like a killing spree, bro.
That movie's
Crazy.
insane, dude.
Yeah. Bro, so when that movie first came out, like, it was crazy. Like, just like all the gore and stuff, apparently. I've not seen it, but that's what it.
That's true. It's one of Stanley Kubrick's more controversial films. Well, I can tell you that I am someone who felt that 1984 was becoming all too true, and I wanted power over 1984, and I was going to use the camera against it in my own way by opening my whole life to it. My whole life, your whole life is already being recorded. You just don't know it. And so I just recognize that and open it up to the world.
But don't you think it could be cooler if you were allowed to use a 360 camera.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Like one of those panorama cameras.
In the future, on my black hat, I want to have it on top. Yeah. Now I've worn body cameras in the past, and they're great. It's just it takes too long to upload the footage, and there's not like a really good body cam that you can wear that's comfortable that is always uploading. But basically, what I want to do is work with GoPro for a 360 camera that always uploads to YouTube. That's what I want.
Yeah.
Constantly. Or I shouldn't even say uploads, but you know what I mean. It's constantly streaming to YouTube. Exactly. And the world is going to learn so much from this when it just comes from the ideas. When you say that really one of the things for which I'm an advocate are things like nuclear energy, are things like anti-gravity, or things like antimatter, things like a space elevator, things like a Bering Strait tunnel, things like bridging the Darien Gap in between Colombia and Panama, so that we can create a trans-American, it's called the Trans-American Highway, where you can literally take a car from the tip of the Falkland Islands to the Aleutian Islands in Alaska. So you can go from Argentina to Alaska. The only thing that's stopping us...
So I guess you're more of a futurist one.
I am a futurist. I am as much a futurist. I am as much a rabbi for futurism as I am for Judaism, if not more. I think that futurism is perhaps one of the most important yet least discussed topics in society.
That's true, bro. But that's true. I mean, I've looked into futurism, in terms of the study and everything. And there's, I think, only one university in the world which gives it as a degree, and that's in Berlin.
And,
it's in the Free University of Berlin.
And who's going to take that seriously? Not that the Free University of Berlin isn't respectable, but exactly. Now, I want to change that. So what does that mean? There are major questions out there for the world. So I get asked this question sometimes, and I don't know, I dream about it. Okay, so let's say right now, all of a sudden, we had 100,000 people watching. It's like, hey, all of a sudden, somebody out there retweeted something that I put out there. What are we going to do for the world? Okay, so there is a list of questions that are unanswered for the world, and I want to inspire people. So these lists of unanswered questions aren't things that I came up with. This is from Wikipedia. And so I would say, look, for every person out there who wants to study social studies, that's totally cool, that's great, but it's never bad to have other interests as well. And so I want people out there who perhaps previously were only going to major or concentrate in one study to perhaps be someone who is more well-rounded and start answering some of these major questions, starting with people in astronomy. So what are some questions, Rabbi, that we have existing in planetary astronomy that still exist? Okay, orbiting bodies and rotation. Are there any non-dwarf planets beyond Neptune? Why do extreme trans-Neptunian objects have elongated orbits? The rotation rate of Saturn. Why does the magnetosphere of Saturn rotate at a rate close to that at which the planet's clouds rotate? What is the rotation rate of Saturn's deep interior? Satellite geomorphology. What is the origin of the chain of high mountains that closely follow the equator of Saturn's moon Iapetus? Look, there are dozens of these questions that humanity has to answer that young people out there don't necessarily know. Some college kid out there doesn't know that the question, how common are solar system like planetary systems, how common are they? There are other questions out there. How does the sun generate its periodically reversing large-scale magnetic field? We don't know the answer to that.
I know, but see, what I think it all comes down to at the end is the economic system of the world, right? So a lot of the stuff you're saying are stuff which would need to be funded, to be researched, right? So, and where would that funding come from as well? So I think it all boils down to the economic system of the world, right? So from the 1980s, we've had the neoliberal order, right? And then now, after the financial crisis, blah, 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 it's kind of changed a little bit. I think it all comes down to that. For these questions to be answered properly, you need a lot of funding.
I can get the funding. I can easily get the funding. Funding's not going to be an issue.
For everything, I mean, to get, like, you would need to change the whole entire economic order of the world to get this done.
No, I don't. Very easily, I can say to the young people out there, some of you are interested in biology. Here is a list of currently hypothetical technology that is going to become a reality over the course of your lifetime. So listen up, because those of you who want to work for a pharmaceutical company like Merck or Pfizer or GlaxoSmithKline or Lilly or Moderna or Johnson & Johnson or wherever, these are some of the unanswered problems that we have and some of the types of technology that I want you to develop. So anybody out there, whether you're age 3 or 30, if you're interested in biology, listen to me right now. These are some things I want you to develop. An acne vaccine, an anti-evolutionary drug, an anti-prion drug, artificial gametes, artificial gills, artificial super mitochondria, a caries vaccine, de-extinction. Like, here's a perfect one that I could go talking with a chat of 100,000 people at length. What is de-extinction? It's also known as species revivalism or resurrection biology. It's the process of generating an organism that either resembles or is an extinct species. There are several ways of carrying out the process of de-extinction, and we've already done this. People don't know this, but the Pyrrhian ibis was brought back. It was the first. The Pyrrhian ibex was a type of deer that was common in southern France and northern Spain that went extinct, but we were able to use its DNA and de-extinct it. So what are we talking about here?
Rabbi, so there's a new startup. I think it's called
Yes.
Lotus. I'm not sure if you've heard of it.
They're doing the woolly mammoth.
So they're trying to build. Bring back the dodo birds. I'm trying to bring back the what's it called?
The woolly mammoth.
Like
They want to do the woolly mammoth, and I know about this, but that's just one of these ideas. But we could delve into this. We could bring back the woolly mammoth. We already brought back the Pyrenean ibex. So basically, here's its story. It was abundant through medieval times. Over hunting in the 19th and 20th centuries led to its demise. In 1999, only a single female was left alive in the state park. Scientists captured her, took a tissue sample from her ear, collared her, then released her back into the wild, where she lived until she was found dead in 2000, having been crushed by a fallen tree. In 2003, scientists used the tissue sample to attempt to clone Cilia and resurrect the extinct subspecies. Despite having successfully transferred nuclei from her cells into domestic goat egg cells and impregnating 208 female goats, only one came to term. The baby ibex that was born had a lung defect and lived for only 7 minutes before suffocating from being incapable of breathing oxygen. Nevertheless, her birth was seen as a triumph and is considered the first de-extinction. So we have already de-extincted an animal, and I want to do that with more things, including the woolly mammoth, the Siberian tooth tiger, saber-tooth tiger, apologies. The aurochs, which was like a huge bull, the quagga, which was like a zebra, the thylacine, which was also, it was like I think it was called like the Tasmanian tiger, the passenger pigeon, Maclear's rat, the dodo, which is what you just said, the northern white rhinoceros, and then the future, those are all being worked on, but then there's like a bunch that potentially could have, and then we get into dinosaurs and
They're gonna start mutating different shit to bring back different. I feel like they can't specifically bring back old dinosaurs, but they're gonna mutate shit similar to bringing it back.
I'm in agreement with you.
It needs to be birthed by something, right? So with the woolly mammoth, it has to be birthed or surrogated by.
I mean, because think about it, that's how life started.
But they're gonna do it. They're gonna do it with an elephant.
Yeah, Asian elephant.
Exactly.
Or some shit.
So the mammals.
There's no way they're not in labs just like doing this shit as we speak, bro. Just rotating this and like this shit. It may not be in our lifetime, but the next one for sure.
Exactly.
Bro, they're doing it right now. Search of Colossus, it's the startup which was called Law Funded, and like they're doing it right now.
And do you see how absolutely exciting these topics are? And imagine we had 100,000 people who heard this right now. The internet would be exploding. When we say that we're going to bring back cave lions, pardon me?
People know about it, but people just don't care about it.
No, they would when they realize that that's all I've been talking about, this kind of stuff, for the last 3 years, that these topics are very, very interesting, and they're very futuristic. And on top of being a time capsule for society, there are discussions of futurism that are going to affect them and that they want to hear. When they can hear that the steppe bison is coming back, or a cave lion, they'll make memes of cave lions and cave bears, and they'll make memes of the woolly rhinoceros. It'll be like it'll be an absolute revolution. Now that's just one of the things. That was just de-extinction. I'm just going to go back to the list of things. But when a bunch of kids out there, and college kids and high school students, hear about de-extinction, and that's a real thing, and Rabbi talks about it like it's going to be real, or already is real, that's going to be extremely exciting to them. Here's some other things that I want people to learn about. Dyson trees, ethnic bioweapons, female sperm, flying syringes, hair cloning, HIV vaccines, a human Z. What's a human Z? This has been attempted at least 2 times publicly by the Chinese and the USSR. I understand. And maybe I don't want to make one in reality, but I at least want to know how to do it if we needed to. So perhaps we could have simulations that could do it, and we could see what this person could look like without having to do anything unethical. Life extension, which is the thing that I talk about perhaps more than anything. If you had to say, Rabbi, what topics do you address most on this stream? It's world peace is the most, ending world hunger, ending world thirst, life extension technology, mind uploading technology. Those are the big ones.
Right now, we can literally end world hunger. We can literally end thirst.
I agree.
It's not a matter of do we have the technology or not, bro. Like, it's literally economic terms. Do you know what I mean? So if you listen to Bill Gates talking about it, he says, look, it's very easy. It's very easy for us to do desalination programs in Africa or whatever, but it's not economically viable. So to do all of this, we need to change the economic order. Like that's what all boils down to.
And it is. It is. The economic order is changing through cryptocurrency.
Yes.
But they lie and they make it seem like the world's overpopulated. If you listen to Elon Musk closely, like even he says like we're actually underpopulated.
Exactly. He's got 12 kids.
He like encourages having more kids and stuff. He says like
you're 100% right. He has 12 kids. And he can.
People like it's going down as a matter of fact. And the world makes it seem so fucked up that like we're overpopulated, but like you say, it's easy to cure it.
100%.
But it's just like it's all about money, bro. Honestly, it's a fucked up world we live in.
Well, look, maybe we can't afford this, but I know that no other content creators out there are talking about liquid breathing. Like, what the fuck is liquid breathing, Rabbi? I mean the ability to breathe underwater like a goddamn fish. I want people to look into it. I want a kid out there to hear the word nanochondrion and be like, what is that word? And they learned it from my stream. And those are hypothetical nanomachines that are meant to live inside or with biological cells. They are named after mitochondria due to their similarities in working inside the cell and their reproduction. So it's basically a little machine that works inside your cell. Some kid out there, and I say some kid, I mean some college kid, is right now not very motivated, and they're in a biology class, and they're wondering, what can I do with my life? And then they hear the term nanochondrion, and they think, wow, a little machine within a cell. I want to look into that. And that helps to inspire them. But they're not going to hear the term nanochondrion on any other streamer's stream. And that's what's important about this. And if they are...
I guess it all boils down to, from what you're talking about right now, it boils down to the educational system where people just learn about crazy, boring bullshit, and you just want to change that so it's, more motivating, and it works within the future of society as well.
Absolutely. I'm not saying that you can't be a social justice warrior. I want you to be a social justice warrior, but be a social justice warrior who has a biology degree or an engineering degree in addition to your majoring in feminist causes or in gender theory. I want you to learn that too. Traditionally, though, people would just major in one thing and concentrate in one thing, and that's it. I want you to be a well-rounded individual. If something doesn't work out with gender theory, why can't you use your engineering degree to go and learn how to perhaps make biogel refrigeration or a cellulose composite?
I think in the US, you do have Montessori schools, or you have various schools which do kind of teach you this, and I think you have liberal arts colleges, right?
There are no schools in the United States. There are no schools in the United States that are teaching about diamond trees. What are diamond trees? It's a product of a future technology and molecular manufacturing that's been proposed as a method of long-term sequestration of automatic carbon into solid diamond products. No one is talking about that. This is so into the future that schools aren't teaching about it, universities aren't teaching about it. But I want people to hear the words, to know that they exist and that these are the words of the future. Additionally, an exoskeleton engine and microfactories, tectonic weapons, wearable generators. When it comes to computing, hypercomputer, inferential programming, plant-based digital data storage, quantum memory, quantum money, robotoid, roll-away computer, universal memory. When it comes to megastructures, these are so amazing. Cloud9, which is a tensor gravity sphere. Globus Cassis, a sea scraper. A sea scraper is a skyscraper that's built on the ocean. What an amazing idea, especially in places that are very dense, like Hong Kong. A sea scraper is a perfect answer to some of their real estate issues. Shell World and a vertical city. When it comes to nanotechnology, I would just say we have 100,000 people watching us right now. I'd say there's some kid out there who doesn't know what to major in school. And they're like, oh, I don't really know what to do. All right, to those kids, listen to me. Nanotechnology is going to be really important. You don't even know. When people today are learning about nanotechnology, Rabbi is learning about picotechnology. What's picotechnology? It's another 3 levels lower than nanotechnology. And when people are looking at picotechnology in 100 years, Rabbi using life extension technology perhaps will be into FEMI technology, which is another 3 levels. So whatever the normal people are on 5G, Rabbi's looking at 6G. When the normal people be on 6G, Rabbi will be on 7G. And that's what we need. People who are looking towards the future. Things like programmable matter. This is my favorite one of all.
I agree, but I kind of think this point of view is also a bit Eurocentric, don't you think? It is a bit more US-centric. I mean, look.
It's the world-centric. I want to help the world.
8 billion, right? To do all of these stuff, we need to get everyone from the world to contribute, correct?
It's world-centric.
We only really have the US, which is doing a lot of these research things, right? But the US can't do everything.
It's globally centric. It's globally centric.
No, but a child in Ethiopia can't do it either, because a child in Ethiopia has to worry about hunger.
Right, absolutely. That's why the first part of our conversation, when I give my spiel, is not about Dyson spheres and exoskeletons. It's about vertical farming and agricultural drones and digging wells. It's about realistic solutions to the developing world. Once we can, especially in Africa, ensure that we can raise the quality of life there, it's going to raise the quality of life of the entire globe.
Exactly, I agree. I totally agree. To do this successfully, bro, I mean, we need to get the whole world involved, but, if only the whole world was somewhat similar to what the US is, right? Of course, the US has its own problems, but the US is one of the best countries in the world right now, right?
It's easy speaking from a US standpoint though, because this is like literally a country where they print money and the beauty is love.
Quit with the US stuff. Quit with the US stuff. None of the things that I've talked about here are involved with the US. None of it. I want to talk about something right now that I don't care if you're in Tokyo, you're in Shanghai, you're in Nairobi, or you're in Los Angeles. This is going to change your life, and you don't know what it's called, but I'm going to teach you a phrase that you'll never forget. It's called a Santa Claus machine. What's a Santa Claus machine, Rabbi? It's a machine that is capable of creating any required object or structure out of any given material. And in the future, the Santa Claus machine will be like the 3D printer on steroids. It will change the world. So what is it? It's from, the term was created in 1978. But basically, it's the idea that you'd be able to create a person in a Santa Claus machine, you'd be able to create a car in a Santa Claus machine, you'd be able to create a clone, whatever it is. It's basically a 3D printer. And so of anything that I want to inject into not just your minds, but the minds of society are some of these phrases. The world hasn't heard the phrase Santa Claus machine. And they might laugh at the name for a little bit, but then everybody in the world's going to say, I want a Santa Claus machine someday. That sounds really, really cool, Rabbi.
You're right, bro. You're right. I mean, like, people were saying that about Bitcoin. People were laughing about Bitcoin in 2011, like in 2011 or like whenever. People were laughing about Bitcoin until bam, it's an actual real thing with some, you know, usability, right?
Absolutely.
So I think that's with everything, really, right?
Absolutely. And when I start to talk about these things, let's say they take me down on YouTube because they don't want me talking about interesting things. Well, guess what? I'm live on another 33 different platforms. I think so, but like you can get flagged because I want to talk about female sperm and male egg. Well, that's a scientific topic, but you can get flagged for that. So there's a fine line that we walk.
Like Sneeko and Zerko, like they admire it, they get canceled because they're speaking about real shit and like YouTube shit like that. YouTube is best for like the type you gotta be careful about.
You're 100% right, but I have the power. I'm the one streamer in society who has the power on all of these platforms. I have all my stuff backed up to all of them, and they can't cancel me on all of them. So if they cancel me on YouTube, that's fine. All my stuff is backed up on Instagram. If they cancel me on Instagram, that's fine. I'm on Twitter. If you cancel me on Twitter, that's fine. I'm on Twitch. I have it backed up.
Bro, that's what happens with Andrew Tate, and they look to cancel them everywhere, though. Yep. Because he was helping men, bro. Like they want to control everyone, especially the men. They want to be more feminine and just like.
I even have, hold on though. I even have backup accounts that don't even have the word rabbi in them, have nothing connected to me on them. They're just on the internet as basic insurance policies in case anything ever happened.
You know, Instagram or Facebook.